Generally, when covering analog horror or horror in general, I try to stay as positive as possible. So in turn, I try to cover things that I find interesting or innovative in the subgenre, which is why I get so into the series and shorts that I do in fact like. But I also cover stuff that I think is detrimental to the subgenre, as I fear things moving in what I would consider to be the wrong direction. For example, one of the series that I really liked as of recently was the new Walton Files episode, which added a new creepy direction to the analog horror format that hadn't exactly been done before. I want to see innovation, but things like the Batman analog horror series, for example, seem to do the opposite of innovation, instead wallowing inside the tropes and cliches of the subgenre to the point of being a boring, sloppy mess that can't be interesting for more than 30 seconds. And as I stated in previous videos, I operate my channel in this way because I know the history that comes along with horror, so I understand the lack of innovation kills the subgenres within, which is why I think a lot of things like Creepypastas died off, as ideas that lacked innovation came to the forefront and were not only popular but praised, which caused the online subgenre to die off. The same exact thing happened with found footage, as every single film was doing found footage to the point that it became extremely boring and not worth watching. Repetition kills creativity while innovation breeds it, but people don't seem to understand that when giving a negative review to something. That doesn't mean I have a personal vendetta against the creator, as I'm not criticizing the creator, I'm criticizing the creation. That's why, unlike a lot of the other YouTube videos in Urban Spook, I did not mention the drama with Pastor as a reason for disliking it, instead just point out the series as a whole flatlines and is an ambivalent mess. And in all honesty, I really do not like giving things negative feedback because it makes me feel like a dick, but I also know being honest with people is how they actually get help. And when I see an analog horror series constantly popping up in the comments down below, I know what that means. I have to check it out. And of course, one analog horror series has been coming up the most lately, that of course being oh boy, is this going to be a fun one to cover. So for those who couldn't guess, this analog horror is just a recreation of the short kid story, The Little Red Riding Hood. For those who don't know the story, which is crazy to me, as I feel like everyone has heard it at some point, but oh well. The story follows a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who is sent to deliver cake to her grandmother. Also, sometimes there's wine, sometimes there's not. It's one of those old folklore tales. While walking on the trail, unbeknownst to her, she is being stalked the whole time by the big bad wolf. She then eventually runs into the wolf, who asks about the food in the basket and what the delivery is for, which the girl explains that it's for her grandmother. The wolf then leaves and rushes to the grandmother's house, eating her and putting her clothes on to disguise himself as the grandmother to capture the girl. Upon arriving, the girl realizes that her grandmother has been replaced by the wolf, and the wolf then proceeds to eat the girl as well, ending the story. It's a classic stranger danger story, and this analog horror represents it pretty closely, despite making a couple of small changes, such as making it so that the wolf has slaughtered all the animal life within the area and having the wolf be more anthropomorphic. Changes that when I get to later, I'll explain whether or not I think they're any good, but that's later. But besides that, it's a pretty straightforward retelling, except it kills the mother at the end as well, but there's not too many changes, so let's get on to my thoughts. So I really tried to give this series a full chance. It's the biggest new analog horror series in quite a while, so I gave a hope that this would be something new and innovative. But oh boy, was I completely and utterly wrong. But before going any further, make sure that if you aren't already subscribed to the channel, to subscribe and like the video if you enjoy it. Also, if you would like to, leave a comment on whether or not you agree with my opinion, and let's continue. While Basswood County for me had plenty of problems with originality, being so close to the Mandela catalog to where I think it could honestly be considered a remake, it was at least more original and innovative than this is. This one seems to take a lot of the worst elements of other analog horror series and combines them together. First off, the presentation choices in this are just strange, as while it has a fully animated style, instead of just hiring voice actors or text to speech, they instead just go to the strange route of video game style text boxes. Like, really, honestly, it feels like this is closer to Phoenix Wright than other analog horror series. It's just strange and doesn't really make sense presentation-wise. It's a very odd presentation choice that I just don't think really works, as it feels more like a video game cutscene than an animated short, which I'm guessing this is supposed to represent. The presentation just fails at convincing me that this is some lost VHS tape from the 80s or 90s, as the presentation just seems honestly like an afterthought, and in combination with the text-to-speech voices and regular dialogue, it just makes it a mess all around presentation-wise. And then there's the sound design, which analog horror is usually known for excelling at with creepy atmospheres and distorted music, but this short doesn't include any of that, instead focusing sound-wise on overly oppressive static, which is made even funnier by the fact that the static loop that is used isn't perfect. Instead, the cutoffs of the static are left in, so there's just points of it where the static will leave and come back in, and not done in a way that adds to the story where you can tell it's just a mistake, and it makes it kind of funny. But in all honesty, this is one of the aspects that disappointed me the most, as normally sound design is what sets analog horror apart from many of the other horror subgenres due to its more oppressive style, but this fails at that. Which to me is just sad, because that's one of the things I can give almost every single series, even the ones that I'm not even a particular fan of. Then there's the animation. Oh boy, don't even get me started on the animation. Animation is one of the most difficult things to do, and honestly, I give it points for even trying to pull this off. Kudos to where it's deserved. But I really can't understand putting all the time and effort into fully animating an episode and having an art style that's the exact one-to-one replica of an already popular series. I really cannot understand that, as to me, instead of coming as an interesting idea, it just comes across as lazy and makes me wonder what even was the thought process behind the creation of this series. And in all honesty, the popularity of this one just really disappoints me, as has analog horror just been so watered down that an obviously cliche-ridden mess is pushed to the forefront as a way of trying to keep this subgenre in any way relevant. Hell, this one even does the tried and true cliche of, oh, it's just killing for fun, not for food. And this is just confirming what I've been saying for months now, which is that the subgenre is just going to keep getting worse and worse because people do not learn from the mistakes of past series and instead just keep turning out low-effort slop in order to earn money as fast as possible. It annoys the absolute hell out of me because I know there are so many concepts out there that could work extremely well with the analog presentation style, but the possibility of the format just seems to be absolutely squandered in order to make just another video that panders to children. And this one just happens to be the one that takes a lot of the worst aspects of each of them. Every time we see the damn wolf in this series, it does just another comically stretched out face. Like, please, I'm begging, come up with something different for once. It's annoying to see the same thing over and over again. And this isn't limited to just this series, as a lot of the subgenre as a whole is falling into this cycle that just isn't sustainable. It's going to crash very soon if it keeps doing this over and over again because people are making the same things and it's just going to keep getting more and monotonous with time. And I can tell this person is probably very talented, as they were able to make a fully animated horror short off of The Little Red Riding Hood, a children's story, but it feels a lot like the potential of it is squandered by the lack of originality. And with horror, more than any other subgenre, originality is a key to success, as an original scare that you don't see coming is going to punch and hit much harder than the same scare that you've seen in 100 other horror series. This is why I emphasize it so much, as without originality, horror falls extremely flat and gets boring really fast, as a lot of the horror comes from surprise, and without originality, there is no surprise whatsoever. And I know people are going to be saying, hey, this is obviously made for children, why are you acting like this is made for adults? And while that may be true, even for children's horror content, this falls extremely flat. For example, the Minecraft analog horror I covered, while it was still pretty flat and not super interesting, it still had more going on and more originality than this one had in its entire runtime. And this one had one of the worst scares I had seen in quite a while, and it's gotta be the one with the partially devoured bunny. It's goofy and just goes on for way too long, and honestly shocked that they added it in because it plays like a bad creepypasta like Sonic.exe, for example. And there are 3 of these things, which is just absolutely baffling to me, because they all have the same issues with presentation, storytelling, and scares. None of it works. And it sucks because from the creators' videos before, I can tell they have talent and skill, but this series just doesn't do it for me whatsoever. It just feels lazy and boring, showcasing a lot of the issues that are plaguing analog horror at this moment. But this one does it to the most extreme degree that I have seen in a while, with the last time I saw a series this flat being the Batman analog horror series. Thus, when trying to give a score to this, I had to be honest with myself, and I can only really give it the simple score of 2 out of 10, with really the only reason behind it not being a 1 being the fact that it's fully animated, which takes tons of effort. I really did not like this, and I'm sorry for that, but I just could not get behind this series. Hey everyone, this is just a normal Minecraft playthrough. Nothing too weird about it. Oh. On YouTube recently, you might have seen a new wave of horror coming out that is almost everywhere. That, of course, being Minecraft horror mods, which everyone and their grandmother seems to be covering in some sort of way, and it makes sense for Minecraft to have them, honestly. As I explained in some of my previous videos, older versions of Minecraft really make it easy to build a creepy atmosphere due to just the way it's presented. The darkness in older versions of Minecraft are just darker, as it leaves you in the pitch black darkness at night, rather than being able to see like you can in the newer versions. There was no brightness settings in the older versions of the game, which really made that atmosphere when you were in the caves much darker, and it made it just a creepier game overall. For example, when you go into caves within the older versions, you really can't see anything past a certain point, as no matter how many torches you place, the deeper you go, the darker it gets. This leads to a great feeling of the unknown, as you really can't see anything past a certain point, which makes it so your brain fills in the gaps, and it makes it a little bit more creepy than it is now. And this was intentional in the older versions. The cave systems, the way it worked was the deeper you went down, it would add a render distance effect where it made it so past a certain point, you can only see about 3 blocks ahead of you, which really adds to the atmosphere in the game. Then there are some weird glitches that really add to the horror aspects of it as well, where sound would be delayed, occasionally making it sound like there is someone out there watching you at all times. Then there's things like the super short render distances that used to be in the game, where if you put render distance on low, the fog would come in, adding an eerie layer of atmosphere that wasn't there before. And unlike modern Minecraft, early Minecraft is just so fucking empty. There isn't the hundreds of mobs that there are now, it's all just so empty. It was almost like something horrible had happened in the world before you got there, as before villages would spawn still, but would be completely empty, like a civilization was once there, but is now completely wiped out. So honestly, it makes sense why things like Herobrine were just so popular at the time, due to this creepy atmosphere of early Minecraft. Hell, I mean, one of the main aspects of the original Herobrine creepypasta was the fog from the older versions, with the fog concealing the monster watching the player from a distance. It really did a good job of playing off that emptiness and eeriness that came along with early Minecraft. And I think that's what really separates the older versions of Minecraft from the cheap imitations that are now taking over YouTube at the current moment. And I know a lot of these mods are claiming to be like Minecraft alpha horror mods, but with the way they are designed, they do not invoke many of the same emotions that the older versions of Minecraft were able to invoke. And I'm of course talking about the analog horror and monster mods that have swept YouTube like crazy recently. I really do not understand how anyone finds these frightening whatsoever. Like, yes, some of these designs are creepy, but the way they are programmed makes them the most stale and unfrightening creatures possible. Usually most of them involve super loud noises and chase the player whenever they spot them. If they catch you, they kill you with a jump scare and then go away for a little bit before doing it again. I'm sorry, but this just isn't scary. It misses what makes horror horror on almost every single occasion. So with horror, think about a scare like a joke. It's all about the setup, and while a punchline is important, the setup is what really makes the joke land or not. Horror works in a fairly similar way, with the setup mattering the most when it comes to a scare landing or not. Some of these mods do actually do this quite well, with the Knocker being one of my personal favorites of all these mods. The Knocker, unlike a lot of these other mobs that we'll be talking about later, instead of just killing you with a jump scare, instead does something a little bit more. He knocks on your window a couple of times and then just stares at you, watching. And then after doing this multiple times, he'll finally attack. This makes the experience with the mob much more frightening, as he isn't just doing a one-note scare, instead doing something much more tangible and more of an experience. This is quite funny, because the other mod by the exact same developer is the complete opposite of this one. The Man from the Fog has got to be one of my least favorite ones out there, as this is a definitional one-note horror mob. It's quite literally just a jump scare. No setup, just payoff. This mod is exactly what I'm talking about, as it's just a loud noise and nothing else. It doesn't really even make the game any fun, as the game now just consists of the Man in the Fog spawning in, chasing you around, and then killing you multiple times. There's no really a way to fight back, and there's no running away, it just kills you. What even would be the point of playing the game with the mod on? It doesn't add on to the experience, it's not exactly scary to deal with, so then what exactly is the point of this in the first place? I mean, seriously, this makes the game not even Minecraft at this point, instead just a glorified jump scare simulator. The best mods that I've seen are the ones that use the atmosphere properly and are able to utilize what makes Minecraft creepy in the first place. One of my personal favorites, despite its quite goofy design, is the Cave Dweller. Unlike a lot of the other mods, this monster actually fits within the game itself, feeling like a real part of the world rather than just being something thrown in there. It's not just a jump scare, it's something that will run into you, but other times it won't, instead just watching you from a distance. This makes the feeling of it much creepier and intense, as we don't really know where it always is, and it doesn't make a super loud noise showing you that it's there. It could be in that cave with you the whole time and you might not even know it, and that's what makes it so creepy. It could be right behind you and you wouldn't even know it, which makes the experience so much more frightening than something like even the Cartoon Cat one. Speaking of, one of the worst aspects of the Minecraft horror mods is that the mobs don't really fit in with the game well. What makes things like the Knockers so frightening is that it fits in with the world around you, making it so it'd be quite easy to miss it when first playing, and you might not even notice it. But things like Siren Head really do not fit within the game, as they just don't match the art style that we see, which for Siren Head is especially disappointing. As with Siren Head, what makes the creature so scary in the first place is its ability to blend in, and when you can see it from a mile away, that fear is no longer there. Siren Head is a predator who catches its prey off guard by blending in with the surroundings around it, and this mod doesn't allow Siren Head to do that. It makes me think that maybe some things just shouldn't be made into horror mods, as Siren Head I think just doesn't translate well into the game. This goes with analog horror too. We see a lot of these IPs that are being translated into horror, and I just don't think that they work. Cartoon Cat is the same way. It really just doesn't make any sense for the world that we are within, and there's just way too many polygons on it for it to blend in. It's just not as scary as it could be, and frankly that's kind of disappointing to me. It really could be quite easy to make Minecraft frightening, but none of these mods are able to make it happen, which is kind of sad. There's also the fact that these make the game just so unfun to play in the first place, so this might seem like an unfair comparison, but comparing these mods to something like Five Nights at Freddy's, what makes Five Nights at Freddy's, at least the original game, so frightening is the atmosphere of the pizzeria, and the jump scares are a payoff of that atmosphere. It's something that a lot of modern horror developers can learn from, because this seems to be something that has been forgotten a lot with modern horror games. What makes Five Nights at Freddy's, at least the original game, so frightening is the atmosphere of the pizzeria. The jump scares are just a payoff of that atmosphere. It's a release of all that tension that has built up so far, and while some of these are trying to build the same atmosphere, many just plop these insta-kill jump scare mobs around the map, where they of course run at you and kill you immediately. It does not make the game frightening at all, instead just makes it seem like a chase game where you try to outrun the big bad for as long as you can before it can catch up with you. And sorry, this just isn't frightening for me at all. It might be able to get me to jump, but that's about it. If you want like a cheap 5-minute scare, then many of these mods may be for you, but if you want a full horror experience, you are going to have to dig for a bit longer than normal. I think that's what sets the original Herobrine mod out from all the other newer ones. It's much slower with its scare rather than just being upfront with its jump scares. This makes for a much more tense atmosphere than a lot of these horror mods would allow, and it makes for a much more intense experience. As well as just a normal Minecraft playthrough, there's always something strange and mysterious that you may encounter on your explorations through the outside. Also, he could be just about anywhere around the map, watching your every movement, toying with you before eventually going for the kill. If the mods went for this approach, like a predator stalking its prey, it would, I think, make for a much more intense and frightening experience than there are giving now. But in its current state, it's just a dumb jump scare fest that are fun for children for about 5 minutes. It doesn't make for a fun gaming experience, instead it just dampens it down to a jump scare simulator. And in all honesty, if I wanted to play a jump scare simulator, I would have played Roblox. Wait, do not click off this video. This is not going to be a video just shit-talking analog horror. In this video, I'm going to be comparing and contrasting the two arguments that have been made about the future of analog horror, and then giving my final assessment on what I think is actually going on here. Now let's get on with the actual video. Over the past few months, I've been covering a lot of analog horror videos, and I've been having one thing keep coming back to my mind over and over again, and that being the question, is analog horror dying? On the surface level, it might seem to be an easy yes or no question, but what's going on here seems much more complicated than the question may suggest. I mean, as of recently, analog horror has been showing a lot of signs of dying, with many of the creators that used to be at the forefront now getting bored of the genre. Tropes have also started to become overused to the point of becoming cliches, and not really many new or original ideas. This seems to be something that we've seen time and time again, and it seems like analog horror is falling into these trappings more and more with each passing month. It also seems to be falling into the trap of using already famous IPs to tell their stories, which is not a bad idea in the first place. But a lot of analog horror creators seem to be using IPs as a crutch within their storytelling, as while they have a storyline to work with already due to the IP already having existing lore behind it, they don't flesh it out into something new and intriguing. Take the Batman analog horror and the Spider-Man analog horror, for example. These two series take an idea that could be interesting and take this with a grain of salt, but instead of making something new and interesting, they instead make it the tried and true cliche of what if the good guy was evil. Both Batman and Spider-Man have things that could work, as with Spider-Man you could have done something like what if the spider mutated him further past the superhero we all know and instead turns him into some body horror monstrosity. And with Batman you could have done something interesting with some of the villains that are already in the lore, but neither of these series really do anything more than make the already existing characters bad guys. And frankly, it's just a sign of really lazy storytelling because they really don't have to change much here. And when storytelling like that becomes popular and the norm, generally that is seen as a big sign of decline within a subgenre. Once again, we've seen this style of decline happen before. Hell, I made a whole fucking video on the decline of creepypastas over time. But while storytelling has been showing a very clear decline within analog horror, these videos are still doing extremely well, with many of them still gathering hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. So what exactly is going on here? Section, make sure if you aren't subscribed already to subscribe. Okay, let's continue. So I've already discussed portions of this in some of my other videos, but analog horror was popularized with things like Local 58, the Mandela Catalog, and Gemini Home Entertainment, which portrayed the story through things that made sense to be on VHS tapes, such as animations, home videos, and PSAs. Generally, a lot of these earlier analog horror series have more of a ARG element to them, and really focus a lot on the sound design to make up for the lack of budgets in play. I usually consider these early series in analog horror to be part of the first wave of analog horror, as they weren't really based off of anything before them, but the thing they had in common was the VHS elements, but each one contained an original and different story from one another, as generally they weren't basing their stories off of things that were already created within the subgenre. You can really tell these ones apart from what I call the second wave of analog horror, which is the wave that I believe that we are currently in. As with anything popular to exist in our world, there are bound to be tons of copycats by people also trying to be successful. The ones in the second wave are definitely heavily inspired by the ones before them, borrowing many of the same scare tactics and story beats from the ones before them. These are generally the ones that you see a lot more mixed opinions on, as generally they are much less original and way less intriguing than anything from the very first wave. But that's not to say that all of the ones from this era are unoriginal garbage, as things like Greylock also came out during this era, which shows that there still is some originality here. But this is also the same generation as the Batman analog horror and the Little Red Riding Hood analog horror, which are some of the most unoriginal and unintriguing horror stories that I've seen since the demise of creepypastas. And now let's get into the reasons that some people might think that analog horror is dying. So one thing that really stands out to me with this second wave of analog horror is just how derivative they are of the ones before them. For example, the Little Red Riding Hood analog horror uses the Little Red Riding Hood as the basis of its story, another example of a popular IP being turned into one, and rips the art style directly from the Walton Files. And it's chock full of cliches, even more so than things like the Batman one, as every single aspect of it has been done before. Stretched out faces? Check. Glitched out distortion scares? Check. Dead children? Check. Impossible to kill villain? Check. Plot that goes nowhere besides everyone dying? Check. Text-to-speech? Check. I can go on and on about just how derivative this one is, and I have a whole damn video on it, but it's just not interesting to me at all. And honestly, with stuff like this, it makes sense why a lot of people may be thinking that analog horror is dying, as the quality of a lot of the new series has started to take a nosedive, and a lot of the creators of the already popular ones are veering more towards standard horror shorts with analog horror aspects. The same thing happened with creepypastas, as bad IP creepypastas started to overwhelm the creepypasta wiki after the release of Sonic.exe, as people saw that all it took to get popular was to take a popular IP and make it evil. The same exact thing is happening before our very eyes at this moment, as we are witnessing the same IP horror. Now that's not to say that all of the IP horror shorts are bad. That's not what I'm saying at all, but the vast majority of them are definitely of a lower quality. And I think the lower quality that really permeates the IP-based section of analog horror is what's making multiple people think that the subgenre as a whole is dying. But some of the best stuff has also come out of this wave as well, with stuff like Return of the Pumpkin Rabbit really pushing the genre forward, as it really sets a new standard on what is acceptable quality for an analog horror short. Then there's the other side of the spectrum that think that analog horror is alive and well, and anyone who disagrees with that is just a cynical asshole who has no idea what the hell they are talking about. They usually will point to things like Return of the Pumpkin Rabbit and Greylock as proof that analog horror is actually doing just fine, and that while some of the lesser quality ones are getting popular, people are over-exaggerating just how bad the issues are. I saw this excuse a lot on my Batman analog horror video, where people got all up in arms about me giving a low score to the series. I think a lot of this mentality towards analog horror comes from the fan base of it primarily being of a younger demographic, as well as the tons of reaction YouTubers calling the next big series the scariest thing ever made. And I see where they're coming from. Many of these analog horror shorts are still getting hundreds of thousands to millions of views. It surely isn't dying in its viewer base like the other side may make you believe. They usually just see it as an early stage in the subgenre's infancy, and that it will surely get the kinks out with time, and it has happened in the past multiple times, where a genre that was starting to stagnate had a huge innovative work that changes the way we see it as a whole. But while I agree that a lot of this can be attributed to growing pains within the subgenre, I think ignoring the very clear signs of decline is just as annoying as the cynical naysayers who think hell is freezing over. But let's get into my final thoughts on what I think is truly happening here in the first place.
Marvin?
That's not a person.
What is that?
That is not a fucking person!
I think that we are honestly at a crossroads here with analog horror, and I think there's really two directions it can go in with just how mixed the quality of these have gotten. I think it can either continue into a cycle of decline, just like creepypastas did before them, or it could innovate with some new series that pushes the subgenre forward and we get more intriguing stuff. Subgenres always seem to have rough spots, and it will take time to see if whether this is truly just a rough patch or a true sign of decline of the subgenre as a whole. And to be honest, I really find both sides of the argument to be quite annoying, as with the cynical side, they seem to ignore each and every single good thing that has come out of the subgenre to poke fun of all the wrongs that the subgenre has made. which in all honesty is no fun to deal with and doesn't really encourage anyone to try and make better stuff, instead getting content creators to quit or give up on the subgenre as a whole. This most definitely does not make the subgenre any better, and instead gives people excuses to just wallow about what could have been. But the other side, which thinks ignoring the issues and praising every single new thing that comes out, is also quite annoying to deal with to me personally. Many of these series are extremely flawed and very deserving of the criticism that they are receiving. So going on tirades at people who dare to give a lower score to something you liked on Twitter does not help to improve the craft, and instead coddles them into thinking what they are making is perfect and not giving them the thought of trying to improve themselves. So honestly, a lot of this discussion that's been happening within the community as a whole generally leaves me quite disappointed, as people really cannot seem to just want to work together and make the subgenre the best it can possibly be. And by all means, I have no bad blood here when it comes to discussing this stuff. I know some of my reviews can be seen as nihilist by some people, as generally I am a bit more critical on stuff than most are. But in all honesty, I just really enjoy reviewing stuff and trying to help people improve. And if we just wanted to stagnate forever, we would be in the exact same situation we were in with Creepypastas. I know some of you have been waiting forever for this video, so let's not stumble around it. Here goes. But before getting started, I do warn that this is going to be the first part of 4, as I just don't have the time to rank all 28 that I'm ranking, while also making sure that I give each series a fair and thorough review. So with all that being said, let's start off with one of the most interesting and different videos in the group, that of course being White Stag Education, for those who don't know, is a series of informational tapes about Grandwood Park, a national park that is filled with cultists who murder the people who visit, as well as worship this monster called the Adversary, which they feed the murdered people to. Unlike a lot of the other ones that I will be covering in this video, this one is actually mainly shot with footage instead of the pictures and text that have become super commonplace within the subgenre, as well as lacking really any text-to-speech, which really makes this series a breath of fresh air compared to many others. Also, unlike a lot of the other series, this one doesn't really take itself seriously at all. It knows it's goofy, campy fun, and that's it, which makes it a fun watch overall. It's surprisingly funny at points, which is all the more shocking because there are parts of this which can actually get you if you let your guard down enough, which is pretty smart, I think. It toys with you a bit more than some of the others, which makes it just overall pretty solid. Now, it's not perfect. It still has some quirks, and the acting can definitely be too much at times. Some of the story beats are a little pointless, and some episodes definitely give more than others. But it never really tries anything more than it's meant to be, and I give it credit for that. It's not trying to change the genre or anything. It's just a fun little short series. But if I had to give it a score, I would give it a B tier. I would highly recommend you give this one a watch for yourself, but now let's get on to Marble Hornets is a story that doesn't really need any introduction, as if you follow me, you have definitely heard of Marble Hornets at least once. Marble Hornets follows two college filmmakers as they investigate the disappearance of one of their friends. While searching for their friend, they run into this creature known as the Operator, which is of course the Slender Man that we all know and love. The Operator then hunts them down, picking them off one by one as they try and do everything to stop him before it's too late. This series is by far one of the earliest examples of this style of horror, as this comes from all the way back in 2009. This is one of the innovators of the genre. It's a fun watch, and honestly, while a lot of the effects are dated and cheesy, and they even were back then, I think its enjoyability and novelty for the time elevate it to a point where anyone can enjoy it. Yes, it's kind of goofy, many parts do not look good, and it's nowhere near perfect, but it has its charm, as while it's very rudimentary in its current state, it does what it needs to do and is overall super charming and incredibly entertaining. It never does more than it needs to, and it finds that perfect blend of storytelling and presentation. And honestly, sometimes I find myself still reminiscing about this series, and for a series to have that much of an effect on me till even now, I think it can't be really anything lower than an S tier. Go watch this one right now. Next up is, of course, This one is quite literally just a Sonic.exe fanfiction, and I wish I was kidding. While I normally try to give fair and honest critiques, I don't know if I can really review this one in good faith. Almost all of it is just what if this person actually encountered Sonic.exe, and it follows pretty much the same plotline as the original. There really isn't anything different or innovative about it, and a lot of it comes across as super fanfiction-y, even down to the animation style that is used. And I already don't like the Sonic.exe story, and just doing another version of that just kind of makes it so I don't like this. And unlike a lot of the other ones that we'll be covering today, I had actually never heard of this one before going to the ranking site, and it kind of caught my eye. Like, actually, is this what analog horror has come to, just doing Sonic.exe again? If so, I might have to retract last week's video if this is the norm. Like, I get they were probably just trying to improve on Sonic.exe, but this doesn't improve on it, it just has all the same issues, it's not worth watching. And because of all the issues stated before, the lack of original story, the animation style, and the boring pacing, I'm going to have to give this one an F for fanfiction. I really cannot recommend this one at all, but one that's a little bit closer to being recommended is Basswood County is really one of the most interesting ones on this sheet, as it's got a lot of good things going for it. The animation and art are quite impressive and really add to the experience while watching. The art here really follows a lot of the same ideas that Trevor Henderson's art follows, and it's a really interesting concept for an analog horror series. So presentation-wise, it's nearly flawless, as the pacing and shot design here really makes for an intriguing and interesting watch. But what really pulls this one down is the quite bad storytelling, as it's quite literally all been done before. The story in this one is just the Mandela catalog. That's it. It doesn't even add to the mythos. It's just what if the demons came into this world trying to look like humans all over again, and it's really quite annoying. This one could do so much better if it had better writing, but the writing makes this one a slog to get through due to it just borrowing so much from the Mandela catalog. And the episodes that aren't directly copying the Mandela catalog are a slog to get through because nothing really happens in them. It's the same thing over and over again. And a lot of the changes that they do make to try and differentiate themselves from the Mandela catalog do not work at all, and instead drag the quality of it down to be nearly unwatchable. And it sucks because the art style in this one is just so good and unique, but my god, the storytelling of it is just so much of a drag. If I had to give a ranking for the most disappointing series overall, this would definitely win, because you can tell there's a ton of talent here, but it's all squandered storyline that is a direct ripoff of one that's already been done before. And because of that wasted and squandered potential, it makes me want to prove a point that stories matter. So with all that being said, I would give it a solid C tier. C tier for me honestly just means proceed with caution. You may like it, you may not, just like the next one, which is So before getting into this one, I must preface that on this channel I do not really delve into sensitive subjects such as what the creator of this one did. And while I completely disagree and am quite disgusted by this creator's actions, that's not what this video is about. This is a fun ranking video, so let's continue. Quite possibly the most famous of all the FNAF VHS tapes, this is usually the analog horror most people seem to think about when it comes to the IP horror section. And it makes sense. This series has a ton of things going for it: high quality animation, good voice acting, and an intriguing story. But where I think this one really falls apart is that while the story is intriguing, it just is the FNAF storyline. It doesn't really add anything new or interesting to the story. And while that makes sense, it is the FNAF VHS tapes after all, it doesn't really add anything to the point where multiple episodes of it are kind of worthless. Many of the episodes do not push the storyline forward at all and essentially devolve into uh-oh, there's a dead kid in there, multiple, and I mean multiple times. You can only do the same scare so many times before it devolves the story, and this one exemplifies that point to the strongest degree. So because of that, I really cannot give it any higher than a C tier, because this is just so much filler and the story doesn't really progress in a meaningful or interesting way. Proceed with caution, especially considering the creator's actions and behavior. Next up, however, is a true classic, being No Through Road is a fairly simple concept, and it makes sense why. This video was one of the first in the subgenre as a whole. It came out in 2009, way before what we think of as analog horror was a thing, and follows a group of teenage boys in the UK who go down a no-through road. But while going through, they realize that they are now caught within a time loop, as they go through the same section of road over and over again. But while exploring this loop, they run into a masked man who, when around, plays a creepy looping song over any device and chases them around. He then begins to pick them off one by one. It's an intriguing, although fairly simple concept, and the early YouTube production value really adds to the realism in this one. I would have to say though, it's a bit too close to found footage for me personally to consider it a full-on analog horror, but this website included it, so it's fair game. But while parts of this are extremely original and ahead of its time, one thing that always drags me out completely and made me wish it wasn't included. That of course being the looping song that plays whenever the killer appears. That's because the soundbite is ripped directly from The Strangers. Like, not even the same song put in, no, the audio is actually just the audio from The Strangers. It really drags me out of what I'm seeing every time I'm watching it, reminding me that it's just some silly YouTube video, not some found footage like it claims to be. Without the music, this would easily be an S tier for me, but because the music drags me out of it just so fast, I really can't give it anything higher than an A tier. So I still highly recommend checking this classic out, and for a newer classic, it's of course Now for the final one, let's talk about the one you guys have been requesting me to talk about for months now. Vita Carnis has got to be one of the most interesting and complete takes on the mimic section of analog horror that I've ever seen. The monster designs are stellar, and each time we see them, they just seem to get better and better with their effects and portrayal. Each episode just improves upon itself more and more, and with each one we get to see and understand these creatures on a more fundamental level. And while with the first few episodes it was quite slow and the presentation format didn't really blend with the style that they were going for, with each new episode it improved upon itself to the point where it's definitely one of the best, if not the best, analog horrors on the market right now. But with this ranking, I have to consider the series as a whole, which makes the score for this one kind of difficult. See, I think the early episodes of this one were quite weak and dull to watch, but with the newest one where they left a lot of the analog horror presentations out, instead of opting for a more found footage approach, I think it works much better. It went from subpar to one of the best in the market, and it's really got to be emphasized because we have seen so many series do the complete opposite. You can tell the creator recognized the flaws and improved upon it with each subsequent episode, and that's fantastic to see. But because of the quality of the earlier episodes, I still can't exactly give it an S tier that the newer episodes definitely reach, so because of that, I unfortunately can only give it an A tier. But I would still highly recommend watching it if you haven't yet, and give it time. It does get better with each episode. Hey, so before getting to this one, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe. Okay, let's continue. For me personally, I think my thoughts in the series is quite interesting as I really don't know what to think about it fully. There are episodes of this that I think are really good, and while IP horror has become overwhelming as of recently, this one was a little bit ahead of that bell curve, but then some episodes of it definitely fall flat and don't really add much to the story, and that's fine in all honesty. It should definitely be pointed out, however, that unlike a lot of the other analog horrors, we know exactly how this one was made, that being by someone on an iPhone, which is a frankly quite impressive feat, especially considering the scale that the series is at now. So I was quite surprised to see the level of backlash this one had surrounding it, considering I've seen far, far worse stuff out there. But while trying to remain unbiased, I do admit that the series does have tons of flaws, as many portions of this have the same stretched out faces, somewhat amateur storytelling, and the tried and true question I've been asking for a while now: why are these on VHS tapes? The context around the presentation doesn't make much sense, but these are all smaller issues in the grand scheme of things. And unlike a lot of the other analog horror series that I have covered, this one actually has a plot that progresses with each scenario, helping us learn more and more about the monster, as well as making it so that there's actual progression. This might not sound like that low of a bar, but there are so many analog horrors that do not progress whatsoever. So despite all the flaws, I found myself enjoying this one quite a bit more than a lot of the other IP horror series out there. So since I think it's a bit above average, I give it a B tier. Now, one that has a bit worse of a reputation is, of course, creator's actions aside, while I dislike the series, I do think a bit of the hate towards it is a bit much. Yes, the series has tons of issues, and I really can't say I enjoyed my time watching Urban Spook. The pacing is off, the storytelling is dry and repetitive, the characters and world building are next to non-existence. But do I think it is the worst thing that's ever come out of analog horror? No, not even close. I have seen much worse stuff out there over the years, so while the shock horror may be a bit much in Urban series, I really wouldn't say I thought it was truly disgusting to me personally. I do think he could have handled the shocking situations much better than he did, and personally, I do hope for the future that he learns to take more care when discussing such topics, but do I think that makes it the worst series ever? No. Like, come on. We are talking about the same subgenre that gave us the Spider-Man analog horror. There's much, and I mean much, worse stuff out there than Urban Spook. It's essentially just a bad creepypasta, and at least unlike a lot of the other series, it does keep improving. However, what I will not approve of is the creator's reaction to criticism. The criticism against him for his Twitter meltdown that he still continues to have is completely deserved. However, in all honesty, I think the backlash around his behavior is just as annoying, as they ignore everything that the series does right to focus on the things that happen at the very beginning of his series. There are moments of brilliance in this series, such as the phone call and the police scene in the latest one, so I really can't say I disliked everything about it like I can say about the F-tier analog horror series. But because of all the issues, I really can't give the series anything higher than a D. This one may shock people, I don't really know, but the next one probably won't, which is of course The Mandela Catalog is like a lot of innovators of a subgenre. It's a very flawed series, there are multiple issues, but it had one thing that really set it apart from many of the other series out there. That of course being the fact that it had a clearly interesting and original idea with a competent storyteller behind it. But also, like a lot of genre innovators, it made a ton of copycats who tried too hard to replicate the success of what made the Mandela Catalog just so interesting. And because of all the issues those brought, upon going back to the original innovator, people would try to blame it for all the issues of its predecessors, calling it cliche and poorly made. However, I think you really need to take the Mandela Catalog in the context of when it was made. It was one of the first to do the PSA style that we all know with analog horror, as well as being the first to add the mimic trope that we all know from the subgenre. And while I dislike a lot of the copycats that came after, I really cannot find myself having a truly negative opinion on the original series, as it's clearly trying to do something different and innovate with each new episode. And while I think some episodes are definitely much stronger than others, and with a lot of the effects in the episodes coming across quite weak, and the acting at times being quite dull, you can tell that Alex is still just experimenting, and not all the experiments are going to work. And in all honesty, to take a series that is at the top of the subgenre and still try to experiment with it and not just stick into a formula is quite commendable and makes me appreciate what the Mandela Catalog is much more. And in all honesty, I still enjoy this series overall and find myself coming back to it much more than a lot of the other big series out there. So because of all that, even though it has tons of flaws, I still give it an A tier, but while this one is constantly innovating, the next one pushed the subgenre even further. Wow, what a series. I've been waiting to come back to this series for a while now after my original review of The Rolling Giant. With each upload, the series just gets more and more fascinating and honestly just shows the immense talent that Kane has. He seems to be the golden goose of a YouTube horror recently, as every single thing that he touches seems to be the gold standard. And it makes sense, The Oldest You has got to be one of the most interesting series on this entire tier list. Front to back, I was not bored whatsoever, and the fact that he did this entirely with Blender is just absolutely insane to me. Every appearance of the giant is genuinely starting and off-putting and really makes the series stand out in an interesting way. But I know some people might say that this isn't analog horror, and I somewhat agree with that sentiment. I think personally this is a bit closer to digital horror than anything else, as it's supposed to be a YouTube web series. But it was included in this tier list, so I decided to rank it. Don't blame me, blame the tier list creator. And it's quite impressive, as Kane was able to elevate the subgenre to new levels, and it really sets a high bar for what a series can and can't do. And in all honesty, I really can't see a series being any better than this one. It's an almost perfect series. Everything is good about it, down to even the soundtrack, which is just truly haunting. And the monster isn't just some mimic or superhero turned evil, which is just a breath of fresh air and makes it stand out within within the sea of Mandela catalog clones. That's not to say there isn't poorly made or abundant clones of the oldest few. There are, but none are even worth really mentioning, and they just don't reach the same levels as the series whatsoever. And with my ability to not find too many issues within this series, I really can give this only one score, that of course being an S tier. This series is the gold standard. It really does not get much better than this, which is unfortunately the complete opposite of the next one, which is of course this one isn't really a specific series, rather just a group of analog horror shorts that become overwhelmingly common and everywhere. I've done a whole video on one of the most popular ones of this category, that of course being Anti-Piracy by Valix. Many of these are pretty cliche, taking a lot from creepypastas and popular horror stuff before them, and tons of them are extremely derivative. For example, the one I covered used the exact same scare from another horror game, that of course being No Players Online. Unfortunately for these videos, I just don't find the concept behind these very interesting or intriguing whatsoever. Many of these are extremely dull, not really adding anything meaningful or worthwhile to the subgenre as a whole. I mean, seriously, what is even the point behind these? Half of these are ripped off scares or so derivative that the lack of originality is glaring. Many of them copy things from Herobrine but remove the majority of the aspects of the original story that actually worked, such as the stalking and watching aspects of it, while keeping the cliches and poor writing. It makes for an extremely confusing experience, as while they try super hard to catch you off guard and intrigued in what's going on, but have an extreme lack of semblance of a plot of any kind. The majority of them come down to what if a ghost haunted the spooky block game, and that's it. It has got to be one of the worst aspects of the analog horror subgenre, and I really can't say I enjoyed this wing of the subgenre at all. And because of it, I really can't give this wing anything higher than an F tier. I'm sure there's a good variant of this, but I really haven't seen any yet, and with each one of these, I really find my disdain towards them grow and grow. So that's why I gave the score that I gave it, but while I have a strong disdain for it that keeps growing each time I see one, the next one is doing the complete opposite for me. So many of you might have found my channel from this video, as it's one of the most infamous on the channel. That of course being my video on the boiled one and how I think it signifies the decline of analog horror. And while with a lot of my reviews I find myself thinking about the content a bit differently with time, for better or for worse, I find myself still agreeing with many of my opinions on that video, although I wouldn't exactly recommend the video due to my boring storytelling at the time. By the way, I've never really said anything about this on my channel, but I would really recommend avoiding anything on my channel made before the creepypastas that made us, as many of these videos are of a much lower quality to the point of being unwatchable. But back to the boiled one. While many people may point out that Dr. Nowhere is an extremely talented artist, I still think that his writing is fairly hollow and reads like a poor attempt at SCP, which the boiled one exemplifies to the greatest extent on the channel. The boiled one I think runs into some of the same issues that Urban's series runs into, which is a great style but an extreme lack of substance. It's just an SCP, nothing more. I find myself extremely disappointed every time I hear about his stuff, as you hear about how he's one of the best of the genre, but when watching it, it still exemplifies many of the issues that plague the genre more than ever. And it sucks because you can tell that there's extreme talent here, but just feels squandered by the lack of an intriguing and comprehensive story. Not to mention that I think some of the visuals are quite bad, with the bedroom scene being one of the worst things I'd seen in analog horror for quite a while. The text changing on the back wall was absolutely hilarious to me, so I really cannot give this series as much praise as you may have wanted, but for me personally, I really can't give it anything higher than a C tier. I think people overhype the shit out of this one, which is always so shocking to me due to the disdain people have towards Urban Spook, because this series has all of the same issues besides the shock horror aspect. But none of the issues of this one are to the same level as the next one, which is of course while looking through these, I think the Smile Tapes is probably my least favorite conceptually. I mean, the scare is quite literally just the Germa sus face. I mean, come on, you cannot tell me people find this scary in the slightest. But here's the thing about the Smile Tapes, despite its poor concept and completely unscary visuals, I find the writing to be done in a way that's still interesting. It almost seems to be the antithesis of Urban Spook, with great writing but a piss poor concept and horrible visuals. However, I think a lot of the backlash toward this one was also undeserved. Like, yes, it's another analog horror with stretched out faces, and the concept is pretty bad. But calling it the worst one out there is a bit of a stretch, and while I personally do not like it, I think harassing someone to the point of them completely deleting it is a bit much. I noticed that a lot with the ones on this. There's a ton on here that have been deleted due to the creators being harassed from the analog horror community, and that's quite disappointing to see. Same thing happened with the creator of Needle Mouse, and despite me not liking either one of these series, I think harassing the creators to the point of them trying to delete everything is extremely disappointing behavior. We need to encourage criticism, but encouraging someone to delete all their content is not going to help them get any better. That's just harassment. That does not help anyone get any better. But with all that being said, I still really can't say I was a fan of the Smile tapes either, so in giving it a score, I still think it gets a D tier. I've seen much worse, of course, but calling this one good would also be a disservice, as in all honesty, it wasn't. In fact, it was quite bad. So I've actually made a whole video on this analog horror video before, but for those who might not know about it, this video has got to be one of the scariest videos on YouTube at this moment. It follows someone exploring their family home after a huge storm blows through, flooding everything and ruining the house completely. And the video seems to have the protagonist stuck in some sort of time loop where each time he goes through the house it just gets worse and worse. Generally, with most people, the plot's understood as being a man who died in his family home during a storm, stuck in limbo as his family home rots around him. It's a horrifying idea, and the short does an excellent execution of the concept and is just frightening all around. Every single time our protagonist seems to go into another room, it just gets worse and worse, and the sound design really puts you on edge, so it makes you think that there's going to be some huge scare, but where the genius of this comes from is that there is none. It has you on edge and keeps you on the edge of your seat the whole time, but the scare never comes. And that makes the feeling while watching this one just so brutal, because the tension is so intense, but nothing ever comes from it. It's an amazing concept, and it keeps your attention for the whole time, and the tension just beats you down relentlessly. It's a breath of fresh air from the horror that has become the most common at this time, which is just covered from head to toe in jump scares while lacking any atmosphere whatsoever. This almost seems to be the antithesis to modern horror, like a lot of Nana's other content. While it's not the most scary thing I've ever seen, it has me on edge for its entire runtime, which for horror should be admired. In an age where atmospheric pieces are more looked down upon in turn for cheap, easy scares, this short pushes back against that in turn for a frightening and exhilarating experience. And there really isn't any issues to look at here. The concept is easy to follow, the cinematography and effects do the job for what it's trying to convey, and the sound design is just wonderful. And that constant radio in the background has got to be one of the creepiest usages of a radio in an online horror short I have ever seen, as no matter where he goes in the house, he can hear it, and the constant chanting over the radio just adds a creepier, almost religious feeling to it. The only argument I can really see being thrown against this short in this video is that I don't know if it's exactly an analog horror short. It's more of a found footage short than anything else, but this is what the tier list said. I didn't choose which ones were on here, so don't blame the messenger. But with all that being said, with just how good this one is, I really cannot give it anything lower than an S tier. I really think this has got to be one of the best shorts on the entire platform. You have got to check this one out. However, the next one on this list has got to be the complete opposite of this one, which is of course Okay, so for me, this one was quite difficult to really find, as there seems to be two, with one of them being deleted by Paramount, which is of course the one by Beyond Birth, with the other being by Yuga's Hyper. But in all honesty, my opinions on both of these are about the same, and that is that both of these are terrible. Like really, what are we even doing here? South Park analog horror? Seriously? It reads like a parody, but here's the thing, it's not, which makes this one even funnier to me. Like, wow, this one is awful. Both of them are really the epitome of what I'm talking about when I describe lazy and uninteresting storytelling. And it's just sad, because this is once again just another terrible IP-based analog horror series that really doesn't add anything new to the table. It's seriously just another bad IP horror. It's not any good, the scares are more scary faces, the imagery is the least frightening it can possibly be, and also a lot of the horror from the series is possibly taken from other artists on DeviantArt without permission, but that's just what what people are saying, who knows? And even without that, it's just a nothing series. There's nothing original to it, nothing new, nothing creative. And I really don't like the idea of calling a concept for a series bad as a whole, but really, who wanted this at all? South Park is a parody show, and trying to make it scary, while certainly being feasible, is just not really a good idea in the first place. This is why I honestly could not tell if this was some sort of strange shitpost, as the majority of the story is so cliche that it could honestly pass as one. I mean, seriously, what level have we gotten to where the South Park analog horror is taken just as seriously as something like Greylock? This one is just terrible, and I really cannot give this anything higher than an F tier. This one is absolutely awful. Neither version of it are any good, and it's just annoying to see this being what analog horror has come to in recent months. I mean, seriously, what were they even thinking with this one? It's just a nothing series, which is somewhat similar to the next one, which is of course So on the surface level, this one really isn't anything that special, a retelling of creepypastas in the analog horror format. Similar to Chainmail Chasers and Vibing Leaf before it, this series follows a bunch of recreations of already famous creepypastas like Smile Dog and Ben Drown, and tries to make it into one cohesive series. But unlike Chainmail Chasers, this one goes for an almost completely derivative style of presentation, borrowing heavily from the styles of the other ones within the subgenre. And while this necessarily isn't a bad thing, the style and story of this one is just so derivative of the others before it that it really doesn't have much of a voice of its own. I mean, really think about it. When your presentation and story are ripped from other sources, then what is truly the real identity of your series? You cannot just borrow every single factor of your series and expect something truly original. And it's not like this series is blowing me away with each factor going forward in a way that could make me ignore the flaws. It's just another basic analog horror series, and there really isn't anything going for it. I mean, it lacks originality, the pacing is basic, the choices, while they make sense, they're not really there to make the story more interesting, and it's just another IP heavy series. It's not offensively bad like a lot of the others that I've covered in the past, but however, it's just so basic that I really cannot say I found enjoyment or cared about what I was watching. And that honestly is just as bad as something that tried but failed, as I really would prefer to see something that pushed the genre forward and failed than something that didn't even try at all. And once again, the majority of it just feels lazy. It really doesn't do anything new or interesting, and instead just flatlines with each new episode. If I had to give it one thing, the imagery in certain spots can be quite effective, but the storytelling on display here really holds it back from truly being anything special. I could try and find something to praise here, but there really isn't anything noteworthy for me to talk about within the series. It's just too derivative and boring to really add anything of note to the medium, which is why I never covered it up to this point. And because of that, I really can't give this anything higher than a D tier, as while I don't think it's as bad as the ones in the F tier, it really doesn't have any saving graces like other derivative series like Basewood County with its artwork, which is the complete opposite of the next one, that of course being oh, thank goodness. I swore this video was about to be primarily clunkers, but this one is just so good. Greylock is a simple but effective series that aces almost every aspect of what makes analog horror just so effective. The presentation is great, getting the more scientific videos tape style down, and feels like a straightforward horror film at times. It's not just black backgrounds with white text. We see horrifying imagery combined with an intriguing story. And the story is fleshed out with actual characters to care about, which is something that to me doesn't seem that shocking, but this is one of the essentials that people seem to be forgetting about, especially, which is that if you're going to have a series instead of just a one-off, then you have to have interesting characters and stakes at play. Once again, this stuff seems super simple to do, but I don't see it that often, especially with stuff like the Little Red Riding Hood analog horror recently. It's a great and entertaining series, and it's just as effective as it was when it was released, with not many other analog horror series even trying to come up with the task of meeting it presentation-wise. Now that's not to say it's perfect, it still has some issues, mainly with the pacing of it feeling a bit slow at points, and the pacing then ramping up to the point where more happens in one episode than has happened in the past 5. Then there's the characters, which while having characters is definitely one of the pluses of this series, I really can't say I remembered nor care about any of them. A lot of what makes this series work is just the thought behind what could possibly be behind the mountain, and that's what keeps you intrigued rather than what happens to these people. Many of them are just fodder to be killed by the mutants coming out of the mountains. Thus, while I really like this series, I really can only give it a high A tier. Mind you, I still really liked the series, but those relatively minor issues kept me from enjoying it to the full possibility that I could. However, many of these issues I can still look over, that's why it's still a high A tier, which is really similar to the next one, which is of course The Walton Files is a solid series, I'll say it. When first looking at it, it just seems like another boring FNAF analog horror series, and honestly, it's still a bit of a FNAF ripoff, but what makes the Walton Files just so interesting is the story itself. Just like a lot of the other FNAF VHS analog horror series before it, it takes the basic concepts of the FNAF storyline and adds onto it, adding more character development and a fuller story. But unlike a lot of the other FNAF style ones, this one doesn't just stop at basic character development and instead adds a whole new layer of lore to it that makes the series that much more interesting and fascinating. I mean, really, some scenes in the series are quite frightening, if not downright heartbreaking. And for a series with a frankly meh art style, to see that storyline play out is really something that has to be watched. And while the art style isn't exactly my favorite thing, especially in the earlier ones, I think a lot of it boils down to the story being more fleshed out than a lot of the other ones that I covered. And hell, with the release of The Return of the Pumpkin Rabbit, I really don't think the art style is going to bother me much longer, with the art style in that one actually being something new and stylized. I just hope this series doesn't become one of those which is style over substance, and while the story is good, it really does take its time to actually get interesting, as with a lot of the series you can tell the creator of it is actively improving with each new episode. But because of the first few episodes not really being up to par with all the ones that came out after it, I really can't give it anything higher than an A tier. A lot of the newer ones definitely are closer to an S tier analog horror, but the other older ones I really would put closer to a B tier, and with considering the series as a whole, it averages out to about an A tier. But while the series changed a lot with time, the same really can't be said for the next one, that of course being This one is fairly simple as well as a fairly short concept. I had seen the meme template surrounding this one before seeing the actual short and was honestly surprised to find out it was actually an analog horror series. The imagery in this one is quite good and there's a lot of good ideas around it, with the drug unlocking new, mostly likely mutated emotions while keeping it ambiguous enough for your mind to wander about what these new emotions actually mean. I enjoyed that while the evil was revealed early, it still left it mostly ambiguous, as while it does give it a name, it doesn't explain much more besides the image, allowing your mind to wander trying to figure out what that emotion could possibly be and how dangerous it could be. It's a fairly simple story and there isn't much shown here, so there really isn't much to talk about. I think there could be a lot more here, and I find myself somewhat disappointed in the lack of substance, but hell, it really isn't meant to be much more than it is. So I think it's fair to give it a B tier. It's nothing super special, but I still really enjoyed watching it. This is, however, the complete opposite of the next one, that of course being Seriously, what am I even watching at this point? This is just another series with spooky faces and people being killed by a popular IP. It's a creepypasta tier story and just not a good series. I'm sorry. I really tried to give this one a fair shot, but seriously, what even is this? I mean, yeah, it's not an F tier, but my god, what is even the point of this one? It is quite literally just black backgrounds with white text and then a Godzilla with spooky eyes. This doesn't really add anything new to the subgenre to push it forward, it doesn't have an interesting story, and it doesn't really try anything new. It's just another nothing series, but at least the imagery on display here was made by an actual person and not just stolen from other series. And I really don't have anything else to say here besides it being a D tier, but at the very end of it, almost an F tier, just slightly more interesting than the ones in the F tier. Okay, I'm sure you guys can probably guess my thoughts on this one without me even having to go further, but to reiterate some of the things I have said in my previous videos, while I think that the backrooms themselves have become overdone and stale, I really can't say I harbored those feelings towards the short that made it as popular as it did. These shorts are spectacular. There really isn't anything to rag on here. It just makes so much sense why this series is what made Kane Pixels as popular as he is now, because the quality on display here is next to none. And while it's not as good as his other series, The Oldest View, this is where he started off, so I would give it a bit more slack. A lot of the scares here are the best of the subgenre, and it really doesn't feel like anything else that has come out. And just like his other series, The Oldest View, this was all made in Blender, which is just so impressive to think about, as it really is quite difficult to tell that none of what you are seeing is real. And while this series did lead to the eventual downfall of the backrooms as a whole due to many new people finding the idea through it, I wouldn't exactly blame Kane Pixels for that. And I mean, who would really blame them? Kane Pixels took a somewhat basic idea and fleshed it out to a full world worthy of exploration. It's no wonder that people wanted a slice of that creativity, and it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that the concept of the backrooms was completely run to the ground by people trying to get a whiff of the popularity Kane gained from this series. And some of the episodes here are just absolutely spectacular, with my absolute favorite being the Pitfalls episode, as that has got to be one of the creepiest ideas I've seen in an analog horror series thus far. And the fact that this was made by just some high schooler is insane to me, and puts a lot of the other projects I've covered thus far to shame. I really cannot emphasize just how good this is. This is some real talent here, and I'm stoked for the film that Kane is currently working on based on this series with A24, as it's going to be somewhat crazy to see what Kane is able to do with an even larger budget. And with all that being said, the score I'm going to give it probably will be no surprise to you whatsoever, that of course being an S tier. This has got to be one of the best series out there on the platform. The only real complaint that I have with it is that I think it tries to do too much sometimes, which is the complete opposite complaint that I normally have. Most of the series that I cover do too little, but this one just seems to go a little too much into explanation territory. And what I really think makes the concept of the backrooms just so off-putting is the weird, kind of unexplained nature to it. But it still overall still deserves an S tier, and this still has got to be one of the best analog horror series on the platform at the moment, just like the next one, which is normally, I'm not super crazy about the super basic form that some analog horror series come in. You know which ones I'm talking about, the ones with the text on the screen and spooky music. Usually, they just make me think, why am I watching this? Because seriously, if I wanted to read a story, I would read a short story, not watch a video. This is an issue that is extremely prevalent within the subgenre, and why you'll usually see I give higher scores to stuff that avoids doing this, as it really is about balance and pushing the subgenre forward. However, there are exceptions to my dislike for this boring form of analog horror, that of course being Gemini Home Entertainment. While a lot just do images and text, Gemini Home Entertainment takes the style and makes it more unique. It is one of the few series that actually somewhat unsettled me upon first viewing, as while it does the Uncanny Valley, it does it in a way that's a bit different from what a lot of the other series are doing. Instead of just a big, dumb, goofy smile, it instead messes with you a bit more by making it so the person looks somewhat human, but doesn't behave like one whatsoever. We see things like a guy's jaw moving in an extremely inhuman way, and stuff like that is just extremely off-putting to me. And while I've seen some people just discount it as another Mimic series, the Mimics aren't like what you see in something like the Mandela Catalog. Instead, I would compare them a bit more to the monsters in Vita Carnis, where they may wear human skin, but their true form is nowhere near what we consider human. For example, the Root isn't taking a form similar to what a normal person would look like. Instead, it takes over a host and uses it as part of its hive mind throughout the galaxy. This, I think, is a much more terrifying idea than just another Mimic series, as it's not just another series with humanoids taking a human form, instead something much more parasitic, taking over the world from within and being much more lethal than the ones before it. Also, these parasites are intelligent and have a whole living planet in control of them, which is just a horrifying cosmic horror idea. And once again, I really cannot say I find anything super wrong with this one, but in actuality there are some things I still cannot get behind in this series. First off, the pacing and the presentation, with each one of them following a very similar presentation style. Each one always starting off with a documentary style, then swapping to some disturbing footage, then back to a documentary. I wish the series would do something different in each episode's presentation, but it doesn't, and I can't find it super crazy. It makes it all feel a little samey, if that makes sense, like it doesn't really change too much between each episode. So thus, when giving it a final score, I gotta give it a high A tier. It's still a great series, but I really don't have the feeling to check it out compared to the ones in the S tier. But well, this one has a ton of episodes, the next one does not. Oh yeah, this one is a classic. If you're a member of Gen Z, then you've definitely seen this video before, and it makes sense why. Another video by Nana, who made the My House walkthrough video that I covered last week, this video is no exception to the rest of their filmography. This video is relatively simple, but extremely effective, playing off the urban legend at the time of a haunted YouTube channel called Username666 that was supposedly deleted by YouTube around the time. Rumors began spreading of this channel that showed a glimpse of what hell was really like and contained extremely violent imagery, but of course many of these rumors were unfounded. But because of this rumor, Nana created a video playing off of it, which is the one right here. I've already covered this in one of my other videos, talking about the weird world of early YouTube horror, which I would recommend. It's linked down below if you want to watch it. But in short, it's good. It's really good. It's super simple but incredibly effective, with the images of babies getting their heads twisted and a woman drowning. It's super disturbing stuff. And it's aged quite well. I remember when people used to dare one another to watch it because it was just that widespread, similar to a lot of the other shock videos at the time. The idea is simple, but it's just so interesting that it keeps you watching and makes for one of the best early YouTube horror videos on the platform. Once again, I don't really know whether or not I would consider this to be an actual analog horror video, so I want to just hear your thoughts. Do you guys think it's an actual analog horror, or is it just another good YouTube horror video? Let me know in the comments down below, and with that being said, it's only gotten better with time, and thus, once again, I have to give it a S tier. Sheesh, almost every single one that I've covered this time is excellent. I wonder if the next one will be. Local 58 is an interesting series. I love it, but at the same time, I think it's super flawed. Often considered the one that made analog horror what it is today, I really understand why it's held at such a high regard, but at the same time, there are some things I still don't really like about it. That's not to say I think it's bad per se. I do actually enjoy it. I just think it's a little overrated.
But since we're all gonna die, there's one more secret I feel I have to share with you. I did not care for The Godfather.
What?
Did not care for The Godfather.
Okay, are you calmed down now? You got your booze done? Yes, I know people really love this one, but unlike a lot of the other ones I've covered, I just really couldn't get into it at the same rate as some of the other ones. It's a great series presentation-wise, borrowing much more heavily from public access television and really set up what we know of as analog horror to a T. This series is the original. Almost every single analog horror series has borrowed something from here, and you can tell from the earlier episodes on. However, there is one thing that just really irks me about this series, and that is the concept behind it itself. I really just cannot get behind the idea of the moon being frightening and deadly. I think Gemini Home Entertainment did the concept much better and more interesting than Local 58, and I know it's a hot take, but I just really cannot get get behind it in the same way that I could get behind a lot of the other ones in the S tier. And I just don't think it's anywhere near as good as the other ones within the original wave, and thus I can really only give it an A tier. I still enjoyed it quite a bit and would highly recommend checking it out, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good as the original ones, thus my ranking of it. So when I went into making this ranking list, I really had about 4 of these in mind when covering them. Those of course being Vita Carnus, Monument Mythos, Dog Nightmares, and then finally Midwest Angelica. I know some of you guys have been wanting me to cover these series for quite a while now, and honestly I understand why. In a sea of boring clones, Midwest Angelica is a breath of fresh air in the ocean of mediocrity. And in all honesty, compared to something like the South Park analog horror, while it does borrow elements from other series, it really does it quite differently than a lot of the other series that came before it. And with its unique combination of borrowed elements and shockingly new concepts, Midwest Angelica separates itself from the pack by showing just how much storytelling and lore building matters within the analog horror subgenre and filmmaking as a whole. But to show just how much the storytelling of Midwest Angelica matters, let's do a brief overview of what exactly is going on here in the first place. The plot of Midwest Angelica is deceptively simple, but really shows the true horror of what makes cosmic horror just so frightening. However, before getting into this, I really should preface for you guys, major spoiler warning. If you haven't watched it yet, then go watch it. Seriously, form your own opinion first and then come back. Okay, now let's continue. Although still ongoing, Midwest Angelica follows an alien monster that crash lands on Earth after orbiting Jupiter that is given the nickname of AZ-001 or the Starkill. Upon arriving on Earth, it goes on a killing spree at a nearby farm, that being of the Joneses, where we see an entire group of people get wiped out and then a nearby scientist who tries to burn the infestation literally melt before our very eyes. We then see that instead of outright killing the people it comes into contact with, it instead assimilates them, taking control over every single cell within the organism and then twisting and contorting them into a horrific amalgamation that doesn't resemble anything like they used to. We then see Dr. Evans, who didn't even touch the Starkill but was just around it, get infected and turn into a horrific monster that doesn't resemble anything close to a human being whatsoever. And during the transition period where the cells begin to morph and assimilate, we see Dr. Evans poison the water supply, where his body begins to convulse violently before the Starkill finally completely takes over. This ends up killing and assimilating the entire research base, which in turn causes the mass to grow into a nearby town, taking over a nearby church and killing dozens. And in a secret experiment, we find out that Dr. Robert Spencer has actually been working with Starkill cells through the US government in order to try and make some sort of super soldier. And of course, to the surprise of absolutely no one, this goes horribly wrong, causing another outbreak and many failed experiments where hundreds of people die. In one last vain attempt to try and save the project, Robert injects himself with the Starkill genes, turning himself into a horrific monster who quickly goes and murders his entire base. The Starkill then completely covers the entire base, making it all a part of the mass, leaving no trace of it within seconds. This then leads the US government to then firebomb the base and nearby town in a vain attempt to take out the monster before it's too late. However, this of course doesn't work and the Starkill still manages to get out. Most likely from the Spore Monster variant infecting someone else, as it then explains to us that it was all in vain, as the Starkill has already gone outside of the borders that the US government had given them, which leads Dr. Churchill to make a new task force with Home in order to try and kill the Starkill once and for all. But we then see all the forms and variants that the Starkill can come in, and the weird ritualistic aspect of it as well. But with all that being said, let's get into the actual review portion. Okay, before getting into this section, make sure if you like this video to like and subscribe, and let me know your thoughts on Midwest Angelica down below. Okay, now let's continue. So for the most part, I think the series is honestly exceptional. It's a solid idea, although it has been done before, which is that of a monster crashing down on Earth and then assimilated in a nearby town or government research base. We've seen this plot before in things like The Thing and The Blob, however this series takes a somewhat different approach with its storytelling. It instead details the government's ways of trying to take down this horrible virus and all the containment measures that they do before trying to proceed and exterminate it. Because of this, Midwest Angelica does an excellent job at blending a realistic portrayal of a government struggling to contain an epidemic with a classic monster trope. Just like a lot of great cosmic horror, I think Midwest Angelica does a great job of trying to show rather than tell us what's going on, which is something that a lot of analog horror series seem to suffer from greatly. Unlike a lot of the other ones that I've covered, I actually feel like Midwest Angelica makes the most sense in the format that's in. It's not just white text with a black screen, it's instead trying to show an actual story. And honestly, I really cannot say I was bored while watching it. The series gave just enough information to keep it interesting while also making sure that the series keeps moving at a sustainable pace. Most episodes do not feel like an info dump, which is good, as it usually is a nice mix of information with some new event happening within the story. One of my favorite examples has got to be the first episode, Home, due to it having just one of the best blends of horror with storytelling within the entire series. This is because we see just how it starts with the monster crash landing and slowly infesting the nearby area while also introducing the main company that is trying to stop it. It also shows just how violent of a threat the monster is, as while trying to burn down the Star Kill, the soldier begins to rapidly melt and transform into a spider-type monster inside of his helmet. It's an excellent start, and the series only seems to get better from there. While a lot of the other series seem to be trying to replicate the feelings and aesthetics of things like Local 58, Midwest Angelica seems to be borrowing a lot more from 80s horror and cosmic horror. Hell, I can't even talk about its influence without talking about two very specific words, and promise not to laugh, but the Bible and then Evangelion. I'm sorry. I never thought I would have to mention the Bible and Evangelion in the same sentence. But the story takes elements from biblical scripture, with the aliens being almost a representation of the devil itself, as the people who are assimilated seem to be almost worshipping the monster. It's another demons coming to the real world type story, but it combines it with the 80s and even 50s style sci-fi horror trope of a mysterious alien monster landing on the earth and causing chaos within a small town. It also brings back Roman symbolism, as the creature that Robert becomes is named Nero, the first apostle, the same name as the Roman leader who led the collapse of Rome, as well as being referred to as an apostle, someone who in Christianity are the disciples of Jesus. And that added layer of symbolism really makes this series stand out, as there are tons more going on behind the surface layer than at first glance, which is something I had been begging for from an analog horror series for weeks now. And honestly, this series is a breath of fresh air because of that, as it's not just another Local 58 or Mandela catalog ripoff, which has been something that has been driving me crazy as of recently. There's no stretched out faces, no mimics. Instead, the dread from the series comes from the unstoppable nature of the monster in the first place. This monster is an eldritch horror to an extreme degree, taking notes from films like The Thing, where the monster doesn't seem to have any true form, rather it's a collection of entities that is able to assimilate anything around it as fast as possible. Its only mission is to spread, and the unstoppable nature of it is what makes it truly scary, and the fact that even just being around it is able to get you assimilated is what makes this idea as unbeatable as it is, despite a couple of issues with it, which I will get to later. So the dread from the series comes from the fact that the government is facing something just so unstoppable. It's an immovable object. Even after firebombing it and burning it with a flamethrower, it's still able to spread. But that's also not to say that this series is perfect. I still have a few problems with it, and let's get into those. While the series issues aren't as bad as a lot of the other ones that I've covered on this ranking, I still think there are some issues that keep it from being as good as it could be. First off, there's the second act. While I think the first act did a good job of being a good isolated story, I think the grand finale of the base being firebombed could have been a good conclusion to the series, but I feel like we've gotten to the point of the plot getting somewhat convoluted. That's not to say I dislike the second half. I actually quite enjoyed it. I just think compared to the first half, the second half has been somewhat lackluster in comparison. That's because I feel like the lore was getting somewhat too complicated for the concept by itself. While the monster worked when we didn't really know anything about it, I feel like it's becoming a little bit too explainable within the second half, as I feel like what made it work in the first half was just so little that we knew about it. Another thing that I think holds it back from being the best possible form that it could be is some of the effects. This is only a minor complaint, as I think the vast majority of them work just fine and don't really mess up the story for me in any way, and it wouldn't bother most people, but some of them look somewhat corny, with, for example, the design of the altar having people stuck to the outside side, while it is cool in concept and in drawings, but in the actual short, it just looks like T-posing models stuck into the tower. Once again, this is a very minor issue, and the majority of the effects are great, just some do stick out, especially when compared to the hyper-realistic storytelling approach the story is going for. It might have looked a little bit better if they went for a more stylized approach, but the final product I still think honestly works in my opinion. But that's it for the issues. Now let's get to my final ranking of it. When looking at the series, I can really only think one thing, which is that if more series were like this, then we would be in for a good time. Everything about this series seems to work within the format. Even the small issues I had with it were so minuscule in the grand scheme of things that I really cannot lower my score because of it. From the storytelling to the creature design to the presentation, it really doesn't get much better than this. So for my final score, I really cannot give it anything lower than an S tier. It just fits the mold of that section so well, because even though it has issues, I won't let that be the enemy of great. This is a great series, and would highly recommend checking it out if you haven't already. So I know you guys have been wanting me to talk about this series for a while now, and honestly I understand why. It seems to have every single thing that I would like within a series, using a mostly realistic presentation style, a subtle horror, and a monster with no stretched out faces. And just like Midwest Angelica, in a sea of boring clones, Dog Nightmares can feel like a breath of fresh air in the ocean of mediocrity. Now, does this mean I actually like the series? Yeah, I do, but I don't really think that it's as good as everyone is saying it is. Don't get me wrong, the series is excellent and really doesn't have any hyper glaring issues that a lot of the other series have, but I think the series is also far from being as good as it could possibly be with the concept that it's working with. Speaking of, it's a deceptively simple concept, just like Midwest Angelica. It does so much with it. It combines an older commercial with analog horror and stranger tropes to create a fully enriching and terrifying concept. But in order to understand that, I think I should explain just a little bit of the plot first. Before getting into this, I should really preface for you guys, major spoiler warning. If you have not watched it yet, then go watch it. Seriously, form your own opinions first, then come back. Okay, now let's continue. Dog Nightmares follows a girl named Emily who in 2008 loses track of her dog Bailey and is trying to do everything and anything in order to find it. From the very first episode, we start to see and hear strange things, with the first episode consisting of a Wegmans dog head commercial where at the end the dog reappears with blacked out eyes. In the next few episodes, we see more and more about Emily, where we see a photo compilation of animals where every once in a while we'll see a drawing of a creepy staircase. This starts to hint that something may be wrong with the weird crawl space, as Emily describes what sounds like a dog barking behind the staircase, but she cannot tell by the noise if it's real or not. This then leads to her taking a photo of the window and then later finding an old drawing she made with what looks to be one of the Wegmans dog people sticking their head in and waving. This is one of the things that really alerts now adult Emily as she goes back through her old videos, as it's just so off. It feels like she is being watched in these videos by something that resembles one of them, but it's not. It's behaving in a sinister and almost dangerous way, and we then see she gets a birthday card with one of the dogs on it, as well as a VHS compilation of more of the commercials. This shows that our main character seems to be a bit obsessed with these commercials, as she proceeds to talk about just how much she loves these gifts. We then see what resembles Bailey, but on closer inspection, the dog looks horribly deformed, not resembling a normal dog whatsoever, but rather something imitating one. This moment actually caught me off guard, as I wasn't expecting whatever the hell that was. Compared to a lot of the other scares, this one has gotta be one of the most effective in the entire series just because of how off-putting it is. It's so subtle, but when you notice it, it's really off-putting and it just catches you off guard, and it's really good at doing that. We then see Emily walk down her staircase when she starts to hear something rustling around downstairs. Upon turning with the flashlight, we then get a quick glimpse of a real-life version of one of the Wegmans dogs looking directly at her and slowly getting closer. It inches forward, struggling and panting as it gets closer to the girl, a clear example of a stranger danger type situation. It then cuts to the girl talking about how just close friends she is with the dog man now and the picture that comes along with it. We then start to see her explore a room as some strange noises come outside before cutting to a note that says it's not her Bailey because her Bailey is afraid of the dark. It then cuts to some footage of what looks like a Wegmans version of Bailey watching Emily through the same window that the original creature was watching through. Finally, we see another photo album as well as some other family footage, with that being all that is released as of right now. The rest of what's seen has only really been shown in teasers, so I really don't feel comfortable discussing it yet without its full context, and since we've gotten all the way through the plot as of right now, let's get on to what worked. Now before getting into the section, make sure that if you like this video to like and subscribe, and let me know your thoughts on Dog Nightmares down below. I want to hear your personal opinion on the series, as well as what makes critical analysis of these so fun is the discussion of your opinions with others. So I want to hear your takes on them as well. And okay, let's now get on to what I personally think worked about this series. With Dog Nightmares, what makes this series run is quite different from a lot of the other analog horror series out there. Compared to a lot of them, this one is a lot more like an older YouTube horror video combined with analog horror elements. There's not a lot of blank screens with text or analog stylings here, instead it goes from the feelings of an older YouTube horror video that you just somehow accidentally stumbled upon. It feels closer to something like Username 666 and Chainmail Chasers than something like the Mandela Catalog, for example. And unlike a lot of the other series I've covered where the main themes are usually religious in nature, instead this one is more stranger danger in style. There's just something so off-putting about the dog man, and I can't exactly put my finger on it fully, but I can place a guess. One of the things that's embedded into our brains from a very young age is the concept of stranger danger, where if you see an adult who you don't recognize around a child that there could be something possibly nefarious going on. It's something that's all too common within this world, and this show really plays off that fear perfectly. It feels disturbing to see this horrific dog monster stalk and prey upon this young girl, and it's such a frightening concept. This creature instills an actual uncanny valley sense better than literally any of the stretched out faces. It plays off the uncanny valley in a way where we can tell it's not human, but we can't exactly tell if it's a mask or rather their actual face. And unlike a lot of the other series that I cover here, a lot of the scares actually work despite just how simple they are. A lot of them don't try to be anything more than they are, and that's what makes them work, as one of the overwhelming issues that I've noticed is creators trying to do just a bit too much for the scares that they're trying to present. This doesn't allow the scare to do its intended purpose, and I also had noticed a ton of over-explain with a lot of the series scares, which removes the fear factor afterwards, as now your brain has an actual explanation of why things in the series are done in the way that they are. And the pacing of these shorts are also excellent. As well, it does a cliche of a spooky image being interspliced with a bunch of normal ones. It does so in a way that sticks with the theme of the episode. As when we see the normal pictures and drawings of the animals next to one of the windows, it's even more shocking to see a monster in the drawing that you can't see in the photo. It causes me to think, are these incidents manifestations in the mind of Emily, or is the Wegman's dog actually messing with her, or is this some sort of monster that's trying to get Emily, instead using one of her favorite characters to torment and mock her for losing her dog? That might be why it changes its appearance to look like the dog she once owned, seemingly trying to confuse her or let her guard down in order to strike. It's a really effective monster and really keeps the majority of the series from falling flat to me, as the idea of the weird Wegman's dog is really creepy and adds a nice atmosphere to blend with it. And in all honesty, pacing wise, I think the series is great as well. It does a really good job of slowly building up the pieces for you to solve what's going on, while also making things just vague enough that allows discussion and for your mind to wander on what truly is happening here. And that's the sign of a great series, but like a lot of the things that sound too good to be true, there's always some sort of catch that keeps it from being the best it could be. Like a lot of this series has some problems that keep it from being as good as it could be. However, unlike Midwest Angelica, I feel the flaws here run a little bit deeper. While I think the concept here works, I think the series is once again trying to be a bit more than it should be, as it seems to be trying to pull way too many strings when the idea of it is quite simple. And unlike Midwest Angelica, where the complexity was a little much but didn't distract as much from the experience, I really can't say the same for this one. There are just a couple steps here that are missing, and while normally I don't like griping on those too much, it does come across a bit distracting. And while the vast majority of episodes do move at a good pace, not all are equal to one another. Take Dog Show for example. Normally I don't go after first episodes too much, but this one is distractingly worse than all the other episodes. Like, what exactly is the point of what's going on here? Like, yeah, it's a creepy VHS tape where at the end we see the dog with blacked out eyes, but how does that exactly fit within the plotline of the series? It feels like a neat one-off, but not exactly a continuation of the entire vibe that's going on within the series, and I wouldn't bring this up if it was just for one episode, but there are multiple episodes where it's just a Wegmans commercial with slight corruption before going into a slightly disturbing face, and that's it. It just doesn't match the standards of the rest of the series, and it's short form, making the distractions and failures of the episode even more apparent. The longer form episodes don't have this issue nearly as much, but many of the shorter ones do have this issue to a glaring degree. But now let's get on to my actual ranking. When ranking series, I really try to give a fair ranking while also considering every episode, as all the parts together are really what makes a series work, and while a lot of the episodes here are excellent at building tension and honestly have some of the best scares that Analog has to offer, it still has a ton of glaring issues. And because of those more glaring issues, while I still heavily enjoyed the series, I really cannot give it an S tier, so while giving it a ranking, I still think it's better than the majority of the B tier stuff, so I'm just going to give it an A tier. It's still one of the best out there, just not anywhere near as good as the stuff in the S tier. Monument Mythos has to be one of the most lore-heavy analog horror series out there by far. Monument Mythos is an alternate history analog horror series and something I haven't really covered on this channel before. What may be a little unsurprising to some of you is that I find alternate history horror to be extremely intriguing, with stuff like All Tomorrows really catching my intrigue, so this series has really caught my eye. Compared to a lot of the other series out there, this one does not leave everything in the text, but rather leaves quite a bit of it within subtext, and with just how much lore there is, it's no surprise that this one has a big cult following, but unfortunately in this video I will not be able to get super deep into it because there's just so much lore within it. It would take me hours to get through the entire series, and this can be shown in the average length of a video covering this series being about an hour. Honestly, it's somewhat shocking to see just how much there is here compared to the average series. It leaves so much for you to look into and dive so deep into history, much more than any of the other historically based analog horror series that I've seen thus far. But does that mean I really enjoyed this series and that I think it's one of the best out there? Or do I think it falls flat and it's a waste of time? Well, you'll just have to wait and see. But before getting into my thoughts, let's do a brief overview of the plot. Before getting into this, I should really preface for you guys, major spoiler warning. If you haven't watched it, then go watch it. Seriously, form your own opinion first, then come back. Okay, now let's continue. Monument Mythos is one of the most lore-heavy series out there, and it would take me way too long to go over everything that goes on within this series. If I wanted to cover the lore of the entire series, this video would most likely be hours upon hours long, and there's more than one series here. On a more in-depth talk about the lore, I would honestly watch Wendigoon's video deep diving and giving theories of what's going on here. Also, for this video, we are only going to be covering the original series, not the Nixon verse, not the modern day, no, just the original series and its 26 episodes. Yes, you heard me right, 26. The series is extremely long and super lore heavy. So, to make time, let's continue. So, in short, the world of Monument Mythos is an alternate universe to our own with many similarities. However, there are two crucial points where history diverts from our own. First off, instead of Rockefeller just being the owner of Standard Oil, instead he's elected president and helps to grow the US. However, he runs into a special tree which, upon putting it in Rockefeller Center, where the tree is in our own timeline, it begins to communicate with the children nearby. When a small group of them all gather around the special tree, they disappear and then reappear the next day. However, their memories are completely different. They seem to remember Rockefeller like he is in our own universe, a wealthy tycoon, which confuses the man and causes him to remove the tree from Rockefeller Center. The other divergence point is with James Dean, who instead of dying at the young age of 24 like he does in our own universe, becomes the 37th president of the United States, beating Richard Nixon and getting people out of the Vietnam War. But while there are timeline divergences, what none of these people are prepared for is the more sinister ones. That of course being the hidden secrets inside of all the country's monuments, with the Statue of Liberty, Mount Rushmore, Alcatraz, and the Statue of Freedom all hiding sinister secrets. The biggest one that stands out here is Alcatraz, which instead of just being a normal island is actually a living organism which wants to assimilate everything nearby, which it of course does along the west coast, killing millions. However, what connects with all these strange phenomena are that of the Giza glass and the special trees. Giza glass is a glass which is found near the pyramids, which I mean, duh, but instead of being fragile like most glasses are, it's extremely sturdy and so sharp that one person who accidentally just fell on a piece was decapitated instantly. It also doesn't kill whomever it dismembers, instead leaving them to wallow and flail in pain. And the special trees, which is literally just the wood part, there's no leaves on them, are the same thing that Rockefeller brought to Rockefeller Center and seems to be the origin of all the issues within the universe. Every single spot where a special tree is spotted is where the issues begin, and we see multiple waves of civilization getting annihilated as they try to deal with this natural enemy. And there are multiple scenarios here where hundreds die. For an example, in an alternate world war, Rockefeller allows Germany to use the bodies of the people killed by the Statue of Freedom to fuel their zeppelins. And I should detail really fast, a lot of these statues do end up coming to life, like the Statue of Freedom goes around with its sword, which is actually made of Giza glass, and starts killing hundreds of people. And I know that sounds a bit ridiculous, but you just gotta trust me with this. And unlike a lot of the series where they try to explore a way for the people to stop this mass death scenario, it instead just details the way people in this timeline must adjust to the horrors around them, as many of the monsters in this series are unkillable and they must just learn to live with them and to minimize the toll. And now you can see just how complex this series truly is. There's just so many things that's going on at once, and why, if I went into a full detail onto the plot, it would take me hours to cover. To truly understand the series, you need to watch it all the way through. This is just a short snippet of everything that happens within it. There is so much going on here that in order to fully understand it, you do have to watch it yourself. Which is why, even if you haven't seen it yet and you saw this with the spoilers, I would still recommend watching it yourself. Like, it's that important to watch it yourself because you will not understand what's going on. And now let's get into my actual thoughts. Before getting into this section, make sure if you haven't already that you like the video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me a lot, as with these videos I get to live out my passion of giving my honest feedback. And also I want to hear your opinions on this series. Do you like it? Do you dislike it? Let me know in the comments down below. Now let's continue. Honestly, it doesn't get much better than this. Almost every single thing about this series just works for me, and that's besides the super convoluted aspects of it. Its presentation is spectacular, using an actual documentary style unlike what a lot of the other analog series have been trying to do. It tries its hardest to present itself as a real world, although slightly different from our own, and that just makes this series super special. It's just so nice to watch a series that seems to make every single right decision from a presentation aspect, where it shows rather than tells, and lets us fill in the gaps. And what also makes this series just so fun is the world building itself. He makes this world just feel real. You can hear and see all the nuances it has from our own, but it still feels more believable than something like the South Park analog horror. It allows me to push back that sense of disbelief and just enjoy the world you are stuck in for 26 episodes, and that's just such a wonderful thing. And that feels even more shocking for me to say, as this is the same series where Alcatraz comes to life and wipes out Oakland and San Francisco. It's got some ridiculous concepts, but it has so much fun with them that you really cannot bat too much of an eye. It's extremely obvious when a creator has low confidence in their world building, usually going off of cliches and archetypes to build their world instead of just trying to build something more organic and real. For example, one of my favorite moments of the series is when the kids arrive at Rockefeller Center with memories from our own timeline. It's such a fun moment for the series as it's a nod to our own timeline and allows people who know who Rockefeller is to have another layer of mystery within the story. The series just takes that extra step, which is what I have just been asking from a series for a long time now, which is even funnier to me considering the series is actually a satire of American politics. I've gotten so tired of the cookie cutter analog horror series out there, and honestly, this one just checks all the right boxes. I also love alternate history and history in general, so honestly, I may be a little biased with this one as it's just such a fun alternate history and idea, and you can tell the creator is having tons of fun with it. It's crazy that this series, which doesn't take itself seriously in the slightest, is able to do so much more than a lot of what I see people claiming to be the best that analog horror has to offer. It's such a fun series and doesn't really try to do anything more than it is, which is honestly such a breath of fresh air. It actually knows what it is, which is also a super important step. Series that try so hard to be something that the concept doesn't even fit within doesn't make it any better, instead it just makes it insufferably annoying to watch. And one of the main ways that Monument Mythos avoids this is by doing a reinvention cycle style of writing. Instead of sticking on one singular subject for the entire series, which for a longer form series could get really boring and similar over time a la Urban Spook, it instead reinvents itself every couple episodes, almost like a bunch of vignettes and people caught within this timeline. This doesn't mean that the timeline is super funky and all over the place, it's still got continuity, but it's not just focusing on the same subject for every episode. If each episode just revolved around people disappearing from the special trees and coming back differently, then it would get boring really fast. However, instead of that, we see multiple phases of things going wrong, like Alcatraz attacking, the kids going missing, the sirens which deafen and kill millions, which does a good job of keeping things going while also adding on to the main continuity. This is how most series and films work, and considered one of the essentials of screenwriting, so honestly it's surprising that this is one of the few series where I've seen it actually done. But when looking for things wrong with this series, I really can't think of many. It's an extremely well written piece of satire. Maybe it got worse after the first two seasons, I really don't know as I haven't fully watched them yet, which is why I preface this as about the original run. Now let's get on to my actual rating. This series has it all, from a great presentation, actually intriguing storytelling, and a fully put together plot. And when considering that all, I can really only see one rating in my head, which is that of an S tier. The series is just the best of the best. It really doesn't get any better than here. Horror has always been a genre of highs and lows. Some films haunt us for years, while others fade from memory the moment the lights come on. Some films are able to craft scenes that stick with you for hours that make the films as memorable as possible, while others leave you wanting more out of the film, leaving with extreme disappointment. However, one thing is certain between the two, despite one failing at it and the other succeeding, which is that the film is trying to make you feel fear. Fear is what makes horror as memorable as it is, as without fear, there really wouldn't be a strong emotion that comes along with it. All good films make you feel some sort of way, and without fear, what would horror exactly make us feel? Some horror films make us feel depressed, happy, or on the edge of our seats, but the main goal is nearly always to make us feel afraid. And now let's look at two scenes that make this their main goal, as both of these scenes are trying to make us as scared as humanly possible. One is from the 2014 film It Follows, and the other is from 2012's Sinister, which while both films were received pretty similarly, they both have one major difference between one another. I should also specify before going any further, major spoilers ahead. If I talk about any of these movies that you haven't seen yet, go watch them first before watching the video. If you have not seen any of the films listed above, proceed with caution. Okay, now let's continue. For It Follows, we follow a college girl named Jay who, after sleeping with her boyfriend, gets transmitted an STD that causes some sort of demonic entity to start following her everywhere she goes. And because of this, she decides to spend the night with her friends, which during the middle she hears a window break and finds a variant of the monster in the kitchen, which quickly disappears when her friends rush down. She then begins to question herself, as does the audience, but in the back of our minds, we know that it's still in the house with her. We, the audience, know that this is real due to the opening, but she doesn't know yet if it's real or not. They then rush her upstairs, where she begins to have a meltdown, and we hear a knocking, which is revealed to be a fake out, and everything seems to be fine, like maybe she's just seeing things. And now let's compare that to the ending of Sinister, which follows a prolific writer, Ellison Oswalt, who finds a stash of Super 8 reels showing the brutal murders of families across the US, which is slowly revealed to be the work of an ancient demon named Bagul, a monstrous entity who possesses children and makes them kill their entire family before proceeding to take them away to hell. This is all revealed in the extended cut that Ellison receives upon moving back to his house, where he is then murdered by his own daughter in the exact same fashion as the ones in the videotapes before him. And I'm not here to rag on Sinister. I actually think Sinister as a whole is an excellent film. However, what I'm actually here to rag on is the ending of the film, which was added on by the studio. The film ends with a slow zoom in on the box of Super 8 tapes before this happens. Now, with looking at these two scenes, you may not really even see the issue, as both are quite effective scares upon their first viewing. However, we need to look at how they fit into the context of the films that they are in. It Follows is a film based on subtlety, with many of the scares involving frightening figures and tight corridors rather than the more traditional jump scares that have become overwhelming in the past decade. The titular monster in this case isn't a fast-moving, extremely unpredictable beast. Instead, it watches from afar, waiting until the person thinks they're safe before eventually sneaking up on them. We see this throughout the film, as in almost every shot after becoming infected, we see someone following them in the background, watching them from afar. This scare aligns with that filmmaking philosophy perfectly, as while it's a more overt scare, it makes perfect sense within the context of the film, and portraying the monster as a larger-than-life figure makes it that much more frightening. It doesn't have the need for a loud musical sting. Instead, it knows that the image is startling enough on its own, and it's much more powerful due to the context of the scene before it. We already knew that it was in the house with her, and the arrival of the extremely tall man is the payoff of that tension. Now let's compare that to the final scare in Sinister, which while the rest of the film does a good job bringing in the tension for a lot of its scares, we have next to no setup for this final scare. There is next to no reason behind this scare for the story. Instead, it's just a seemingly final scare just to leave the audience frightened at the very end. And honestly, it makes perfect sense that the scene was added to the film due to studio meddling, as originally the director just wanted to have a slow zoom in on the box of tapes, leaving the film with a sense of unease as we know another family is about to fall victim to Bagul's trap. However, with this jump scare at the end of the film, all that tension that has been built up throughout the entire film is let go, instead giving it all away for one last big scare, and this is one of the issues that's been plaguing studio horror films for decades but has seemingly gotten worse. In the original release, the studio changed the ending to instead just be another jump scare, and it completely ruins the film and makes it all worth nothing. And they are a really good example of how films can get ruined by bad jump scares. And this really illustrates one of my points though, that horror has gotten to the point where it's trying to shock us and use short-term scares rather than trying to make something that will stick with us for hours afterwards. And honestly, this makes horror no different than a haunted house ride, and honestly it's one of the main reasons why I have tons of issues with studios like Blumhouse, which turns out these types of films every single year. See, horror is all about two things: setups and payoffs. Think of a scare like a good joke, with the tension being the setup and the scare a punchline. What makes the scare so effective in It Follows is the setup. I'm sure on its own you found the Bagul scare much more frightening, but in the context of the film as a whole, the scare in It Follows is generally much more effective and hard-hitting. This makes the scare hit that much harder, as without the setup we wouldn't have the payoff. But compare that to Sinister's scare, where we just get the setup of a box and then the jump scare. There's no tension in the scene, rather just a quick dopamine rush to end the film. However, this dopamine rush also completely flatlines any tension that was built up beforehand. This is fine for It Follows, as this is the middle of the film and the tension still has time to build back up. However, in Sinister, this final scare completely removes all tension in favor of a short dopamine rush that the audience will most likely forget about in a couple of minutes. It's not executed well, and frankly, the scare is just completely uninteresting. And this is an issue that has plagued modern horror and horror in general for decades now. Instead of long, drawn-out scares that keep the audience engaged, the films instead relentlessly beat us over and over again with jump scare after jump scare to just give these short dopamine rushes, and that's it. Take last year's Imaginary, for example. This film was frankly terrible. There was next to no redeeming qualities about it, and instead it was just another jump scare-filled mess that had nothing to say and no emotions to go along with it. When watching a film, one of my factors that when considering if it's good or not is whether or not it actually made me feel something, and to be honest, these films make me feel nothing. They don't make me scared or on edge or even disturbed. Instead, they honestly just make me frustrated. It's a cheap tactic, as what we are seeing isn't frightening, rather the noise that comes along with it is so ear-piercingly loud that it completely catches you off guard. And just like all forms of filmmaking, the best movies use multiple different tactics at once in order to keep us truly engaged with what's going on, and only using one singular tactic makes the film intolerable. Hell, this isn't even limited to jump scares, as it's one of the reasons why the Saw movies also got so bad, as it completely misses the point of what made the original film so scary. What made the original Saw so frightening while the traps were creepy was the atmosphere and setups that James Wan built around every single scene. The scene with the camera is still excellent to this very day and is one of my personal favorite jump scares, and the film utilizes scares like this to an excellent effect to make the film more frightening. However, the sequels to the film instead just focused on the traps more and more as the main scare tactic, essentially becoming torture porn flicks and nothing else. Yes, the scare may be shocking, but do you actually feel anything after witnessing it? Yeah, they're gross, but that's all they really are. You will most likely forget about a lot of the traps from the films, besides a few notable exceptions, of course. It's also one of the main reasons why some people got tired of things like Urban Spook, as it was honestly just another one-trick pony, as the only singular thing that the series could do was make us grossed out, but it forgot the actual tension that makes horror so spectacular in the first place. And in all honesty, that shows one major flaw with horror at this very moment, and that it's so focused on short-term viral scares that it forgets the actual story and emotion behind it. And that's not to say that there aren't any films doing something different and original. There are tons of interesting stuff out there to see, as companies like A24 have been pushing back against this with films like Hereditary and The Lighthouse, both using excellent scare tactics that, while it might not be a haunted house type dopamine rush, will instead stick with you for hours afterwards and leave a scar within your mind. Horror has always been about taking risks, so if you really want to get your film to be remembered, don't do what everyone else is doing and make it your own. When watching a horror film or playing a horror game, one thing is consistent between the two of them, and that is an overwhelming fear of the unknown. Both games and movies do this in different ways and play with the viewers as much as possible. For films, we are usually introduced to the monster creature that is meant to cause fear, but we are left in the dark with how it works and how to take it down, leaving us with the fear of the unknown. And for video games, it usually builds up the fear of the unknown through the tension it provides, allowing us slight glances of what we should be afraid of before quickly hiding it away once again. But first, what exactly is the fear of the unknown? In many of our lives, we often fear things that we do not understand, which has been caused by our brains fearing situations that we don't know, as they could potentially be dangerous. If we don't understand how something works or what something exactly is, then this causes great anxiety in most of us, so of course horror is going to play off of that. And a lot of the best horror media in the past decades have been examples of playing with this fear in some sort of way. From Iron Lung to Five Nights at Freddy's, and even to films like Annihilation and Nope, which greatly play off this fear in different ways. Speaking of, spoilers for these games and films. If you haven't watched or played these games yet, then go do that. Seriously, go check these out. These are some of the best horror IPs from the past 10 years. If you haven't watched or played them, then you are truly missing out. Also, before continuing, make sure to let me know in the comments down below what you guys think of these games and films. Do you think that they are effective? Do you think they're not? Some people may agree, some may disagree. Okay, now let's continue. First off, let's look at the game Iron Lung. Released in 2022 by David Szymanski, Iron Lung is a deceptively simple game. We are trapped in a submarine with next to no space in an ocean full of the unknown. What could possibly be down here? What are we truly looking for down here? This is a space that seems truly lifeless, or is it? Iron Lung makes you ask all these questions while playing, if not more, and it causes a level of paranoia that is not especially common in a lot of horror games. You are always wondering if your ship is going to run into something that you don't know. There could be literally anything down here. All you have to see the world around you with is this tiny window, which truly doesn't reveal a single thing, and the camera processor in the back, which gives us subtle glances of what the world around us looks like. And you can see your oxygen within the ship slowly ticking down, leading closer and closer to your inevitable demise. And past a certain point, you start to realize there's no true escape here. Your oxygen is low and you are miles deep within this cave system. It's a truly ominous feeling that's hard to describe if you haven't played the game yourself, but the slow unraveling dread when you start to realize just how doomed you are is next to none. And it's not even talking about our little friend who starts to become more visible throughout the runtime. We first see him in the background watching us from one of the artifacts, telling us that this ocean is not in fact as empty as we once thought. Instead, we are stuck in here with whatever this thing is. And honestly, it's a very disturbing realization as we don't know what this thing wants and if it's hostile or if it's not. But we do know that it's a big motherfucker, and honestly does not look friendly. Then upon collecting about 2/3 of the artifacts while traveling, you start to notice a bunch more beeps than there were there before. So let's go take another picture. Let's see what's around us at this very moment. And this scare is extremely effective and plays off the fear of the unknown better than most games I've seen, and I say most of as we're going to be talking about another one soon, but this scare does the fear of the unknown perfectly. When taking the photo, you know that something has to be around, but you're not expecting the eye to be looking directly at you from the camera, giving a moment where it seems like whatever is out there is sentient enough to recognize that you do not belong. It is a perfect payoff for the atmosphere at play here, as we've been waiting on the edge of our seats in anticipation of what could possibly be out there, and we get short glimpses of it, but here in this part we get to see it in its full glory. It uses the fear of the unknown to a wonderful effect, as we know that something was in there, but we didn't know exactly what it was or what it is, and if it's something that we should be afraid of, but in this moment it's revealed to be a threat to us directly. This fish is not a friend, but is in fact a foe. It is a wonderfully direct confrontational moment, which leads me to my next IP, that of course being the famous I think sometimes we forget just how effective the original FNAF game is. It's not just a basic kids horror game like we know the franchise as now, instead it's a deeply frightening experience that plays with the fear of the unknown perfectly, dropping us off in a job we do not understand and a dark pizzeria that is filled with unpredictable robots. It is a deeply disturbing and frightening experience if you've never played it before. Where the fear of the unknown really comes into play here though is within the entire pizzeria itself. We have no idea why the animatronics are so hostile at this point, and while we get some slow little snippets, the game never truly tells you what's going on here, leaving you quite literally in the dark. You don't know how these creatures behave, and they move in unexpected ways towards you, slowly inching closer and closer without exactly knowing what your fate is going to be. And honestly, it's a bit of a masterclass in portraying the fear of the unknown, as just like Iron Lung, it draws us off in a location where we have no idea what's ahead of us, only giving small snippets of info to help us move forward. I think people sometimes forget just how loreless the original FNAF game truly was, especially in comparison to the sequels that came afterwards, giving every single animatronic some piece of lore. All we really get is some snippets of newspapers, and that really just hints at something horrific happening here, but never really gives us the full picture of why these animatronics are attacking us. And honestly, this is one of the reasons the sequels somewhat floundered, as many of the games tried to over-explain every single aspect, removing the fear of the unknown Unknown that made the original game as creepy as it was. Not to mention the sound design also blending in the fear of the unknown, with pots and pans being thrown around, signaling that something is nearby, but you can't check to see how close the animatronic actually is due to the camera in the kitchen being out. It's wonderful world building, and there's a reason the original game was as effective as it was, and still remains as effective as it was to this very day, just like the next one that used the fear of the unknown to its greatest strength, that of course being I actually haven't really talked about Nope on this channel yet, and honestly it's a bit of a disservice that I hadn't yet. In Nope we follow the Haywood family as they train horses for film productions, but one night the horses begin to act somewhat strange. They begin to become violent, and people start to notice what looks like a UFO flying around stealing their horses. During a show started by Jupe, the showman and theme park manager nearby, we see the UFO suck up and consume the entire crowd, Jupe included. The UFO then begins to go on a tirade, attempting to kill nearly everything that enters within the valley, and this entire first section of the film works incredibly well, as we never really get a good glance of the UFO. Instead, the scene of everyone getting sucked up is portrayed entirely in shadow. We have no idea what the threat is here, besides the fact that it's a UFO and it's eating people in the most gruesome possible way. This is a perfect display of the fear of the unknown, as what makes the UFO as scary as it is within the film is the fact that we don't know hardly anything about it whatsoever. All we know about it is that it likes to consume people in the most gruesome way possible and doesn't leave any remnants behind of any of its past victims. And honestly, it's somewhat Lovecraftian in style, with almost every single person who does see it has a really hard time trying to describe what they witnessed, as how do you describe something you don't truly understand? And honestly, this is why the second half of the film flatlines, as once we see the monstrous UFO, all of the weight that we had from the unknown had been completely lifted. This shows another major aspect of the fear of the unknown when it comes to filmmaking and media creation, which is that once you finally decide to reveal it, if at all, it's gotta live up to the expectations of what people have in their minds in the first place. Usually it's a much safer bet, however, to just leave it in the unknown, as sometimes people's expectations can be set too high, which definitely is the case for Nope. Honestly, it's not even the film's fault, but rather it just doesn't live up to the expectations set by the film in its first half, and that's honestly fine. That's because the first half of it is just that memorable, with no moment where that fear of the unknown doesn't radiate over the scene, with nearly every moment casting that fear that something could go horribly, horribly wrong. Which is something that the next film does, that of course being I've talked about Annihilation on this channel before multiple times, but mostly in the sense of its cosmic horror, which has heavy roots in the fear of the unknown, but this time I wanted to focus instead sharply on the fear of the unknown aspect within it. This mainly comes from the first half of the film, where Lena is interrogated for her experience in the Shimmer, an anomalous zone within Florida where DNA of all the creatures caught within begin to morph and mesh together, making a horrific amalgamation such as alligators with multiple rows of teeth, and bears that can imitate human speech. But where the fear of the unknown comes from the entire film is not just the Shimmer itself, but rather the fact that it's revealed at the very beginning that she was the only survivor of the mission in the first place. This one small bit of information is the foundation for the rest of the fear of the unknown within the film, as we know that whatever is within the Shimmer must be extremely dangerous if she is the only survivor of the group of people who went into it. And at this point we really do not know what resides within, and that makes the scenes of them exploring the Shimmer that much more frightening, as we know that all but Lena died, so anyone can be taken out at any point that isn't Lena. And we also have no idea what took them out in the first place. It could be literally anything within the Shimmer. And then there's the Shimmer itself. We have no idea how it works besides it splices DNA, and it's even better as the film never really tries to even explain it. Rather, it leaves it all up to the viewer's imagination how it works, making it even stranger when at the very end it's revealed that after she left, that it rapidly disappeared, leaving the zone completely normal. This leaves the fear of the unknown in the viewer's mind, as we have no idea whatsoever what the Shimmer is, and the film never gives a full explanation, leaving you completely within the dark. This honestly makes Annihilation a masterclass within the fear of the unknown, as almost every single aspect of the film is pulling onto that fear, and unlike Nope, it continues throughout the entire film. This includes the final scene, making us ask, did Lena actually survive, or did her doppelganger? It's wonderful filmmaking, and honestly one of the biggest exemplifiers of why the fear of the unknown is as important as it is for horror. Silence. One of the most important skills in a content creator's arsenal. Every single piece of media has some moments of silence within it. For filmmaking a media format where 50% of the finished product is the sound design behind it, the moments of pure silence stand out even more. It's so common within filmmaking that silence generally gets its own beat when you are detailing your instructions to actors. But you may be asking, why is silence so important, and what does silence do to provoke such a warranted effort behind it? Silence, despite noticeably being the complete absence of sound, provokes more emotion sometimes than if the scene was presented with all the sound you could possibly muster. So what does it do to the viewer that filmmakers generally play out the silence that they are using within their films? Well, it's two things: drawing out tension and bringing more focus on the visuals. It usually does this in tandem with one another rather than the ideas being wholly separate. All of these things are grown by silence, and without it would not elicit anywhere near the same amount of emotional response. But before going into a deeper dive into how all these things work together, spoilers for these films ahead. If you haven't seen any of them, then go watch them. Seriously, go check out these works and watch them without spoilers. It ruins the fun. Also, if you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. I upload once per week, and make sure to let me know what you want to see in the comments down below. Okay, now let's get into it. One of the main ways that most people think about when it comes to silence as a technique in filmmaking is drawing out the tension within a scene. We've all seen a horror film where the characters are exploring a house and the sound goes completely out, putting you on the edge of your seat. And while you may know that it's a tactic, it may have you wondering why this is done in the first place. Well, it's because silence is usually made as a way of anticipation, as quietness isn't natural for most people. We are social creatures, so silence is a void in our minds, causing anxiety. It's part of the way that we are wired. Thus, films exploit this to the max when trying to make us feel uncomfortable. This makes us feel scared, as with what I said before, horror is much scarier with the ideas that we have in our head, so with us being left in silence, our mind begins to wander. Famously, J-horror uses silence as one of its main tools for making us feel as uncomfortable as possible. Take films like 1998's Ringu, where silence is used in every single scene to an extreme degree. For example, take the scene directly after Tomoko is killed by Sadako, a scene which also uses silence to an extreme degree, when Raiko is exploring the house looking for evidence of what could have possibly happened. The entire sequence is dead silent, with the only noise that really comes through being the footsteps of Raiko as she looks around. There is not even a soundtrack playing, just pure silence with the room tone overwhelming everything else in the mix, which makes it even more surprising when it cuts to this. See, while we may not find this super shocking out of context like I've shown here, as the visual itself is not the most frightening, in context this scene is absolutely shocking. The absence of sound makes it so the loud violin screech hits even harder, so even without it not being that loud, it still feels like a jump scare. And the silence also leaves us wondering what could have possibly killed Tomoko, and whether we should be worried that this creature is still in the house with us. Silence allows the mind to wander, and this scene does it brilliantly, where it makes the big reveal even more surprising than it was in the first place. Without silence, the scene wouldn't be as effective as it was. However, this isn't the only J-horror film that uses this technique. Take 2002's Ju-on the Grudge. This film uses a similar tactic when Hitomi, the sister of the cursed Katsuya, who returns home unknowingly cursed herself. This sequence is entirely quiet, besides her footsteps and occasional talking, leaving us in our minds as we try to figure out what could be possibly going on here. She gets on the elevator and begins to ride up floor by floor. It does this without drawing significant attention, rather it lets the visuals do the talking for it, which I'll get back to later. And the entire scene continues on and on like this, the silence overwhelming. Because of this, if you aren't paying full attention, you may miss the ghost boy watching her while viewing, making the realization of him being there much more frightening than if it had the loud violin screech to go along with it. The silence accentuates the tension, so when we do notice the child watching her, it's much more tense than it would have been with sound. While silence does that, it does the job without the need for an overt soundtrack and may make the cue even more subtle, thus increasing the tension. And to show you how overt soundtracks can also ruin tension, there's actually an edit I found of this movie with extremely loud music. So here's the scene with an extreme soundtrack. And this is a theme throughout horror filmmaking as a whole, with one of my favorite examples of silence and horror being used in films like The Exorcist 3, which while being an okay movie overall has an excellent sequence involving a hospital and pure silence. In the film we hear about the Gemini Killer, a deceased serial killer who has come back from the dead to murder more people. Each person who is found by the police is found decapitated with some sort of religious symbol replacing their head, such as the head of Jesus. The Gemini Killer then boasts that he's going to kill a nurse, which it then cuts to a nearby nurse doing her nightly rounds on her hospital patients. There is next to no sound, and the only thing we hear is the footsteps in her keys jingling as she opens the door. And after 10 full minutes of this overwhelming silence, maybe, just maybe, she'll be safe in the Gemini Killer's bluffing. And what a powerful scene, using tension from silence to the most extreme degree. With the context of the scene before it, we know that she's in danger, playing off Hitchcock's Law, which I described in my last video. Which, for those who don't know, is just letting the audience know that the protagonist is in danger without telling them themselves. This already builds up tension in the first place, but the silence accentuates it to as high as it could possibly be. It's a wonderfully done sequence, and the payoff is extraordinary, showing just how powerful silence can be for building tension. However, I think this tactic is even better when it's used with the other form of it, that of course being connecting to the point before, that being it's used to build tension, the tension that comes along with it enhances the visuals and raises them more to the forefront of the viewer's mind. For example, let's look at the hotel sequence in No Country for Old Men, which follows Moss, a guy who finds a drug deal gone wrong and takes the money. What he doesn't know is the money actually has a tracker within it, which is being followed by the cartel's hitman, Anton Chigurh. Thus, this once again uses Hitchcock's Law, as we know that he is in danger as Chigurh has been using the tracker, but Moss has no idea he's been followed yet. After stopping at a hotel, he realizes that the tracker is in there and tosses it out, but after doing that, it's revealed that it's already too late and that Chigurh is already there, having killed the hotel owner. This leads to one of the most silent but most aggressive sequences in the film, in which while in pure silence we see Chigurh turn off the lights, load his gun, and blow out the doorknob in the door. It does this scene in complete silence, but rather than just using it to build tension, which it most definitely does, it also gets you a closer look at to what the visuals are portraying. All the things I said are not explicitly shown, but we are able to infer all of this from the shadows alone, which if you were so focused on the soundtrack, you wouldn't really be able to understand. It also makes the visuals much more impactful, as usually while watching you are trying to balance the acts together. It's a wonderfully done sequence, as the tension is so strong that it drags the viewer directly into what Moss is experiencing, as we're picking up on every cue that he is. It makes for one of the most brutal sequences in the film, and it's grueling to watch. And because of the silence, the scene is that much more impactful and makes you focus on every little detail, adding even more to the suspense that the film was created in the first place. And the entire film is like that, with nearly the rest of the runtime being without a soundtrack in any form. It really puts you into the character's shoes more than anything else and makes for a riveting experience. But to show it's not just films that are playing off this usage of silence, let's look at how analog horror shorts like The Oldest View also use silence to enhance the visuals. The entire short is nearly silent, besides the very basic background noises such as footsteps, the major heel turns, and the occasional song. It does build tension, but also makes it so the visual storytelling on display is much more potent. It causes you to look around more, which allows you to notice some of the scares slightly before he sees them, with one of my favorites being the giant being able to be seen in the dark. While you would still probably notice it with the soundtrack, the lack of soundtrack makes it so you might not notice more little details surrounding it, thus making the tension that much thicker, as we know he has no idea about the giant that's in the room yet. Then there's the way a lot of analog horror series present the scares, with series like Mandela Catalog using it, where the sound design before this point is assaulting, as it overwhelms you, so when it cuts to complete silence with a slightly disturbing face, it makes it much more unsettling.
However, I think this person suffers from one major thing that goes wrong with films that use this technique, which is that the payoff of the silence is usually not good enough to warrant the visual enhancement brought by the silence itself. It needs to have ideas that the viewer can be more intrigued by with the long wait. If you leave the visual in the silence for too long, the flaws with what you are showing start to become more and more apparent. But if it's used correctly and the visuals that they are accommodating live up to the extra level of exposure, it can bring a level of tension that wasn't there before. In conclusion, silence can be one of the most powerful filmmaking techniques for building the tension and atmosphere that you are trying to set. Silence does this by doing two important steps: drawing out tension and enhancing the visuals. These two steps usually coincide with one another, and honestly the examples that I gave for both sections can work for either section. All of these examples work with one another, as many films use both techniques at the same time to enhance the scene to make the atmosphere as strong as possible. Without it, a lot of the most powerful scenes that we have in modern horror would be nowhere near as strong as they are. Some of you may have noticed over the past few weeks that there's noticeably been a certain subgenre of horror absent in my videos, that of course being the most popular one on the internet at this very moment, analog horror. This may be somewhat surprising to a lot of you, as I had spent so much time building my community around it that this sudden switch up may seem completely out of place. But in all honesty, I do have a good reasoning behind it, as I really was struggling with finding anything good and new to say about a lot of the new series. See, analog horror has become cumbersome due to the overusage of the uncanny valley, lack of innovative original ideas, and the creepypastification of the medium. These things together honestly made a lot of the newer series unreviewable and a chore to sit through on many occasions. And I do not say that lightly, as I know horror usually has issues with these things online, but analog horror has begun to exemplify these things to the greatest degree more than ever recently. This is especially tiresome for me, as analog horror was once one of the leading ways for new horror creators to get their stuff out there. Hell, Kane Pixels is even making a backrooms movie with A24 now, which is just insane to me. That's because while analog horror may not be fully dead, it's very obviously exhausted, and unless we see some more new risks, we're going to see a collapse like we've seen time and time again. I truly want to see analog horror and horror in general succeed, as it's a breeding ground of new, fresh ideas for young creators, but when I see this time and time again, it makes my job that much harder. Which leads into my first point, that of course being So before getting into this section, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe to the channel. I upload once per week and I cover anything horror related. If you have anything you would like me to cover, let me know in the comments down below, as well as your overall thoughts on the video and whether you agree or disagree. Okay, now let's continue. So while I've already made a whole video on this subject before, this idea within analog horror has only seemingly gotten worse with time. For those who don't know, the uncanny valley is a fear we humans have where people that look like us but look slightly off trigger a fear response in our brain. Many forms of media use this to great effect, and honestly I have no issue with the usage of this fear in your story. But what I do have issues with is the way that analog horror does it, which is just using stretched out faces. And while in my original video I found that it was difficult to call this a cliche, I really cannot say that anymore. And this has been a staple of the subgenre from the very beginning, and while it was an interesting concept at first with series like the Mandela Catalog and Gemini Home Entertainment using it to a quite disturbing effect, by the time a series like Basewood County came out, I found my enjoyment of it to become increasingly low. This is doubly annoying because of the lack of variety of scare types within the medium in the first place, as there are so many other ways that you can frighten your audience. So the overusage of this one singular scare type makes the content much less effective, as it makes many of the series that use it come across as one-trick ponies. And to reiterate, not every single series is guilty of this, as many of them are able to use the uncanny valley in a new and interesting way. Take Dr. Nowhere's work for example, as while I generally find a lot of their writing to be somewhat lackluster, I find their usage of the uncanny valley to be somewhat new and intriguing. Same with series like The Oldest View and Midwest Angelica, which while they use the uncanny valley by presenting their monsters as humanoid-like entities, both do interesting twists on the idea and don't just slap a stretched out face on an IP character. Vita Carnis is another example of this, as they take the uncanny valley and distorts it to an extreme degree, as we are able to recognize these things as humanoids with some human-like features, but besides that they are in something entirely different. But when I see series that use this trope time and time again, paired with extremely poor writing, it just gets tiresome for me to deal with in all honesty, as it was taking a toll on my love for making these review videos. And each time I check back, it still seems to be going on, with the original takes like Dr. Nowhere now also being beaten to death with series like Obelisk, which took the monster design of Dr. Nowhere and paired it with ARG-like storytelling. That's not to say I entirely dislike this type of storytelling, as occasionally I've seen some that do work, if not partially. Hell, despite Obelisk being part of the issue, I can see the appeal in it more than a lot of the other series that have been spewed on my feed constantly. But combining that with the fact that I'm desensitized to it at this point due to it being used repeatedly, it really has made covering these series much more of a chore rather than just a fun thing for me to do. This is a symptom of a bigger issue though, that of course being many of these series have been lacking innovation for a while now, and when they do innovate, it generally seems to be for the worst of the subgenre as a whole. This is because once a new innovative idea is found by the masses, like the Backrooms for example, it gets dragged through the mud to the point where it becomes unwatchable at the tail end of things. And this is nothing new. Hollywood itself does this on many occasions, such as the found footage boom of the 2000s and the 50s remakes of the 1980s. But generally by most audiences, this is seen as a negative thing for good reason, as while the original generally will still be appreciated and well liked, none of the derivatives will be anywhere near as good or interesting. And here's the thing about analog horror that's making it even worse than before, which is while in what I call the first wave, many of the series were still pushing for new and original ideas, the second wave's pioneers are already derivative of the ones from the first wave. So we're essentially getting derivatives of the other derivatives now, with each new wave bringing less and less to the table. That of course doesn't mean that there won't be anything new or creative, but it's giving the subgenre a bad look overall from an outsider's perspective. And while I understand many people may be finding out about these tropes for the first time, as they might have found out about analog horror from these newer videos, for people who have been watching since the beginning, these videos have begun to become tiresome. I first began to notice it around the era of the mimic trope, where every single analog horror was trying to be Mandela Catalog or Gemini Home Entertainment, with series like Basewood County doing much less interesting spins on them. It just got so monotonous to sit through that after I saw this beginning to happen with the fairy tale ones after the already painful Big Bad Wolf, I really could not stomach having to review another wave of badly written clones. And the Little Red Riding Hood one exemplifies one of the other main issues with original ideas, which is the borrowing of art styles. I don't want to point fingers and call it tracing, because it might not be, but the characters in this look suspiciously like Stewie Griffin, and then the inspiration from the Walton Files, which now every single series seems to be doing, is just so boring for me to sit through. I understand most of the people creating these know what their audience is, that of course being children, but should we really be showing them the same stories over and over again? This is why I think series like White Stag Education are so interesting, as while it uses the analog horror stylings that we all know, it takes a much different approach with its visual storytelling and the plotline itself. Rather than just being a collection of tropes like a lot of the modern analog horror has begun to be, it takes much more from short films before them, going for a more show don't tell style that's not super common within the medium. This is the exception rather than the rule, as I keep seeing the same storytelling devices, and it's gotten to the point where I rarely finish them after seeing the same tropes. Then there's the final nail in the coffin for originality to me, that of course being the over-reliance on AI, which trust me, I really don't want to get into a heated discussion on this because I don't know enough about the subject, but when I see these series that are done entirely with AI, it comes across as lazy to me. Take Angel Engine, which while I'm sure there's some thought put into the writing and plot structure of the story, I still just cannot get past the usage of AI for most of the art. I cannot tell if AI was used for the writing, but when watching after seeing the AI images, it makes it so hard for me to review, as it will taint my mind when it comes to the creativity of the series. So while I'm sure there's some creative and engaging ideas in series like Angel Engine, I really cannot give it the full attention that I would need for a review when I see things like its over-reliance on AI. However, many of these things together really point to one major thing in my mind. Something I've talked about time and time again, but honestly, I think it's time I fully explained what I mean by this, which is of course, So while many of us fondly remember the days where creepypastas were the biggest thing for internet horror, most of the internet remembers it for one sole reason. That being the over-reliance on tropes and cliches to the point where every new story seemed to feature at least hyper-realistic or dead kids. Due to the overusage of cliches, many of these stories were extremely predictable, with many of them being the exact same plot structures as the ones that were popular, such as the infamous garage sale cartridge with the haunted game, and then getting killed by the game character coming out into the real world. Poorly written stories became the norm, as many children flooded the wiki with bad Sancte XE clones and Jeff the Killer fanfics, and honestly the reputation it now has is quite funny, as many people seem to be looking back on these with rose-tinted glasses. Grammar errors galore plagued many of these stories, and it was quite obvious that many of these were written by people quite young, which while not a bad thing per se, it makes finding the good ones that much more difficult. Shock value also became extremely common, with dead kids and animals becoming the norms in nearly every story, to the point where many channels that covered them had running gags for people to make fun of them. Stories like the Tales Doll Curse became the norm, and if you haven't seen my video on this story, I would honestly check it out, as it exemplifies many of the points that I'm talking about to an extreme degree. I'll link it down below if you'd like to watch. And we are seeing the exact same thing happen once again, as many of these analog horror series have the exact same issues that these old creepypastas have. They also have a huge number of cliches, the stretched out faces, mimic tropes, the loud static when something disturbing pops up. It's genuinely getting quite tiresome to cover. Then there's the poor writing, with series like the Spider-Man analog horror having tons of grammar issues, poor plot structure, and convoluted storylines that go nowhere. Then there's the predictability with many of these series, with nearly all of them using similar plot structures to the ones in the first wave, with the structures of the Mandela catalog being extremely common, that being a PSA tape where some sort of spooky image is thrown into the mix with loud static. And as always, we've seen this all before. Finally, there's the over-reliance on shock value, just like in creepypastas, with series like Urban Spook using shock value as its only scare motivator, or 606 2006 mocking the death of the series creator in order to just get a few scares. I could keep going on and on about this, but I believe you guys get the point. I really don't want to be caught in the death spiral that analog horror seems to be going down, and honestly, it's pretty annoying to see this happen again right after it had already happened with creepypastas. You would think that we'd learn to not drag these ideas through the mud, but of course it happens again and again, and that's honestly why it's gotten so tiresome to review these, as many times it feels like I'm just shouting into the void, as we aren't really seeing any real change. Analog horror is less mainstream than ever, with only a few series sticking with the style. It's a bit disappointing to see, and while I don't want to say this subgenre is fully dead, I honestly think it's on its last leg, so unless a major game changer is able to come out, I really don't see this going anywhere. I love disturbing films, and I don't say that lightly. I've seen a ton of films over the years that many people consider to be disturbing, and while a lot of them don't usually make me feel something, some still are able to get under my skin. But while I've seen a lot of disturbing films, what I haven't really ventured into are the top of the top. The films that are considered taboo by many, and generally are not as well received. While some of these films are still quite popular and get tons of praise, many of these disturbing films are thrown to the wayside as being too much for most people, or are just dismissed as torture porn. And I've watched tons of these, but what I really wanted to see was just how far cinema could push me and the feelings it could make me have. And disturbing films usually do that much better than all the others, with some of the most visceral emotions I've ever felt coming from disturbing films that I've seen. But here's the thing, what exactly do we consider a disturbing film? Well, for me, I consider disturbing to be much more of a visceral realism. This is much different than something like a typical horror film, which I would consider to be scary, but disturbing has much more of a mature and realistic tone to it. For example, while I would consider films like The Exorcist to be frightening and scary, I would not exactly consider it disturbing whatsoever. See, for a film to be disturbing in my eyes, it's gotta have some plausibility to it, and generally has to be much more thought-provoking and horrific. And in this series, I'll be taking a look at what are considered the tippy top of the most disturbing films and looking at these, and while I've seen quite a few, there's still quite a few gaps of ones that I have not seen. And for this ranking, I'll be using two different scores. One will be a tier list itself, which I'll rank with 6 categories. First off, there's the category of will stick with your mind for years, which is the worst of the worst. These are the films that no matter how hard you try, you'll never be able to forget them and they will stick in your mind for a while. Then there's traumatizing, and while these films might sound the same as the first, while some films I would consider traumatizing, I am still able to go about my day afterwards. That's where this category comes into play, as while these films are truly excruciating to sit through, the emotions I feel from watching them slowly disappear by the next day, and I somewhat forget about them. Then there's disturbing, which are films that I consider to be disturbing, but don't really stick with me in the way that the more traumatizing ones do, with an example of the ones I would consider in this level that's not on here being 2005's Lady Vengeance. And for those who have seen that film, you know exactly what that ranking means. As while it's disturbing, I really wouldn't consider it to be at the very top, as I can still go about my day afterwards without thinking too much about what I just witnessed. This is where the vast majority of the films will be here, as while I find a lot of films to be disturbing, many of them don't really stick with me in the way that tons of others do. Then there's Getting There, which is mainly for films that while they are shocking, I wouldn't really call them disturbing per se, but they are not far off. This is where I would put films like The Silence of the Lambs or Link Mungo, as while they have the visceral realism that makes a film disturbing, I feel like they have a level of disconnect to them that these others don't have. Then for the final two categories, I feel like there's pretty self-explanatory. For not disturbing, these are films that I of course did not find disturbing at all, and then for not watching these, there's quite a few films here that I don't really want to watch, not because of them being too much, but because they just don't seem like pleasant experiences at all to watch. These are films that almost feel like snuff films or extreme porn, and honestly, I really don't want to watch that. I want the films to still feel like a cinematic experience, so if that's not that, I'm not going to watch it. And then for the second half of the ranking, I'm going to include a score out of 10, which is my review score of whether I think the film is actually good or not. While a lot of these films may rank high in the disturbing category, I don't know if I could classify them as actually good movies or not. So to make up for that, I'm going to include a score at the very end of each section. And for this week, we're going to be looking at these four films: 1980's Altered States, 2013's The Green Inferno, 1972's Deliverance, and 1991's Begotten. But before getting into them, mild spoiler warnings for all these films. If you haven't seen them and plan on watching them, click off or skip to the next section, and I will also include mild triggers for each section. Okay, now let's quit explaining and get into the actual ranking. I don't say this often, but I really enjoyed my time with Deliverance despite it not aging particularly well. But don't get me wrong, this film is not the easiest watch, even to this very day, but compared to a lot of the other films we will be getting into later, Deliverance is much more doable for the average audience member. See, Deliverance stars Jon Voight and Burt Reynolds as they go on a canoeing trip through the Appalachian Mountains. During the first day, however, they are cornered by a pair of quote-unquote mountain men who are planning to rob them. This leads to why the film is so infamous, the famous squeal like a pig scene, which I really cannot describe here in this video due to the extremely graphic nature of it. What's surprising though is while this scene is extremely disturbing, the rest of it's just a typical suspense thriller. But this one singular sequence was enough to make the film just as memorable as it is. Which makes sense, as this film was released in 1972, which while the exploitation films were getting started, they were still quite in their infancy. So this scene must have been absolutely shocking when it came out, just like another film that released that year, which we'll be getting to at some point. And I should say, before we get any further, many of the films I'll be talking about have shocking and triggering content, so as at the very beginning, seriously, viewer discretion is advised. I will try my best to portray these in a way that will hopefully not trigger you, but if you want to check these films out on your own time, then you have been warned. This movie especially so, as the content in that one sequence got more of a reaction out of me personally than a lot of the other films are able to do as a whole. So would I consider this movie disturbing? Yes, most definitely, but unlike a lot of the other ones I'll be covering, this is a must-watch as well. This film's atmosphere is amazing, with every single drop of tension that could be used being taken advantage of, and while it may not be the best film on this tier list, I still thoroughly enjoyed my time with Deliverance. The scenes on the river are especially tense, as the film makes us believe that our four guys are being watched by the same group and is picking them off one by one. But also at the same time, it makes us wonder if that's what's really going on here, or are these four men just paranoid from the trauma that they have witnessed. It's excellently shot and paced out, and while the ending does drag slightly, it could have been much worse, and because of that, I would personally give this film a 7.5 out of 10. But where would it rank and how disturbing it was? Well, I personally would put this film in the disturbing category, as while I would consider the film to be disturbing, it's not as bad as the ones in the top two tiers. There is much worse on this list, and this is just more of a midpoint of how disturbing it's going to get. Also, mileage may vary with how disturbing you find this one, because if the subject matter in that one scene doesn't necessarily bother you, you might find this film to be relatively tame. It all depends on where your weak points are. I really tried to enjoy this movie, and there were aspects of it that I actually did like while watching, but my god, this movie did absolutely nothing for me. I've tried watching it time after time over the years, and while I enjoyed the more experimental stylings and horror sometimes, this one just really didn't do much for me. See, the film follows a scientist, Dr. Jessup, as he puts himself into an isolation chamber while on psychedelics to see what would happen with his mind. And weird trippy visuals and body horror follows, and while I did enjoy a lot of the visuals on their own, as one completed work it just didn't do much for me. Don't get me wrong though, this is a visually stunning film with a lot of visuals seeming almost like paintings rather than a film, and the religious imagery is quite disturbing, although it doesn't really bother me too much, with one of the most iconic shots being him on a cross with a goat head. It makes sense why it's on here because of that imagery, but for me personally this film hardly disturbed me at all. I tried to get dragged into the world that Ken Russell was creating, but the stylization made it so I was too busy focusing on the imagery to really feel anything about our characters and their suffering. And I know this is probably a hot take, as Altered States has had a ton of influence on body horror over the years and it's extremely obvious. Hell, you can tell that Cronenberg definitely borrowed a lot of the elements from this film for his 80s films. However, I think for body horror in the 80s that Cronenberg still does it better, which is honestly quite surprising because the script here is great, being written by the guy who did Network and who died directly after this film was released, this being his very last script. But as a whole, I hate to say it, but I found the film to be rather cheesy, and I know it's a weird thing for me to say as it seems like it would be just up my alley, but honestly I did not care for these characters at all, and the extremely dated early 80s CGI was not helping. I really tried to enjoy myself with it, but this one is just going to have to be a hard pass for me. Although for some fun trivia, the sequence at the end of the movie with the hallway is a direct inspiration on this little music video called Take On Me, which is hilarious to me. So would I label this film disturbing? Well, not exactly. I could see how someone could find it disturbing, but this film for me didn't really do anything. So I would honestly put this on the not disturbing tier, as while I did find some parts of it frightening, I really could not say I was disturbed. Now others might find this film extremely disturbing, but for me personally, ranking it, I just can't give it any higher. I'm honestly surprised it's on here due to just how tame it is compared to a lot of the others on here. And for my review score, I would give it a 5 out of 10, as while I personally didn't enjoy it, I can still see the art here. This film is still technically excellent even if it didn't do anything for me. This film goes into one of my least favorite categories of disturbing films, where yes, the imagery here is quite disturbing, but my god, this film is incredibly boring. Another heavily experimental film, I tried figuring out what it meant, but I really couldn't gather any idea of what the hell I was seeing. I looked at the plot, and honestly, I think they are full of shit because I have no idea what they saw to come up with that meaning. This film just seems to be a bunch of shocking visuals, with the most famous being at the very end, with a dude tied up and something crawling out from his stomach ripping him open. It's a disturbing visual, sure, but what the actual hell does any of it mean? I tried my hardest to gather any sort of understanding of what this film could possibly mean, but I really could not find any meaning whatsoever. This film is just a splatter-filled mess that really made no sense to me whatsoever. I've always heard that this would be the most disturbing film I've ever seen, and after watching it, I have no idea what they were possibly seeing there. While the visuals are certainly up there, it lacks any of the weight that makes the top tier disturbing films as disturbing as they are, so while it's on the upper end of disturbing visuals, it's nowhere near as effective as the disturbing films I would put up in the shocking or traumatizing films, as while visually I would say it gets close, we just don't have the emotional weight of the films that are in the top tier. See, while a lot of the visuals in the films can be disturbing for most people, they may not leave the lasting impact of the ones in those top tiers. So you may notice in the rankings that a lot of the films that have the most disturbing visuals might not be in those top tiers because they lack the emotional weight to make those visuals as disturbing as possible. You also see films with less disturbing visuals but more emotionally disturbing being up there, as while they may not be as visually disturbing as films like this one, they may have some extra weight that the visuals that are disturbing hits so much harder. And so because of that, I would give this film the getting there ranking and a 2 out of 10, as while it's trying its hardest to disturb me, it just doesn't reach the height of the others. And the film as a whole is a scattered mess, so its ranking is quite low, as I truly had no idea what the hell was going on throughout the entirety of the runtime. Eli Roth has got to be one of the most divisive horror filmmakers out right now, as whether or not his films are just torture porn or more nuanced than they seem is still up to be decided. For me, he always seems like one of those directors who always tries to tackle more than he seems capable of, and Green Inferno seems like another example of this. He seems to be quite ambitious with the ideas he's tackling, with this film tackling the idea of deforestation of the Amazon and the way it could affect the local tribes within the area. The film follows a group of college volunteers who fly down to stop the deforestation from hurting one of the tribes down there, but find out that the tribe is cannibalistic. But here's the thing. Eli Roth cannot write likable characters for the life of him, with nearly all of this film suffering from this. And because of this, a lot of the scenes, while disturbing, are nowhere near as disturbing as they could be considering just how visceral the gore is within the film. This film is nowhere near an easy watch, but when you compare it to the film that it's based on, that being Cannibal Holocaust, this film is nowhere near as impactful. And honestly, that's one of the main things that keeps me from putting it in the higher two categories, because this film is nearly there. And honestly, while I found the film to be extremely disturbing, due to me not caring about the characters hardly at all, I honestly found films like Bone Tomahawk, which is surprisingly not on this list I am using, to be much more impactful with the way that the disturbing content is portrayed. Both have a very similar level of gore, but because we care about the characters that much more, the impact of the gore is much better. But because of all of that, I really can only give the film the disturbing characterization. It's not as disturbing to me as the films that would go into the top 2 tiers, but while it may not be there, do be warned, all these films I've talked about today are not for the faint of heart, and I would give this film a 4 out of 10. Unlike a lot of the other ones on here, I'd actually seen this one before multiple times, and before getting into my opinions on it, I need to let you guys in on a little secret. I'm not actually the biggest fan of Rob Zombie. I know that may be shocking to some horror fans, as some of his stuff is incredibly popular within the horror community. This film, especially, as well as its sequel, The Devil's Rejects. His style is extremely abrasive, with rapid-fire editing, intentionally disorienting camera work, and unlikable characters, and honestly, I get the appeal, but his style has never really resonated with me in the way that other horror directors like his contemporaries, such as James Wan and Guillermo del Toro, have. But honestly, as much as his style hasn't resonated with me on many of his films, I actually surprisingly enjoyed this film. Now, I didn't on my first viewing of it, in fact I discarded it like a lot of his other works, but some of my friends begged me to rewatch it, and honestly, I've enjoyed it more with each viewing. See, House of a Thousand Corpses follows a group of teenagers who find this roadside attraction ran by Captain Spaulding. Here he tells the story of Dr. Satan and sends them down an old road to find his burial spot, where they pick up one of the fireflies. She then invites them to her house, and hell begins from there. Now, is this film as abrasive as the rest of his films? Most definitely. Hell, I would even say more than his typical films. But unlike his other stories where it just makes the plot fall apart and it just seems like the least likable characters getting their comeuppance, the angry and aggressive way that the Firefly family is filmed here kind of works. It almost feels like a more fucked up version of one of his music videos in the best possible way, but while this film works in his style, one gripe has always stuck with me each and every time while watching it, which is that I've seen this story before better, which is of course the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's honestly why I prefer The Devil's Rejects a bit more, because it really becomes its own thing at that point, with the Fireflies feeling a lot more fleshed out and real than they do in this film. In this movie, the family reminds me a bit more of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where they don't exactly have much of a personality to them, and so they were just designed in a way to make us as uncomfortable as possible. It's something that's always loomed over this film for me, not to mention the pacing issues the film definitely has, with it quite literally being all over the place. It really is a top-heavy film, as I really enjoyed the setup of the story, with these horror buffs checking out the story of a serial killer and getting picked off one by one. It's an interesting concept, and the Firefly family plays really well into that, as we wonder why they are possibly doing this, and we are never really given a true reason. However, I think the film begins to really fall off when the girl is captured and put into the bunny suit for Dr. Satan, as from that point it really feels like the film is just trying to throw everything out at you and try to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible. Also, sometimes his abrasive style gets to be so much that it comes across almost as comical towards the end, with large chunks of it feeling like just a haunted house movie. Like the scenes in the well where they run into a group of monsters that are never really explained well within the film, like the weird zombie creatures in the water and the burn victim with the axe. Yes, they're creepy visually, but the film never really explains what any of these things are, and the sequel never really explains them either, just leaving me completely confused each time that I'm watching it. Like, sometimes I feel like I'm the only one who gets completely confused by this. Maybe I'm just missing something, but honestly, it just seems like it's trying to go insane, and I really have no idea where it comes from. When giving it a score, I really can only give it a 6 out of 10. I'm honestly a bit surprised that this film lands on this list due to the film not necessarily being seen as extremely disturbing to me whatsoever. I saw this film pretty young too, but I never once found it to be that scary or disturbing compared to a lot of the other films that I had seen up to that point, so I always found its legacy somewhat confusing. I think it's because of the sort of disconnect the film has, where it never really gets real to the point of making the world itself believable. It honestly gets so stylized to the point where it feels like it has an identity crisis somewhere in the middle. Like, it feels too much like one of his music videos to actually be like its own thing. So I think for me, honestly, I would put it into the getting there category. It's definitely not one of the most disturbing films I've ever seen, and I've seen far, far worse, and this just doesn't hit me like some of the other ones on this list. I'm honestly kind of surprised that this is on here, because yes, the film is graphic, but it never really gets disturbing in my head. Like, yeah, the movie gets mildly uncomfortable at points, but do I think it's anywhere near like the top disturbing films ever made? No. And honestly, that's how a lot of these films have been so far. I'm really surprised that a lot of these have been listed as some of the most disturbing films ever made. Kind of like the next one, that of course being Before getting into this section, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Also, let me know, do you guys agree or disagree with my takes here? I really want to hear your opinions on them, as well as whether you think the films are disturbing or not. I know disturbing films are not for everyone, and I know a lot of these films are quite divisive, so discussion around these are always pretty fun. And now let's continue. Of the films I've covered so far, this is probably the one that I've seen the most over the years, as I just love 80s body horror. And while I could say that I saw it too young or it scarred me for life, as I watched a lot of these body horror films growing up, but Society never really has bothered me that much. Call me desensitized, but I always thought Society was a bit cheesy, in a good way nonetheless, but I've always been so surprised to see that this film is listed as one of the most disturbing movies ever made, as while one scene in it is quite disturbing, I would put it nowhere near the same levels as a lot of the other ones on this list. Society follows Bill, a Beverly Hills high schooler who lives in an extremely wealthy household where he begins to notice some odd stuff about the people around him. Mainly people facing the wrong way and bugs in his apples. Slowly, people in the area are beginning to go missing, which is where the film starts to get its reputation. As while it may seem like a normal slasher movie, the film then takes a complete left turn, revealing that the wealthy are actually a different species which feed off humans. It's a great twist and honestly elevates the film past a lot of its 80s body horror contemporaries for me, but it's still somewhat played for laughs, giving the film a more goofy quality than overly frightening.
Well, son, I guess you're right. I am a butthead.
Like, seriously, what the fuck even is this? And honestly, I want to talk about these practical effects a bit, as while they certainly are a bit goofy and have aged quite a bit, they certainly make the film stand in a way that I honestly think wouldn't have really been possible with CGI. Like, this movie is absolutely insane, with some of the goofiest effects you'll ever see. I cannot stress enough that this is an 80s body horror film through and through, and honestly it makes the film somewhat charming in its own right. Don't get me wrong, the film is quite a bit of a mess in many aspects. Like, the acting is incredibly goofy in many segments, and some of the effects have aged terribly. But I don't know, this film just has a charm to it similar to films like From Beyond and Return of the Living Dead, where there are many aspects that would ruin a ton of films, but the passion behind them is just so interesting to see put to life. These films are effect showcases, and there's always a place for that, and combine that with a somewhat interesting story, and I'm completely sold. There's nothing wrong with fun movies, and that's exactly the category that I would put Society in. As well as a strong message, it still is fun enough that it makes for an extremely entertaining experience. Now, would I put it anywhere near the best body horror films ever made? Of course not, there are much better ones out there, but the film never really tries to be anything more than it needs to be, and I applaud the film for doing that. Many of the other films on this list try to be a lot more than what is required for the story to get an extreme response out of you, but I feel like this film strikes just the right balance between what the fuckness with an actual story. Compare this to films like Begotten, which while having a lot of disturbing imagery, I feel like there was not a lot of substance to what I was seeing. I feel like a lot of the 80s body horror films are good at restraining themselves for crossing that line. However, while I do enjoy that aspect of it, I really could not say it's that disturbing. There is much worse body horror out there, and while the message it's displaying does make the scenes much more frightening, it really is nowhere near the top ones. So where would I put this film in the disturbing ranking? Well, honestly, it would have to begin getting there as well. There are disturbing aspects for sure, definitely more than something like Altered States, but in comparison to some of the other ones that I see on this tier list, it really does not compare to any of the ones in those top tiers. But while I rank this pretty low in how disturbing I found it, remember that a lot of these films might still be a lot for people, so remember with any of these, viewer discretion is advised. It's definitely dependent on how effective the effects are in your mind, as they have this otherworldliness that a lot of the other disturbing films haven't really been able to replicate. But for me, I think the comedic aspects of this movie, while making it an enjoyable movie overall, keep it from really affecting me like a lot of the other ones on this list. But honestly, I'm glad the film didn't go for a full nihilistic way of doing it. This film, while being completely insane, does hold back a little bit, and it honestly makes it a much more enjoyable experience because of it. And I feel like if it had this super nihilistic tone to it, it probably wouldn't have been anywhere near as entertaining as it actually is. But for actually giving it a review score, I would most likely give it a 7 out of 10, which puts it in second place, only behind Deliverance thus far. Yes, there are a ton of flaws within this film. None of them really were distracting though, besides a few bad lines and goofy effects here and there. But for an 80s horror B-movie, I've really seen a lot worse. Yes, this one has aged a bit more compared to the others, but I feel like I enjoyed my time with this one so far the most. While I think Deliverance was a better film, its disturbing scene makes it a little bit too much at times, so I enjoyed this one a bit more, which is completely the opposite of the next one, which is of course So for this one, I'm going to be reviewing both versions of the film at some point, but for this we are just looking at the Austrian original, which has got to be one of the most frustrating films I have ever seen, but it's for the best. This movie leaves you angry and confused, while also leaving you with one of the most horrific concepts I've seen in a horror film. And remember, spoiler warning, as I will be spoiling the main twist here. I will put timestamps in the description if you guys want to skip to the next segment. Okay? Everyone ready? Let's begin. Funny Games follows a family coming to their vacation home where they run into two boys, Paul and Peter, who begin to play sadistic games of torture on the family, picking them off one by one. But the major twist of the film is really what makes the film stand out, with Paul breaking the fourth wall and rewinding the film just when the mother is able to finally turn the tables into her favor. And this shows one thing: no matter what this family does, there is no escape and they are doomed to fail, all while we are forced to watch in brutal fashion. It's so destructive that it might ruin the film for some people, because this film is just completely hopeless. Usually throughout these, the majority of the characters have multiple opportunities to escape, but just don't do them. However, this film has smart characters who actually start to win in the situation, but even then they are still doomed to fail. It's a brutal watch, and top that with extreme violence within the film, it really is shocking too that this film has a shot-for-shot remake of it, as most films like this get tamed down during the American remakes. The acting of the film also really sells it, as the deaths of George and Georgie are absolutely brutal. As when I watched this film for the first time with some friends, you could quite literally hear a pin drop during these scenes. Like, wow. It's absolutely brutal, and not in a way that's just disgusting like some of the others coming up, and it really is disturbing. But I feel like compared to a lot of the other ones on this list, I also feel like this film holds itself back in the best possible way. While the twist is absolutely crazy, I feel like this film does a good job never getting too much to the point of coming off like parody. Yes, it's definitely satirical, as the film seems to be discussing violence in the media and how we are so desensitized to it that we are able to watch a film about a brutal family murder, but I feel like the satire never gets in the way of just how horrible what we are seeing is. And while I think the satirical aspects of society hold it back from being as disturbing as it could possibly be, I feel like the satirical aspects here make the disturbing aspects stand out even more. It makes you feel bad about watching the film, as it directly comments on the type of film you are watching and the endless drive for more extremes within cinema. This movie seems to almost be mocking you for watching it, and in turn it gets even more impactful. I don't know if you guys got that out of the film, or if I'm just talking out of my ass here, let me know. But it's brilliant and excellently done, and would be nowhere near as effective without the amazing directing of Michael Haneke, one of the best Austrian horror directors, and we'll get some of his other films later. The film knows when to hold and when to keep going, with one of the most impactful being when it just holds on the dead family for nearly a whole minute. It's absolutely brutal. So when giving its disturbing ranking, I'm sure many of you guys can guess where this is going to go. This film hit me harder than a lot of the other ones that we've seen thus far, and honestly when I watched it a couple years ago, I thought about it for hours, even a couple days afterwards. I still remember the first viewing of this film and the silence that permeated the room afterwards, and only a couple other films I've seen have been able to pull off that effect. However, I have seen much worse, and I feel like the imagery, while disturbing and mixes great with the emotions the film is trying to push, which few ones on here are able to do, I just can't say it's one of the most disturbing that I've ever seen.
Thus, I would have to put it in the traumatizing tier. It's definitely the most disturbing one thus far, and left me completely speechless on multiple occasions. But it's still not shockingly disturbing, where I thought about it for years, but looking at it on the ones here, only about 1 or 2 will probably actually go into this tier, so don't fret too much, this one is still a lot. Like, for example, really only the ones below disturbing would I recommend to general audiences. Most of these films really are above and beyond. If I put it in the disturbing tier, I would say most people probably would not enjoy these. So keep in mind, this is a tier above what I would recommend people to avoid. So this is really up there. Now, most people will probably be fine, but remember, viewer discretion is advised for films, especially the ones disturbing and above. Now, for what I actually thought about the film, this is one of my personal favorite disturbing films, and I find myself coming back to this one a little bit more than a lot of the other ones on this list. There aren't any super glaring issues within the film, and while I wouldn't put it in my top films I've ever seen, it's definitely one of the better exploitation films of the 90s. So I would give this an 8.5 out of 10, making this the best one thus far. Good job, Funny Games. We'll see how long you can stay at the very top. How this movie constantly gets recommended as one of the scariest and most disturbing films, I will never know. This film seems like one that is destined to be shown in segments on TikTok because seriously, besides the one singular part, this film is just bad. Like, to the point where on multiple occasions, I thought the film was just pulling my leg with how bad it was and that it was going to do a switch up with how disturbing it was. But even when it seemed to be getting there, the film then just moves on, causing any disturbing aspect of it to fall apart. But first, what exactly is Megan is missing about? Well, the film follows 2 teenage girls, Amy and Megan, when Megan goes missing. I know, a shocker, right? Amy then goes on an investigation trying to figure out who took her friend, leading to her finding the friend and then suffering the same fate herself. Now, you might be saying that sounds like a disturbing concept, right? Wrong. You're dead wrong. Why is that, you may be asking? Well, the acting. This movie's acting has got to be some of the worst I've seen in this series thus far, and I've already had to watch The Green Inferno. Like, it genuinely feels like a made-for-TV movie, and it's so baffling that this film is ranked as one of the most disturbing. Every time it seems to get close to being disturbing, this film just completely fucks it up. Don't get me wrong, the concept of this is extremely fucked up, and could easily place the film as one of the most disturbing in its own right. The idea of being trapped in a barrel underground with your rotting corpse of a friend is just a frankly disgusting concept, and it's quite shocking when it's shown on screen. Hell, I would say the aspect of the film that does the best is the actual shock, as the imagery with that is absolutely horrifying. For example, the scene where it's revealed that some of the photos of Megan were leaked online was absolutely brutal and honestly made the film much more horrific in my memory than while actually watching it. But the film's acting just completely drags you out, so it just ends up feeling exploitive and cheap. That's how a lot of this feels, as the message here is great and one that many people need to hear about internet safety, but the film just does it in every wrong possible way. This is some people's reality, and the horrible filmmaking surrounding this really doesn't help its case. Speaking of bad filmmaking, multiple times throughout there was decisions that were so bizarre that it made me question what the point of the film even was. Like, was this supposed to be some sick joke, or was this really trying to be something serious? The dialogue in this was such a slog, and feel like people have only really seen the last 20 minutes of the film. And to be fair, that is the best made part. However, once again, there's just so many things in that film that completely drag you out of what you are seeing. It seems like the worst kind of disturbing movie where it's trying to share a message, but it's never really smart enough for the message it's trying to share. It's so overt and ham-fisted with what it's trying to say that it comes across as sloppy, and I've seen tons of films that are heavy-handed with its message. But there's just something so sloppy about this film, and for my personal belief, you really shouldn't be tackling these subjects if you don't have the directing chops to handle it. This is where that line between exploitation and actually trying to push for something gets blurred for me. Because while the message here is inherently good, the poor presentation makes me wonder what exactly the director was thinking going for such a dark topic. But for how disturbing the film is, I guess I would put it in the disturbing category solely due to the concepts on display here, but that's quite literally the only reason. If the acting around the imagery was as well put together, then it could easily be near the top, but the script and acting are just so much of a mess that it really doesn't get anywhere near the top disturbing films. And as I stated earlier, the disturbing aspects of this film just seem destined for TikTok, but I hope to stop some people who might have heard of it from there from wasting their time with this film. And because of that, I would honestly have to give this a 1.5 out of 10. This is by far the worst one I've seen thus far, and I'd never want to see this fucking movie ever again. I would honestly say I was less bored with Begotten, which is just insane to me, as I thought it couldn't possibly get any more boring, but here I am, once again having been proved completely wrong. This movie is really, really bad. I would honestly just suggest avoiding it. It's disturbing, but it's not really worth it. It's just kind of a lot of a slog for about an hour and a half, and then, oh, scary imagery at the end. Creepypastas, a topic that has been done to death on this channel. Some of you may be tired of hearing about it, but to get the main idea of what I'm talking about, I thought it would be a good idea to give a definitive ranking of all the classic creepypastas. Creepypastas for me were the gateway for horror and allowed me to get into the genre as a whole, so I've always been somewhat fascinated by them. The good, the bad, and the terribly mediocre, every single one of them. I wanted to take a look at these and give a definitive ranking of the classics from me. Think of it like a very soft reboot of one of the series that I built this channel off of, that of course being the creepypastas that made us. I wanted to do this alongside another ranking series so I could have two separate rankings going on at the same time. And in this ranking, I'll just be using the traditional rankings of S through F, and a lot of the fans of analog horror who may not know a lot of creepypastas from the 2010s, you'll be able to see a lot of the influence from these stories on those analog horror series. They also have their own sets of tropes and cliches, which I will of course point out, but I'm interested in seeing whether or not people can see the influences these had on modern internet horror. But to see that influence, you need to know some of these stories first, so spoiler warning for these 4 stories ahead. If you haven't read any of these series, I will link them down in the description below. Seriously, go check them out. Okay, now let's begin. You know how I was just talking about how creepypastas have a ton of cliches within them? Well, The Amazing World of Gumball the Grieving seems to hit every single one of these cliches. But first, what is the story? Well, the story follows our protagonist who, while watching Adult Swim late at night, gets shown a special premiere of a Gumball episode. It's of course called The Grieving, where we see Gumball crying in his room with no one in sight. It then cuts to Richard, Gumball's enormous rabid father, who looks sad and looks to be in a funeral suit. And before getting any further into the story, I need to butt in and talk about just how annoying these types of creepypastas were. There seemed to be almost a copy and paste format for a lot of these lost episode creepypastas, but I think this one really exemplifies the formula the most. That being a normally goofy and fun show that is a super somber and out of character episode, it's not really frightening, and as an adult I just find it kind of goofy. I know it's supposed to make you wonder, oh, why do they look so sad? But really it does nothing for me. They also do these terribly overdramatic writing styles that make the characters just seem nonsensical rather than giving them anything intriguing, but let's continue. Richard and Nicole then begin to cry as it then cuts to them both in Principal Brown's office. He then tells the two parents that Darwin and Anais went missing but were quickly found. However, he then goes into graphic and nearly nauseating detail describing how their bodies were found. This is of course extremely uncharacteristic of a Gumball episode, and it's even more shocking when it shows Anais's head being found in a box and Darwin with his eyes gouged out. This makes our protagonist feel ill as it's described as hyper-realistic in style, as he turns it off, looking it up online, and finding absolutely no evidence of it ever existing. He then calls his older brother Larry and gets him to check the channel. However, the show isn't playing on his end, so our main character turns it back on where he sees Gumball then commit suicide. It then cuts to tons of gore before finally ending with what looks like a young boy being shot in the back of the head. What the fuck? He then finds out that the kid that was shot at the very end was his younger brother, who was found with his father and mother all dead. in the similar manner as what was shown in the show. He then emails a representative of Turner Broadcasting, which leads to him getting an email from the show's creator, explaining that it was never actually supposed to be released and that he is very sorry for our poster for having seen it. And that is The Amazing World of Gumball, The Grieving. And wow, what an absolutely terrible story. This story is just a complete mess through and through with next to no value or substance whatsoever. It's quite literally all shock, with no real scares within the story and just over-the-top realistic gore. And any attempt at horror is just completely overwhelmed by the over-the-top and frankly ridiculous gore and absurdly edgy writing style that screams high school literature class rather than actual horror story. Many portions of this read like an essay that they had a word count requirement for, so they used every single descriptor possible. And don't even get me started on the usage of suicide as a shock trope within the story. Then there's the cliches that you've heard in every single creepypasta, that being the hyper-realistic gore, the footage containing intercut murders, and suicides. This story has them all. It's even funnier as you can tell that they know about these cliches and they deliberately try to work their way around it with extremely realistic description rather than hyper-realistic. So they knew the cliches, but changed them in a way that someone who plagiarized would by just changing a couple of words. Not to claim that this is plagiarized, it's not, but similar mindsets are at play here. Also, why the hell was the family's murder shown at the end? How could they have possibly added that into the episode? Is this supposed to be some sort of supernatural serial killer who can show that kind of stuff? It makes absolutely no sense, and the idea itself is so out of left field that it's comical and the characters don't even acknowledge it themselves. Like genuinely, like our character does not give a fuck about their family dying and they just move on. Like, what? What happened? But besides that, is this the worst creepypasta I've ever read? No, I've read way worse than this. However, this is the only creepypasta that I know of where the creators of the original series literally made fun of this creepypasta themselves. As you know, your story has to be particularly bad when the creators of the original story call out your story as being goofy in the original show. That must genuinely hurt to think about, and I would probably lose it if I found out that a show did that, but who knows? But as I stated already, we will be getting to many, many worse creepypastas on this list, so I will not be able to give it an F tier. No, I know a lot of people would label this one an F tier, and I don't blame them whatsoever, but I've read some that are nearly illegible, so the fact that there's a plot at all means that it can't be an F tier. Hell, we are going to get into some that are clearly written by toddlers. In this grand scheme of creepypastas, this is nowhere near an F tier. However, this is definitely not good, so it's going into the D tier, and I will say low D tier, like the lowest possible D tier. This story is absolutely terrible with next to no good qualities. Hopefully the next one will be a bit better. Before getting into this one, if you guys would be so kind, if you like this video, consider liking and subscribing. I upload once every other week and cover nearly any type of horror content, but I think you guys get the gist of this, so let's continue. Okay, so you guys know the majority of my thoughts on this one already, as I already literally did a whole video on this one, as it's just that good. But for those who haven't heard the story already, 1999 follows a guy who grows up in a small town in Ontario called Caledon, where while looking for things to watch on TV, he runs into a channel called Caledon Local 21. On the channel, there's a variety of kids shows with shows like Mr. Bear Cellar, Booby, and others, which both take a much more sinister tone as time goes along. It all culminates in two extremely violent episodes he encounters, with one being Mr. Bear grabbing and screaming at a child who tries to escape the cellar, and the other being Booby using the scissors to violently attack one of the other smaller hands. Our protagonist then begins to write to Mr. Bear, who responds and invites him to the cellar. After getting his dad to drive him to the cellar, they are greeted by police who get them to turn around and go home, which leaves our main character wondering what could have possibly happened there to warrant such a huge response. Well, upon reaching adulthood, he asks the local police department what could have possibly happened that day, but what he finds out is much, much worse than he could have possibly imagined. That reveals, of course, that Mr. Bear, or at least the guy who dressed up as him, was actually a serial killer and worshiper of Satan. And he was actually using the kids' TV show to lure in unsuspecting children to sacrifice them to the devil by burning them alive in a hole in the woods. The police then show him more disturbing tapes that had been released of even more violent episodes of Caledon in Local 21 as our protagonist tries to figure out the mystery of who Mr. Bear is and where he could have possibly gone after 15 years since the incident. Upon investigating further though, the final twist of the story comes through as he starts receiving messages from Mr. Bear once again, asking him if he's ready to join them within the cellar, showing that he is in fact still alive. And that is essentially the main plot of 1999, and I should preface, if you listen to that and haven't read the story yet, the story is very, very long. Like, no exaggeration, this is by far one of the longest classic creepypastas out there, and I don't necessarily know if it's truly needed. I will give this story major props though, that very first half, where it's just the children's shows that we don't know much about, is extremely frightening and builds an atmosphere that most creepypastas can only dream of. And the ideas on display here, while shocking, aren't pinned or framed in a way that feels exploitive. Rather, they deal with the disturbing subject in a mature and grounded manner. This makes the character of Mr. Bear up there for me and one of the most frightening creepypasta characters out there, as he exemplifies one of the greatest fears in our society, that of course being the stranger danger fear. However, I still question multiple times the decision-making process of some of these characters. For example, why does the dad just drag his son to this house with this guy whom they know nothing about except he runs a small TV channel for kids? Sorry, but that for me would be enough red flags that I really just cannot buy this father's behavior, and that part drags me out upon reading every time. I also think that the second half of the story is rather unnecessary, as the story drags after the big reveal instead of actually pushing the narrative forward in an interesting way. It just seems like the story was continued in order to continue the success after the first entries did so well, but I of course could be wrong. But I think the ending with what happened to the kids would be much more upsetting and would have left you with just enough questions that I think it would linger much longer in your memory. But for how long of a creepypasta this is, I really cannot say I was bored while reading it, which is especially surprising considering how some of these older stories are. It's got issues, yes, but so do many other creepypastas. In fact, I would say this is far above average for creepypastas. I've read a lot of them, and there's a reason why this story consistently comes up as one of the best creepypastas out there. The realism of it is certainly unmatched in a lot of earlier creepypastas, as this one has an air of believability due to it being just so grounded. There are no hyper-realistic eyes, no unnecessary shock value, but instead it feels like a good creepypasta should, which is a campfire story. I can honestly see someone telling the story of Mr. Bear over a campfire. It just has those plot points with the monster targeting children and the potential for him to still be out there. It's a perfect urban legend, so while the story has a ton of minor issues, I would still have to give it a high A tier. Yes, I know it's not an S tier, but not everything is made to be an S tier, and while this one certainly gets close, it just has too many flaws keeping it from being as good as it could possibly be. I honestly think if it had just been the first half, this could have been one of the best, but in its current form, it falls a little short for me. But it's certainly really, really close. Like, it's almost there, but I feel like it just drags on a little bit too long to keep it from getting into that S tier. Like, I would consider the first half more S tier quality, but the second half of it I would have to give like a B tier. So it has S tier portions of it, but as a whole it's only about an A tier. Now let's see if the next one is any better or if it's much worse, just like the Grieving. Funny Mouth was one of the very first creepypastas that I really remember because I was looking for some horror stuff when I ran into Some Ordinary Gamers reading of it, and it just kind of stuck with me ever since as well. It's one hell of an introduction to creepypastas. But you may be asking, what exactly is it about? Well, let me explain. See, the story follows two people within a chat room. One is named Lemon Limeskull, our protagonist, and the other a peculiar stranger named Funny Mouth. Funny Mouth randomly barges into the chat room that Lemon has with one of his friends, behaving strangely and seemingly stalking Lemon around in the chat room. However, after going to bed that night, they have an extremely vivid nightmare and he wakes up to an email from Funny Mouth. After getting into an argument with him over their email, their website reefersales.com goes down and instead rewrites to a website called blood.com, the same address that Funny Mouth had for their email. Well, upon opening their website, they are greeted with this picture. In this horrific picture, they notice something that makes their jaws drop, which is that the image is actually made of smaller words that of course being Funny Mouth repeated over and over again like a madman. This causes Lemon, now revealed to be named Chris, to start freaking out as Funny Mouth begins to spam his email, not listening to any of the reasoning that Chris was giving.
However, to de-stress, Chris then goes to bed where he has another nightmare, this time about fingers crawling all over him and then slowly reaching for his jaw. As they do, they begin to pull down, causing loud pops as his jaw completely dislocates. He then gets up, goes to the bathroom mirror, and explores his appearance. His jaw was completely broken, his tongue lolled out, and his teeth were rotting in their gums. Looks exactly like the image on the website and begins to laugh. Going hysterical, he repeats over and over again about how he now has a funny mouth, a really funny mouth. The story then ends with him coming back to the chat room, but now he is displaying nearly the exact same strange behavior as the funny mouth before him, completing the cycle. And wow, another perfect urban legend. It really cannot be understood just how good this story is by Creepypasta standards, as it does something that nearly all the other ones fail at. It never over-explains its monster, instead leaving you with the haunting fate that comes with encountering it. Honestly, this is what makes a really good urban legend, and it doesn't really try to overdo it, instead just using the cautionary tale to avoid funny mouth and the fate that will be dropped upon you if you encounter it. It's extremely creepy and excellently executed. Often we would see the thought process of the monster or see the beginning of the next person being infected, but instead it just leaves us with the final message from Chris being the exact same. It also just does such a great job of showing his sanity slowly slipping and the desperation he gets from having to deal with Funny Mouth. He tries everything he can to get Funny Mouth to leave him alone, but instead his attempts are in vain as he gets overtaken by the infection. There's just something so creepy about the strange curse here, as it doesn't really show itself as truly being supernatural until the very end. Instead, it just seems like a weird forum user till the final twist comes through. This makes the story even more frightening, as we have had a similar experience to what Chris goes through here, where this strange person will join a chat forum or VC and makes everyone else uncomfortable. So seeing that escalate into the final sequence is just so fascinating to read. And I really love how our characters react to this creature, because they don't really do anything super over the top or freak out like crazy. They just get weirded out. Like, the decisions that they make for a creepypasta are very believable, which is not very common within this medium. And the curse's idea is just so simple that it really sticks with you compared to a lot of the other ones. It's not overly complex. It doesn't try to over explain itself. Instead, it just shows you what's going on. And that's a sign of a really good urban legend style story. But once again, do I think it's one of the best? No, it still has some issues, mainly due to the pacing of the story. I also want more here, which is a little strange for me to say considering how the last one was the complete opposite, but I also want some more progression in the insanity grind rather than just flipping from the natural to the completely supernatural. I want to see more in between, as I feel like the jump is a bit jarring at the end and that it should take a little bit more time, but as a campfire type story, it works perfectly, so these are relatively small gripes. It succeeds at building a creepy atmosphere, and that should be applauded, especially for later creepypastas like this one that were released in the very middle of the craze. I'm just glad there was no mention of any hyper-realistic blood or hyper-realistic eyes, honestly, but when giving it a ranking, I still don't know if it's exactly one of the best. It's certainly up there, but I've never really heard this one getting thrown up as one of the prime examples of creepypastas, more so just a pretty good one. So as my final ranking, I'm gonna have to give it another A tier, certainly a higher A tier than 1999, as I feel like the story is better paced, but still not an S tier. Let's see if the next one was finally able to break that. That, of course, being I know, finally one that I haven't actually talked about on this channel yet. That's crazy. Misfortune.gb tells the story of a Game Boy game called, well, Misfortune, which is a puzzle game that was infamously difficult. It's nearly impossible to find, as barely any physical copies exist and have to be stumbled upon by accident, as they are hidden within other games in their entirety. It was done in an art style eerily like an early Pokemon game and was notorious for being nearly impossible to complete. The game had a strange soundtrack made up of buzzing noises and erratic, nauseating frequencies. However, only the track when meeting the demonic entity can be found online. In the game, you would run into a demon-like character which would threaten you with bringing misfortune onto your entire family before beginning the puzzle. And if you ended up failing, a game over screen with the demon smiling would appear with a text box reading, "I am God here." But where things with the game get strange are with the alleged side effects that came along with the game. Players would begin to experience depression and dread after getting the game over screen, and others claim that they had family members disappear or be killed after playing. Many forum users who discussed the game also mysteriously died or disappeared without a trace. The writer then details how he's looked for a cartridge of the game, as the person who was giving him info on the game mysteriously died as well, like nearly everyone else who played it, ending with a warning for any collectors who may unknowingly bring upon themselves misfortune. It's a simple yet effective story that plays off what makes a lot of the best gaming creepypastas actually memorable. First off, props to the writer for creating a believable Game Boy game, as a lot of the supposed screenshots of the game look very natural and make the existence of the game much more believable. It also does a good job of not making us question where the ROM of the game could possibly be, as it explains how the game was hidden and how it can possibly be found, but just obscure enough that it hasn't fully been archived. It's a great campfire style story and doesn't do anything more than it needs to. Instead, it just leaves the readers with the possibility of the game existing, but never giving away the true reasons behind the fate of the people who played it. And that's honestly what I like most about the story, because while it leans heavily into it being the demon killing all these people, with the way it's described, it can honestly just all really be a coincidence. That makes the story much more frightening than if they had really done the simple copy and paste demon killing everyone who played, but instead the demon supposedly kills with misfortune, which adds an air of skepticism about whether the game is actually dangerous or not. And I'm so glad it doesn't over-explain that because of the open-endedness of the story. It sticks in my mind for much longer than if it had simply been a demon. It's honestly such a breath of fresh air from a lot of the other creepypastas, which usually over-explain to the point of the monsters being a little comical. Well, at least until the end, but we'll get to that later. Just like Funny Mouth, the story knows when to hold back and when not to, and I find that super fascinating in these two stories. Now, with all this praise, you might be thinking, oh, this is going to be my first S tier, but once again, I do have some issues. Because while I have been raving about the air of skepticism in the story, the very, very last section ruins that completely. It is revealed that our main writer has actually gotten himself cursed and his best friend who played it in front of him, who was brutally killed. Why was this added? I don't know. Seriously, it would have been so much better if they just left it completely open for interpretation. Then there's my second issue, which is that honestly, I just don't find the idea that scary. I know, grab your pitchforks, but honestly, a game just killing you after isn't that scary to me. I think personally it would have been much, much more frightening if the lives of the people who had played it got exponentially worse and worse as more and more bad luck seemingly befalls them. I think just going straight into killing them just feels like a cheaper version of The Ring and kind of goes against the main thing the demon is pushing for in game. I want to hear about how misfortune impacts these people's lives, not just, oh, they were found dead. Yes, it works well as a campfire story, but as a full-on story, I just don't think it works that well. But that's more so just a personal thing for me, but with all that being said about it, I would honestly put it in a B tier. It's not as good as the A tier stories, but it's certainly above average, but it still has some glaring issues for me. Many of you guys have most likely heard this one, and honestly, I want to start with a kind of short one. This is by far one of the most popular ones when creepypastas were just starting, and I have a distinct memory of this one creeping me out as a kid. However, besides that, I don't really remember much about it. But because of its super short length with this one, I'm just going to read it all the way through and just give my thoughts at the very end. So instead of giving my thoughts throughout, I'll just go all the way through. Got it? Okay, now let's begin. I must have been 6 or 7 when I lived in Lebanon. The country was ravaged by war at the time and murders were common and frequent. I remember during a particularly vicious era when the bombings rarely stopped, I would stay at home sitting in front of my television watching a very strange show. It was a kids show that lasted about 30 minutes and contained strange and sinister images. To this day, I believe it was a thinly veiled attempt on the part of the media to use scare tactics to keep kids in place, because the moral of every episode revolved around very uptight ideologies, stuff like bad kids stay up late, bad kids have their hands under the covers when they sleep, and bad kids steal food from the fridge at night. It was really weird and in Arabic to top it off. I didn't understand much of it, but for the most part, the images were very graphic and comprehensive. The thing that stuck with me most, however, was the closing scene. It remained the same in
every episode. The camera would zoom in on an old rusted closed door, and as it got closer to the door, strange and sometimes even agonizing screams would become more audible. It was extremely frightening, especially for kids programming. Then text would appear on screen in Arabic reading, "That's where bad kids go." Eventually, both the image and the sound would fade out, and that would be the end of the episode. About 15 or 16 years later, I became a journalistic photographer. The show had been in my mind all my life and popping in my thoughts sporadically. Eventually, I've had enough and decided to do my own research. I finally managed to uncover the location of the studio where much of the channel's programming had been recorded. Upon further research and eventually traveling on site, I found out it was now desolate and had been abandoned after the war ended. I entered the building with my camera. It was burnt out from the inside. Either a fire had broken out or someone had wanted to incinerate all of the wooden furniture. After a few hours of cautiously making my way into the studio and snapping pictures, I found an isolated, out-of-the-way room. After having to break through a few old locks and managing to get a heavy door open, I remained frozen in the doorway for several long minutes. Traces of blood, feces, and tiny bone fragments lay scattered across the floor. It was a small room in an extremely morbid scene. What truly frightened me though, what made me turn away and never made me want to come back, was the bolted, caged microphone hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room. So that's where bad kids go. And for a super short creepypasta, I think this does its job greatly. The end reveal, while disturbing and shocking, doesn't try and over-explain it. Instead, just leaves us with a horrifying conclusion of what could have possibly happened to these kids. And just like 1999, while there's the death of children more or less for shock value, it doesn't do it in a way that feels like it lacks the weight associated with the dark subject. And while there are some small jumps in logic, such as the reporter just somehow finding the room, it doesn't ruin the story in the way that a lot of the other shorts do. And unlike Misfortune, which felt the need to spell out exactly what was happening, this one instead just leaves us with the haunting image of the microphone hanging on the room, showing all the sounds that were there were in fact real. It's a nice little twist, and honestly, compared to a lot of the other creepypastas, is actually somewhat believable. And a lot of these more realistic ones often rely on huge leaps of logic or things that don't make any clear sense. And while there's a small amount here, it's never really distracting like in a lot of the other ones that we'll get to later. And honestly, the idea behind it is somewhat believable, as in many points in history, governments have actually used fear tactics in order to keep their populations in control. So I find the idea of a public access channel using horror in order to keep their child populations in check to make somewhat sense, honestly, especially for a country that was specifically at war at the time, as countries do a lot of strange things in periods of extreme distress like that. It's a haunting idea, and honestly, compared to something like The Grieving, which has some of the most hilarious twists possible, I would put this closer in mind to stuff like 1999 and Funny Mouth, as there's an air of believability here that a lot of creepypastas really can only dream of. However, things with this story aren't all sunshine and lollipops, as it still has some of the hallmark cliches that dragged creepypastas through the mud. First off, there's the overemphasis of just how scary this actually is, and this has always been a personal pet peeve of mine. I do not want you to tell me what you are seeing is scary. I can infer that off the visuals alone. It's always done in such a melodramatic way, which in this story feels even more out of place due to the writer supposedly being an investigative journalist. Investigative journalists do not write like that generally. Instead, they usually just show the facts of the matter, which honestly, given the discovery, I think would have worked loads better. Secondly, it always just completely drags me out of the story, as I think it honestly makes the characters quite unlikable. Don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near Sonic.exe levels of melodramatic, but it's still quite annoying to see that in an otherwise realistic and gripping story. I can see the potential here, but it's just dragged away by the melodrama. As remember, the narrator is who you are seeing things through, so if you don't really like the narrator like I do within a lot of these stories, it really can drag you out of the story. And don't get me wrong, it's not the absolute worst thing, but it keeps it from being as gripping as it possibly could. However, do I think these issues keep the story from being an enjoyable read? No, not at all. I've read far worse creepypastas out there. Hell, The Grieving last time nearly made me fall over in laughter. But would I say this is one of the best? Well, Not exactly. It's definitely an original idea, which is something that is somewhat hard to come by in creepypastas, especially in the eras of lost episodes and gaming creepypastas. But I feel like the writing here at times lets the concept, which is intriguing in itself, down. But am I gonna say this is anywhere near like a C or D tier? No, it's nowhere near that boring or poorly written, but it's not good enough or as memorable as the ones in the S or A tiers. Thus, remembering that these are my personal rankings, I would have to give it a light B tier. However, it's definitely worse than Misfortune. But I feel like compared to a lot of the classic creepypastas, this one holds up a lot better than a lot of the classic gaming ones. While it does not go for some of the cliches of the era, it's never distracting to the point of ruining the story. Instead, it just feels like a poor decision that the writer made. However, the same cannot be said for a lot of the other stories we'll be covering. Speaking of, once again, another absolutely huge story that almost everyone and their grandmother has heard of if they know the concept of creepypastas. This is once again another extremely short story, so we will once again be reading it completely in full before getting into my thoughts on it. But before reading, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe to the channel. I upload once every other week on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. and tried my hardest to never miss an upload, even if I fail with that sometimes. But that's enough yapping, let's get into the story. The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as the Lavender Town Tone or the Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak in suicides and illnesses of children between the ages of 7 through 12 in Japan back in February 27, 1996. The phenomenon occurred shortly after the release of the first Pokemon games, Pokemon Red and Green. Rumors say these suicides and illnesses only occurred after children playing the game reached Lavender Town. The location's theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies had shown only young children and teens can hear because their ears are more sensitive. Due to this effect, at least 200 children committed suicide and many more developed conditions and afflictions. The children who killed themselves usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not often acted irrationally and complained of severe headaches after listening to the theme. This mass hysteria was caused by the first released version of the game. After the incidents, programmers fixed location musics to be at a lower frequency. Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on which Pokemon you played, but since that change, children are no longer affected by the song. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio waves of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of the unknown near the end of the audio. This created controversy since the unknown didn't appear in the series until Generation 2, Silver, Gold, and Crystal. The arrangement of the unknown appears to translate to "leave now," and that is Lavender Town Syndrome, and oh boy, what an absolute doozy that story is. It falls into so many trappings of the subgenre that's not even funny. From using the death of children in suicide as shock value, and then the unknown in the audio waves upon first reading, it almost seemed like a shitpost. Like seriously, this story is just so goofy in my mind that I really cannot understand why this one got as popular as it was, besides that it scared little kids. It has a ton of the same issues like The Grieving had, where it throws shocking subjects at you but has none of the weight behind them to make them actually scary. And of course, this is an issue we will run into a ton later as we delve deeper into the creepypasta rabbit hole. And what makes this even funnier is that honestly, while the story is really not that great, I really cannot say it's below par for a lot of these gaming creepypastas. And I know that may be shocking to some of you, as this one has a small cult following within the creepypasta fandom, but compared to a lot of the other earlier creepypastas, I really do not have any clue why. Each one of the early classic creepypastas always had something that stuck out, with the images of Jeff the Killer and Smile Dog to the incredibly well-made videos of Ben Drown. They all had something that made them stand out, even if the stories themselves were not exactly the best written. But the story really doesn't have any of that, besides maybe the shock value of the children committing suicide. And in all honesty, if that shock value wasn't there, the story would be nowhere near as talked about, as it's not that interesting. I mean, I'm not going to decimate it completely. There are far, far worse out there, and it seems like the person who wrote it was at least somewhat competent of a writer. And there are things that I do like about the story, as I honestly think the objective look at what's going on is far more interesting than the melodramatic narrators that are extremely commonplace within the subgenre.
And it doesn't try to put you within the story, instead going for a less is more route, almost like a Wikipedia article on something important that happened in the past. But because of that, a lot of the shock value in the first half of the story really doesn't work, as there's next to no emotional weight to come along with it. So while the first half detailing the suicides is quite shocking, none of the weight is there, causing it to come across as cheap. I often hear people describe the shock value in this one as scary and cosmic horror-like, but I feel like the story just doesn't give enough detail behind it to actually make it stick with you in the way that a story is intending. In all honesty, I rarely say this, but the story is just way too short. And that's usually the opposite of what I say. Usually it's the other way around, where I feel like it needs just a little bit more, but this story just doesn't have enough for me to really care. There's just not enough to the concept for me to really be thinking about it after reading it. Like, a lot of these urban legends are trying to make you think about them afterwards, as thinking about something is always more scary than anything that you could possibly come up with. But the story just does not give enough for me to really think about it nearly as much as it's trying to. Do I think this makes the story one of the worst ever made? No. Nowhere near that, but it comes across in the same way that stories like Urban Spook did, where there's tons of shock value, but none of the emotional weight behind it. See, when it comes to horror, while you can throw shock after shock, it won't stay effective for the entire runtime. Instead, pacing it out and making sure it has the emotional weight behind it can make it that much more effective. For example, with 1999, we saw that less was more. As well, there's a much more shocking section within the children being burned. It's placed near the middle of the story with tons of build-up to it. And while I find the idea of the kids dying in mysterious circumstances after playing the game to be interesting, we just don't have any of the weight behind it to make it fully there. For example, look at how a lot of the SCP Foundation files are handled. As well, they have a almost Wikipedia-like approach to the storytelling. They also have dissertations in order to give the stories that much more personal feel, which is exactly what I feel like this story is really lacking. You could do so much more with this premise, and while yes, less is usually more, in its current state, all we get is shock value and nothing else. So because of that, when giving it a ranking, I gotta be honest, but this story has just never done anything for me. I've read tons of other creepypastas, and this one has just never stuck with me like a lot of the other ones. Now, do I think it's bad as something like The Grieving, for example? No, but it's certainly nowhere near the levels of B or A, and certainly nowhere near the S tiers. In fact, I would say the story is just average by creepypasta standards, thus I will give it the average score of a C tier. It's nowhere near the worst thing I've ever read, but it's not particularly interesting either. However, it's just on par with a lot of the other creepypastas out there, and it's just kind of forgettable, which personally I think is one of the worst things a story can do. It's not bad enough to be truly entertaining, but it's not good enough to be memorable. Instead, it's just okay and kind of boring, which isn't that interesting to talk about. Thus, it deserves its spot firmly within the C tier. However, the next might not be the same, that of course being So finally, for this one I can actually butt in a bit in between, as the story is on the longer side, especially compared to the last two. But let's get right into it. Have you ever heard of an old game called The Theater? Yeah. Didn't think so. Probably because many say it doesn't even exist. You see, The Theater was released around the same time as Doom. Today, if you ever find it, it's only available on bootleg crappy CD-ROM, which more often than not doesn't even actually contain the game. The actual legitimate copies that were apparently released back in the day feature a blank cover with nothing but the sprite of what has since been named the Ticket Taker. He is apparently a poorly drawn, pixelated, bald Caucasian man with large red lips, wearing a red vest over a white shirt and black pants. He is completely expressionless, though some say that if you smash the disc, his face will be angry the next time you look at the cover. This is only an urban legend, of course. What is peculiar about The Theater, however, is that there is no developer named on the jewel case. nor any game description on the back. It's just the ticket taker on a white background on both sides. The game was initially known for its inability to install correctly. The installation process would immediately lock up the computer when the user reached the license agreement. Also strange about the license agreement was that whenever the name of the development studio was supposed to show up, the text would simply be a blank line. Anyways, most people who have claimed to own one of the original CDs say they figured out how to install the game by rebooting their computer on the license agreement page with the disc still inside. Following that, they are prompted to press I agree on startup before continuing with the installation. Okay, so for my first interjection, I really like the setup here. As well as Wikipedia-like in format, it's clearly sitting up here. Compare that to the last story where we got right into the horror. This one is obviously taking a bit more time, instead showcasing this strange game that no one has ever heard of. So far it feels a lot more SCP-like, but let's see where this is going. Supposedly, if a player manages to find what they believe to be a working copy, the installer window will freeze and stop responding before they can click the first next. Some also find that their PCs do not lock up, and it is only the installer that freezes. It is unknown if these effects come from actual copies or fakes, but it is widely thought that so-called working copies are illegitimate and made to draw internet attention with no proof of the installation effects. Upon proper installation, the game will start without any introduction, other than the main menu that is merely a sprite of a movie theater's exterior on an empty city street. The title fades in prior to the three menu buttons: New Game, Load, Options. Selecting Options immediately crashes the game to desktop. Load is said not to function at all. Even if you did have a saved game, nothing will happen when you press it. Thus, New Game is the only working menu option. Once it is selected, you will find yourself in a first-person viewpoint, standing in a movie theater lobby. The room is empty with the exception of the ticket taker in front of a large dark hallway, which one can assume only leads to the theaters themselves. There's nothing here but to look at the poorly drawn, mostly illegible movie posters or approach the ticket taker. Upon doing so, a very low quality quip will play saying, "Thank you. Please enjoy the movie," along with a speech bubble that says the exact same thing. After walking into the lobby, the screen will fade to black, and you'll find yourself back in the empty lobby. The rest of the game consists of you doing the same thing over and over again. While this may sound like a tedious experience, a number of peculiar things will occur as you continue to play the game. The number of times that you have to enter the hall after giving your ticket to the ticket taker before the strange events begin is unknown. Most players state that it's completely random and could take anywhere from the first playthrough to the 400th. The ensuing events, though, have deeply disturbed the players that experience them. Okay, so this story has already dragged me in, as I'm wondering what this story is going to throw at me. Clearly something in this strange game is brewing, and I really like how personalized this experience seemed. I find the personalized game creepypastas to be somewhat interesting, as it makes your imagination run wild of what other people's experiences would be like playing the game, or even what your own experience would be. I also quite like the randomness of the peculiar events, making it seem like all the secrets of the game aren't exactly known and that there could be more here at play. This is one of my favorite things that a lot of good creepypastas do, as it's just giving enough info for you to fill in the blanks of what could possibly be happening here instead of just hand feeding it all to you. All in all, so far this feels a lot more like an SCP in concept than a typical creepypasta, as its approach is just so outside of the norm for creepypastas that it almost reads like a scientific journal of some unknown phenomenon. It also kind of explains away fan games that would eventually be made for it, like what I have been playing in the background, as illegitimate, which I kind of like. That's a disturbing layer to it, because while you may think you are experienced with the story is showing, it instead throws that all away and says the games are not actually legitimate. It adds another layer of mystery to an already intriguing story, so I'm quite hooked here. It's doing a good job to not leave any gaps of reasoning here. Unlike a lot of the stories where it just leaves you with a lot of questions of like, oh, why have you never heard of this? Or why is this not everywhere? This one explains all the reasons why this isn't really talked about. This kind of goes back to one of the main points I usually say, which is that you gotta make sure that your universe makes sense. Like, usually a lot of the universes in these stories just don't make sense, because if it's supposed to be the same one that we're in to kind of give like that urban legend feel, you gotta explain why no one's ever heard of this, and it kind of makes sense why this one has never really been talked about. Compare that to Lavender Town Syndrome, where if a bunch of children committed suicide, literally everyone would know about it. Pokemon as a franchise would be dead. But let's continue. The first occurrence takes place immediately once the player fades back in after walking into the hallway. This time they will notice the ticket taker is absent. The player then, without any other options, can walk only in the dark hallway ahead. The sound clip and text box mentioned previously still play in the absence of the ticket taker, but this time when the player walks into the hallway, the screen does not fade out. It will turn completely dark as they make their way deeper and deeper down the corridor, but the player's footsteps will be audible the whole time. Those claiming to have played the game report to feel incredibly uncomfortable at this point, anticipating something horrible happening. Eventually the player is unable to continue forward. Nothing will happen for a few moments before a strange sprite that can only be described as the ticket taker but with a swirl of a face appears and stands before the player. The original players of the game say that upon seeing this sprite, which has been appropriately named the swirly head man, their bodies immediately froze up and their stomachs churned. At first nothing will ever occur as the swirly head man stands before them. Then without warning a piercing screech will play as the game begins to glitch out. This lasts for a few minutes, the screeching never ceasing. In time, the players abruptly return to the lobby with all the sounds and graphics restored to how they should be. The game continues normally for the next couple of hallway cycles, though a couple of the original players claim that the swirly head man would briefly appear and disappear in the corner of the screen, accompanied by a brief yelp sound effect. At some point after meeting the swirly head man, the player will see the ticket taker pacing back and forth. Though there is no walking animation, the sprite's limbs are completely static, so he would just hop up and down slightly as a substitute, with his eyes wide and mouth open to simulate a worried facial expression. Some players noted that the movie posters had been replaced with images of the swirly head man, which caused them to immediately turn their character's head away and approach the ticket taker instead. After doing so, another different low-quality sound clip will play, but the speech box will contain nothing but corrupted characters that cause whatever text would have been in the box to become completely illegible. So this is what the build-up was leading to. The swirly head man, which despite its goofy name I do find to be somewhat weird in concept. It's an interesting idea, an entity seemingly trapped within the game, screaming at the player upon running into it, but not doing much besides that. It's not really an aggressive entity or anything like that. Instead it seemingly just watches you and corrupts the game slowly around you. I also like how the posters changed into the swirly headed man, almost like you cannot escape it and it's watching you from all sides. It's almost like it's taking control over the game itself. However, while I still find the concept to be interesting, I'm starting to find the story less creepy overall. Like, yeah, I'm still very much within the story, but my brain has started to wander a lot less about what was going on within the game. And that isn't a negative point. I just don't find the concept to be that frightening, which honestly there's nothing wrong with. Not every story needs to be shit your pants scary. It can be just an interesting idea that will stick in your mind for a while. I feel like that's one of the main issues with a lot of creepypastas, is that they really try so hard to be that level of scary, but you can only really sustain that for so long before it just comes across as exploitive and boring. And it's so interesting because it doesn't really seem like an actually aggressive enemy, rather just something that corrupts the game slowly around you, and it's almost like a virus. Like, it's never directly hostile, instead it just kind of watches you from afar. And while I find hostile creatures much more frightening, I do think that the ideas in here are a lot more interesting. Unfortunately, with a lot of creepypastas, they try so hard to scare the reader that it really leaves behind the actual story. However, this one never really does that, instead just leaving the story and not much of the horror. And I really can't dock the points too much for that because it's still just a really interesting story. So while it's not the scariest thing that I've ever read, it's still very interesting so far, but let's finish it off. Due to the extremely low quality of the sound, it is debated by players what exactly the ticket taker is saying at this point, though it is widely agreed upon that he warns to never reach the other levels. Subsequently, the screen will fade out once again and return the player back to their starting point in the lobby. Again, the ticket taker will be absent, and this time the hallway will be blocked by a large brick wall sprite. Touching the brick wall will immediately crash your game. No one knows what the other levels contain or how to access them, nor is it known why the swirly head man causes such acute fear in those who have witnessed him. Sadly, we may never know. as all the original copies of the theater have either been lost or destroyed. But the creepiest part of all is the fact that every one of the original players of the game claimed to occasionally see a brief glimpse of the swirly-headed man out of the corner of their eye. And that is the theater, and finally an ending that does not completely blow it in the final sentence. Instead, while it hints at a more paranormal aspect, it never explicitly states, instead leaving the reader's imagination of what could possibly have happened. So many times I've seen these well-written creepypastas be ruined by over-explaining the monster, but this story definitely subverts that. Could have easily went for the old trope of the game actually being haunted and the swirly-headed man actually escaping and killing the player, but instead just leaves us with the possibility of it stalking our players. However, unlike Misfortune, which makes the ending explicitly part of the story, this one leaves it up to our imagination. They could just be seeing things. The swirly-headed man might not actually be there. Instead, they might just be going absolutely crazy, which is much more interesting, I think, than a lot of the stories where the game just ends up killing them. And while this isn't a super frightening ending, instead it just leaves it up to your imagination of what could possibly be happening here, and I think that's just so much more interesting. Like, I find myself thinking about this ending a lot more than I do find myself thinking about like something like Sonic.exe. And I know this one has a much more mixed reputation within the creepypasta community because of that, as this story, unlike a lot of the other, really takes its time in a lot of places. But would I consider it one of the best creepypastas I've ever read? No, not exactly either. It's still got some issues where I find the first half to be much more interesting than the second, as I really preferred the build up to the payoff, as I really feel like the swirly-headed man really doesn't hold up to the level of build-up. Then there's one of the weirdest sentences I've ever read where it claims to be highly debated, but then in the same line says that it's widely agreed upon what exactly the ticket taker said. So do they or do they not know? And you could possibly not make that line any more confusing. But would I say it's a bad creepypasta? No, nowhere near. It never gets goofy to the point of me laughing out loud, and honestly fits a lot better in something like the SCP Foundation or No Sleep than creepypastas, I think. So in giving it a score, I would honestly give it a solid A tier. We've gotten a lot of A tiers so far, so I wonder if that will continue, or we'll be getting into the more shittier ones later, or maybe even an S tier. I thought creepypastas had a bad reputation for a reason, but maybe I was just wrong, as none this week really have been that bad. And yet another Slime Beast story, who wrote the absolutely excellent fun email from last episode, so hopefully this one is just as good. From what I've read online, this is his take on the gaming creepypasta. From what I've heard though, he does not take it too kindly to people reading off his story, so thus I will instead be giving an overview here instead of reading it off in full. No hate whatsoever. Honestly, as a writer myself, I understand the frustration, and so thus I will take a step back from reading this one. But here's a really quick synopsis with some little excerpts in between. So, I Hate You follows a narrator who details how his story isn't like other Lost Gaming creepypastas, and that this is actually different because it's real. He opens up a ROM he has played thousands of times before on his PC, where he details how much porn he collected on it, in very weird detail, but okay, you do you, I guess. Then while playing the sunken ghost ship level, he sees something quite peculiar, that of course being a completely blind Boo with a keyhole behind it that is not normally there. Like, he quite literally spends nearly an entire paragraph detailing how much this does not belong here. I cannot overemphasize, he really wants you to know this does not belong here. He then places a key into it, which unlocks a new level behind Bowser's facade called Oh God No, which causes the Bowser's eyes to begin oozing blood. This didn't really strike me as odd, because if you're familiar with the Mario World game, there's an area called Star Road that you may note has similar names. Just stuff like Tubular, and Awesome, and all manners of dumb words and phrases. Most of the areas were called Vanilla Forest 1, and Donut Mountain 3, and all that. But there were maps with odd names like that. What did occur to me though, was Mario's expression. Surprise? Shock? Fear? Then upon entering the level, he starts seeing more of the blind Boos, before finally a bleeding bonsai Bill rushes towards him, making it so that he has to activate an invincibility cheat in order to survive. But while walking, he also notices above, written in blood, I hate you, which causes him to pause before once again continuing forward. Ahead he runs into Boos, this time massive ones, which upon looking away revealed that unlike normally where they seem more angry, instead they seem excited and gleeful at the prospect of killing Mario. Also, once again, there's more writing on this wall, this time reading, Why won't you die? as Mario continues forward deeper and deeper into the haunted castle. I let the boos touch me, and they died like the bleeding bills, of which I had encountered too. Despite any attempt to scare the player, I knew that being invincible meant invincible, no matter what they threw at me. After a while of running down this strange claustrophobic corridor, with no more eventful happenings, I came to a room with an exit pipe. Taking the pipe downward, I came out of the other end and dropped into a room filled with water. The water made sense, this being a sunken castle behind a whirlpool after all. As stated before, upon reaching the end of the hallway, he then lets the boos touch him, killing them with his invisibility power. Entering the next room, he finds thwomps, but unlike most thwomps which have nothing underneath them, these ones seem to be successful. That's because there's loads of blood underneath them, like they have seemingly killed multiple Marios before, and this is all nothing new. He then goes on a rant about how odd this is for a Mario game, as blood is not common in any of them whatsoever, of course. More cartoony blood. This was getting pretty unusual for the Mario Bros franchise, which I hadn't really recalled seeing blood in at all. Now I'd seen it used 3 times. The bloody bills, the messages, and these perpetually grinding, smashing thwomps who were working their victims into a pulp forever. In the hampering effects of the water, I walked slowly under these things, making sure every single one touched me and died. There are almost 30 of them in a row. The sight of them mindlessly crushing over and over again just made me hate them with an unsettling intensity. He then continues further and further, where he runs into spikes on both sides, which upon moving right reveals dead Marios strewn all over the place in grisly detail. It's almost like it's all the past failures of the player beforehand were all trapped within this place left to rot. Now I knew some of what was going on. The bloody mess the thwomps were unendingly splattering. It was other Marios. Past Marios that had tried to traverse this level and failed. However, while continuing to the right, he sees the Marios begin to come to life, as their lifeless bodies begin to remove themselves from the spikes and begin to chase after him, moving at full speed. He just barely escapes, making it to the next room, which is just a long hallway with a door, next to which is a mushroom that looks quite strange. I didn't touch that shit. And sorry for the quick little interjection there, but the line about the fucking mushroom always has made me laugh. I don't know why that's included. It always has just been like a little goofy line, and I've always thought it's really funny. I don't know why. That's just something that's always made me laugh. Just a little fun little interjection. I've read the story way too many times over the years, and I understand why. That mushroom is just like so fucking weird looking, and the game turned that into like this weird jump scare thing, and I just remember that. It's just like a weird little memory I have. Okay, let's get back into the story. Upon going through a door, a boss level is revealed, and in the window he notices something staring down at him from above. Keep looking until you see it. I didn't see it at first, so I don't expect you to notice it right away. If you still haven't spotted the thing, look in the third window from the left. FYI, that's not usually there. Mario seemed to regain his composure and looked back and forth, slowly surveying the room. There was still no boss, and I still couldn't control him, so I stopped trying and just watched. This went on and on for what seemed like forever. Nothing happened. After a couple minutes of waiting though, Luigi then runs into the right side and yells, "You thought Koopa worked alone?" Revealing that the big twist was in fact that Luigi this whole time had actually been working with Bowser, all because Mario had left him within his shadow. It was all connecting now. The messages scrawled on the walls. "I hate you, and why won't you die? Luigi." He's always been Mario's second banana. The player too. The one who doesn't get the princess in these early games. No matter how identical he is to Mario in skill set and ability and tenaciousness and bravery at the end of the day, the game is Super Mario Brothers, and he's just the brother. How he must have hated Mario. Who among us wouldn't? Think about it. No matter what happens, Mario always comes back. No matter how many corpses he leaves littering the battlefield, he's always there once more to leap and cheer and get all the adoration. Then after a long and tedious battle, he finally beats Luigi, pushing him into the lava below where he yells, "Oh god no," before dying. The player then continues on with their game as normal, where they said nothing else changed besides this. And that is, "I hate you." And honestly, I don't know what to really think about this story. It's just so full of cliches and poor grammar that I really cannot take it seriously, and honestly from what I've read, it was what was intended. So this story is part of a small subgenre of creepypastas called trollpastas, which are creepypastas that poke fun at a lot of the other creepypasta tropes that were extremely common at the time. But from what I've read online, the trollpasta was so well done that no one was really able to tell that it was actually a shitpost. In fact, a lot of YouTubers like some ordinary gamers covered it thinking it was completely real, which honestly is quite funny to think about. Imagine writing something as a joke, but find out the subgenre that you're mocking has gotten so bad that people really cannot tell the difference. Hell, I can go step by step with all the cliches that this story mocks, but you guys would find it probably completely boring and want to turn the video off. But for some example, first we see the overconfident narrator. For those who didn't read that many creepypastas, you may be wondering what this trope is. But if you've read this, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. In a lot of older creepypastas, we have narrators who have egos the size of planets, talking about how their story is different from all the other stories out there and that their story is actually real and something special. This one does even one of the old age classics of saying it's not like other haunted games, and it's in fact real. It even brings this back at the end by trying to make it seem like Nintendo programmed this into the game in the first place. It's a goofy trope within creepypastas, and the story was rightfully mocking it, as the moment you start doing that, you are putting a giant target on your back, as now you are going to be compared to every other gaming creepypasta out there. And to make things even funnier, this creepypasta inadvertently made this trope worse, as I remember after this came out, it seemed like every story started with the description of how their story wasn't like other stories. So this shitpost inadvertently made the issue even worse within the fandom, which just makes the shitpost even funnier. Then there's the blood quite literally everywhere throughout the story, from being written on the wall, streaming out of the eyes, and the gore at the very end. Obviously this would be extremely out of place within a kid's game, and would make no sense for the developer to put within the game. The story drives the point home even more by saying that, oh, it's a real part of the game and that he just accidentally ran into it. However, in what universe would Nintendo even allow a secret like that to go out? And if they did, all the copies of the game would be recalled immediately to have the future removed. This obviously is poking fun at the gaming creepypastas that try the tactic in order to get the plausibility into it, but it's almost laughable in every single scenario. This of course leads into the very next trope that it's mocking, which is of course the extremely overdramatic narrator. This is something that's just going to get worse and worse the further we go down. This is going to be one of the most common tropes within creepypastas in general, no matter what wing of it you are in. I get why a lot of stories do that as an attempt to overemphasize the horror in a vain attempt at being creepy, but it almost never works. Thus, it's always funny when reading stories with overdramatic narrators like this, as I've actually read 2 stories on this channel with that type of narrator, that of course being Sonic.exe and the Tales Del Curse, which have some of the most overdramatic lines I've ever read, to the point of being absolutely comical. But here's the thing, while it's a troll, is the troll itself that funny? Well, no, not really. It is in points, but the story gets extremely boring really quickly, and even if you spot the joke wears thin quite quickly. It's just not interesting after the first read, and that's fine, but honestly I found the story just boring over anything else. You can only parody tropes for so long with a paper-thin story, and when you look at it, a lot of the great parodies, even for creepypasta parodies, I think this one falls a bit flat. And it's a shame because I really like Funny Mouth, although it's not one of the best stories I've ever read, and unlike a lot of the parodies which seem to come from a place of love within the subgenre, this one comes across a bit mean-spirited. Yes, he knows a lot of the tropes and what exactly to make fun of, but after a while it just feels like being a dead horse, especially due to just how long it was. Even if I have to read this, the whole story would have to take an additional 10 minutes of reading here because it's just the same joke over and over again, and by the end of it as a reader I was honestly begging for mercy. And I don't want this to come across as cruel, but in comparison to a lot of the other parody I've read, none of the jokes are that clever, which is why it honestly feels like a normal bad creepypasta. Like, yeah, it's not as bad as The Grieving, but as a whole it's ultimately just forgettable, and it makes sense why it's become such a meme within the creepypasta community. But it's nowhere near as clever as a lot of the other parodies that I've read, so I really cannot give it that much credit, and honestly, it's just kind of forgettable. There are aspects that I really liked, but each time I revisited the story, I just find the humor more and more draining upon each subsequent read, and while I know some people really love this story compared to a lot of the other Slime Beast stories, I just think it comes across quite weak. Because a lot of Slime Beast's other stories also have tons of cliches as well, with Abandoned by Disney being one of my least favorite of the popular creepypastas out there. And while I don't blame anyone who thinks this is one of the best troll pastas out there as a whole, I just didn't find it that interesting. By troll pasta standards, it's just kind of mediocre. It's not really funny like a lot of the other troll pastas are, and the pacing is way too slow in order to enjoy it as a creepypasta, so as a whole it just kind of falls flat. And before anyone gets on me, this is not a description of the writer himself, rather just the story written in its current form. But in the state that it's currently at, I would have to give it a solid C tier, but definitely worse than the Lavender Town Syndrome by quite a bit. It's nowhere near as bad as The Grieving, but compared to Lavender Town Syndrome, it's definitely not anywhere near as interesting while being just as forgettable. However, this is definitely closer to a D tier for me than a B tier, so keep that in mind when looking at the chart while I leave it up here, as I do actually have them in order. But let's continue on. So God's Mouth is a story I know I remember hearing, but it never particularly stuck with me. So honestly, that could go either way, as some of the ones that I barely remembered from the ones that I read so far have been hit or miss, but we'll just have to see. So let's get right into it. I huffed and puffed under my breath as I stared into God's mouth. I felt like the big bad wolf, ready to interrupt the three little pigs as they hurriedly fortified their makeshift homes. I grinned at this thought and then turned my head to look for Margaret. She was a couple of feet down the hill from the entrance of the cave. "Hurry up," I called down to her. I turned back to the cave, still grinning. An old rotted sign outside read, "God's Mouth, keep out." What a tired cliche. Margaret finally made it to the entrance and stood beside me, almost doubling over and out of breath. I looked down and smiled. "Check it out," I laughed. "God's Mouth. Wonder where Jesus' anus is." I chuckled to myself. Margaret was less amused. "Give me the damn water bottle," she said, exasperated. It met her lips, and for a moment I felt peaceful in a way watching her drink it. Actually, I take that back. The peaceful comment, it was more of a feeling that was sort of hard to put my finger on or give a name, but I could settle for a nice content. Content seemed to be one of those words that manifested itself when natural human words seemed to fail. Again, an utter cliche, but it felt good to feel a strange mix-up sort of happy for once. I sighed and turned my flashlight on and then pointed it into the cave. Black. God's Mouth. This seemed like the antithesis of a Holy Spirit. I turned again to Margaret. "You ready?" I asked. She was finally standing up. She nodded. I clapped a friendly hand on her back, and we walked into God's Mouth. Okay, so I'm already hooked in with the story here, as the setup here is great, showing us these two characters while also setting up the location that they're going to be in. It's not rushing in to get a scare every minute, and instead is taking its time introducing the threat more like a frog in boiling water. Also, one of my biggest personal fears is cave exploration, so honestly the story is already making me somewhat uncomfortable, which is a good sign for one of these creepypastas, especially for one I don't remember particularly well. If I can find one small issue, just for me, I personally think that the main character isn't that relatable, and honestly he seems kind of like an ass. But this is more so a personal gripe and not really a big issue with the story itself. However, compare this to a lot of the other creepypastas that we've already read, where it already would have had a scare by now. This one is already taking its time a lot better, and this is honestly what I mean by pacing out your scares. You need to build up the atmosphere first, and this one is really doing a good job at doing that. We need to have a reason to care, and this story is doing that in a way by making it so that we have to really know the characters first before they actually go into God's mouth, despite the somewhat short length of the story. And it's kind of impressive how it's doing this with such little amount of writing. Like in these couple paragraphs here, we already know everything we need to know about these characters, and it's kind of insane for a creepypasta. But enough rambling, let's get back into the story. The inside was not unlike the preview I had glimpsed outside with the flashlight, dark, dismal, and endlessly black. It seemed to stretch on forever, no matter how I positioned my flashlight, and the rocky terrain was damp and imposing. The natural light slowly disappeared behind Margaret and I as we made our way deeper and deeper inside. I found it strange how soft and compelling the world around me now appeared, despite the stalactites, stalagmites, and other rocky formations being so jagged. It seemed that even amongst the pointed teeth of God, I could lay down and rest there forever. It was comfortable. Apparently, Margaret didn't agree. She shivered uncomfortably under my arm. I raised my eyebrows. "Need your coat?" I asked. I tried to look at her and make nonverbal communication as explicit as possible until I realized that we were lost in the inky blackness of the mouth. I bit my lip and waited, but she didn't respond. For a couple minutes we walked in silence. Then she stopped and stood, motionless. I stopped too. "Why the hell are we even in here?" she said. She sounded irritated. I shrugged more to appease myself than her, and shoved my flashlight under my face. Bladed shadows obscured half of it, the other half illuminated in a wretched mask. "Spooky!" I cried, chuckling. She didn't move. For once, I really don't have to add too much to a story, which honestly is a great thing for me. I wouldn't call it my favorite read ever, but that is an all personal thing. From a technical perspective though, the story has so far been leagues ahead compared to a lot of the others that we've read so far. It reads almost like a novel rather than the typical Wikipedia-like format that a lot of these go for. It doesn't blow the scare away like a lot of the other ones do, and there's no hyper-realistic gore in any of it, which doesn't seem like it should be that big of an issue, but they are so prevalent in creepypastas that honestly this has been kind of a breath of fresh air. Now, is it the best creepypasta I've ever read? No, but so far I'm really enjoying this one. But let's get right back into it. I sighed. I thought you wanted to go, I said. I noticed how my voice echoed against the cave walls at any volume. I mean, I began again scratching at my chin. You did say you wanted to go see some nature for our vacation, and you did sound impressed when I told you about my visit to Mammoth Cave a couple years back. So my voice trailed off. I could still sense her irritation. No, she said. I frowned. No, you wanted to go here. I wanted to go to a beach or something, but not a cave. A cave, Nathan? She sounded more like the big bad wolf now. I know that you had this weird fetish for spelunking or something, but I don't really want to be dragged into it. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to go on a trip and get into nature and fresh air, but this? I could hear her arms flail and gesture about it in the thick air. This is cave air, not fresh air. This air is practically fermenting. Plus, isn't this illegal? Can't we please just leave? We both stood there. The only sound that could be heard was the electricity in the air being stifled and smothered by the damp atmosphere. Finally, I began to talk. I didn't hear Margaret follow me, but I kept moving forward. Then, Nathan? She said, stop. Please stop. So I stopped. I'm sorry, she said. I could hear her moving closer to me. I'm tired and I'm not used to running and climbing around and the like. I'm just tired. It's okay, I said. She gripped my arm. Really? It's fine? I shook my head. Which way is it out? I don't remember. Okay, so obviously this is a great payoff to the earlier setup, as just like I said earlier, it's almost like a frog in boiling water. They got too comfortable going deeper and deeper into the cave that it's been slowly boiling them alive without them even noticing. It's not jumping the gun, instead it's pulling you along slowly into your inevitable fate, similar to something like Amagara Fault does. Once again, not really any complaints so far. So let's continue. I could feel Margaret physically pause. Neither of us could remember. Somehow in the confusion in our argument, I had forgotten which way we had been moving. Idiot, I thought to myself. I should have brought a goddamn rope or something to trail from the entrance. I had to take action, so without much thought, I turned 180 degrees and said, this way. We walked for what seemed like hours. My feet were tired and sore. I could hear Margaret's groans from behind me. She held my hand tightly. I felt terrible. This was all my fault. Then I froze. Hey, I said, put your hand out. Feel this rock. I could hear Margaret's bare palm press against the stone. Isn't this like abnormally warm? I said. She didn't say anything. I began to work my way along the wall, feeling it as I went, shining the flashlight in front of me. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain on my head as the ceiling of God's mouth met with my scalp. Ow! Shit! I shouted. Oh, Nathan, are you okay? Margaret asked. She seemed on the verge of a panic attack now. I'm fine, I said. Please calm down. We'll get out of here, I promise. I started again, pointing my flashlight upwards now to see the ceiling above me. It seemed to be getting more narrow. That was strange. Listen, Margaret, babe, I said through clenched teeth. I think we gotta turn around. Margaret sighed next to me. Again, we walked for a decent length. I kept my flashlight pointing upwards this time. Sure enough, the space in the cave seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. If there was any resonating life left in God's mouth aside from the flashlight, I'm sure Margaret would have been able to see the whites of my eyes spreading in panic. We were completely lost. I let go of Margaret's hand and began to feverishly feel my way around the walls. No, Nathan, I heard her shout. I kept going. We had to get out. If we were lost, nobody would be able to find us. I kept feeling along the wall until I abruptly hit a corner. Fuck, I said out loud. Margaret, this seems to be a dead end. I spun around on my heel. Margaret? No answer. Shit. I began to repeat my process again, almost running as if I felt the wall run past my fingertips. Cool, damp rocks and jagged spears. Suddenly, I found myself at a corner again. Fuck. Fuck, I shouted. Margaret? I was belting her name out now. And the corner of the cave's maw where I had been thwarted so many times already, I heard a noise. It sounded like a muffled static from the television. I pressed my ear against the rock. It seemed to be getting even warmer now. I heard the faint sounds of Margaret on the other side of the rock. No, I said. No. I began running haphazardly into the walls around me. With dawning realization came a wave of sheer horror. There was no entrance. There was no exit. Only these four corners and me. I could feel blood begin to trickle from the cut I'd managed to get by bashing my body into the cave's walls. They were closing in on me. They were coming in for the kill, and soon they would be pressing in on my skull and crushing my ribcage. I sat there for hours, waiting for death. My flashlight was becoming dim and blinking. Finally, I felt the soft touch of these rock walls press against my back. I began to cry as I lay down on the ground. I let my flashlight roll on the small hills of stone. As I quietly stayed prone, tears dripped down my face. I turned and looked at it. Its last fading beams of light pointed at something not far away from my face. I squinted in the darkness. My eyes widened and I felt tears fall even harder from my face. The rocks were piercing my skin now and blood dripped from all sides. There, in the last light of my flashlight, was the appetizer. The spotlight shone on a hand whose nails were painted red, and I screamed in agony as I watched God's mouth chew its last meal. And that was God's mouth, and wow, for a creepypasta, that actually had me somewhat on edge for nearly the entire time I was reading it. While I wouldn't say it was the scariest thing I've ever read, the way the story slowly builds up really sells the horror. It's simple, yes, but it does everything it needs to, which is great. The slow buildup almost makes it feel like the walls of the mouth are closing in on you as well, as just like Margaret and Nathan, we know just as much about the horrors of the cave as they do. While saying that, while it does have a slower pace compared to a lot of creepypastas, I can't say it really rushes the scares either. Yes, the story is quite quick, but it never lingers too long on the scares to make it less creepy, rather it does it through tension. And for something that's less than 1,300 words long, that's quite impressive for having me as immersed as it did. Also, the shorter length kept it from over-explaining the concept to the point of being unscary, instead letting your mind fill in the possible gaps of what is going on here. We don't know anything about how the cave works, or what it exactly does. All we know is that whatever it is, consumes whomever is unlucky enough to walk into its mouth. And honestly, with how it's portrayed, it almost seems like a Venus flytrap as it lures them further and further in as the walls slowly creep in on them before swallowing them whole. It's a really frightening concept, and while I like a lot of the other caving creepypastas out there, as it's a personal fear of mine, I don't think any of the other ones really took the otherworldly approach that this one has. By creepypasta standards, it's a unique read, and honestly, this has been one of my favorites that we've read so far, but I don't know if all of you may agree on it. Compared to a lot of other creepypastas, it's much slower and much more focused on atmosphere than shock value and gore, and while those aren't always a bad thing, it just makes this one all the more different. But for me personally, I enjoyed every minute of reading that, and honestly would be my first S tier. I know, giving it away too early, but wow, this one was just so incredible. It's even more surprising as honestly, I don't hear this one talked about nearly as much as, let's say, Ted the Caver, so maybe, just maybe, while reading this, I just got it at a perfect time. Hell, when I was rereading it for this video, I was in a dark room, so maybe I just set myself up to enjoy it in the best way possible. But for my current mindset, that's gotta be an S tier. Now let's see if the next one will be able to keep up. Okay, so this one is very, very short, so unlike the last one, we are just going to get all the way through it. But before getting into it, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe to the channel. It's really helpful as it lets you know right when a new video is about to be released. And thank you, and let's continue into the story. In 1984, an old widowed lady lived by herself in a 2-story house. She was completely immobile and bound to her wheelchair. Ever since the mysterious death of her husband, she required the aid of a caretaker who would visit her daily to help her with everyday tasks. What made it so difficult was the fact that the first 2 floors of the house were only connected by an old and decrepit staircase. And when the old lady needed to move between the 2 floors, the caretaker would have to carry her frail body like an infant up and down the stairs. One day, the police received a call from the widow. There had been a murder. Since police units were scarce at the time and the murderer had already fled the scene, only one detective was sent out to conduct the initial crime scene report. He arrived to see the caretaker's body splayed out on the floor with her vocal cords ripped out, leaving a pool of blood on the first level of the house. The old lady sat atop the staircase in her wheelchair watching him, still and silent, seemingly in shock. He immediately ruled her out as a suspect due to her inability to move up and down the stairs and because she was trapped up there at the time the murder took place. It was similar to the death of her husband, who had suffocated in his sleep on the couch downstairs many years ago. The detective put on his gloves, took photos, swabbed for evidence, and covered the body until the coroner arrived later. All routine business. He scoped the entire first floor for any clues, and then asked the lady if he could go upstairs.
She insists that she was upstairs the whole time and that no one apart from her had been up there that day. Regardless of this, the detective ascended the staircase, to which she slowly and hesitantly moved aside. Beyond the staircase there was a narrow corridor with 3 closed doors along it. He checked behind each of the doors. The empty bedroom, nothing. The bathroom, nothing. He became anxious as he slowly made his way to the final bedroom where the old lady slept. He opened it, and everything looked normal. A bed, a wardrobe, and a bedside table with a lamp. He checked every wall of the room in horror. It was not what he discovered, though, but what he didn't, that made him stop dead in his tracks and slowly reach for his gun in his holster. It was a detail so minor that they had completely overlooked it on the last investigation of the husband's death. There was no phone upstairs. He suddenly heard a noise. He withdrew his gun and rushed out of the room, only to find an empty wheelchair atop the stairs. So this story left me with a lot of mixed emotions, as honestly, I have a lot of nostalgia for this story, as this is one of the very first creepypastas that I ever truly read. However, upon rereading it all these years later, it honestly feels somewhat half-baked. Granted, I know this one still gets a ton of hype around it just to how great the twist is, and while I also really enjoyed the twist here, it just comes across a little cliche with how it's portrayed. It's nothing super particular about the twist itself, but for me it comes down to the actions of our characters. The detective's behavior doesn't make much sense, as rather than questioning or at least escorting the older woman out, he instead just looks around the house for clues. I just cannot wrap my mind around the character's behavior, as in all honesty it feels like just a way to set up the twist and nothing more. And one of the things I hear about constantly is that when looking at media we need to suspend our disbelief, but this character's actions just completely overwrote that for me. The character's actions here left me so dumbfounded that it honestly ruined a lot of the tension for me and made the final twist kind of fall completely flat for me. And I'm kind of shocked because I remember when I first read this being extremely freaked out about the twist, but also I remember that when I would tell this story to my friends, I would remove the line about the wheelchair at the top of the stairs and just end it with the phone not being upstairs. That's because it allowed people's minds to wander a bit more. Also, how, and I really mean this, how am I supposed to believe that this old senile woman was able to rip the vocal cords out of a perfectly healthy aide? It just seems way too extreme for the villain that the story is trying to portray. Like, it doesn't ruin the story for me, but it just seems a little goofy. Like, compare it to a lot of the other big plot twists, like the one in 1999, this one just seems a bit more extreme, and it comes across a little bit ham-fisted. And I say that in the nicest possible way. I still very much enjoyed this story, but it just seems like so crazy for this older lady is just to be able to rip across this vocal cords out of this aide, but then in the same sentence trying to portray this senile old woman. And yeah, I get that's like, oh, it's this big twist, but it's just doesn't make much sense. Like, I'm most definitely overthinking it, but there could be still like an intruder in the house somewhere. Was this all a setup? Or even for people who don't understand the meaning at first, the surprise would hit you upon rereading it, and I think it would just be a lot more effective if it just ended with the phone. Like, maybe she got dragged upstairs by the intruder, or maybe she was downstairs when it happened and the intruder dragged her up, or maybe she moved. It doesn't explain it as much, which I feel like this ending kind of does. Now remember, these are all somewhat personal things. It's from a technical level, this story is nearly flawless with a great rapid-fire pace and a perfect little scare to keep in your mind for decades. It's just I think the story may be a little overhyped for what it is, because I constantly hear about how this is one of the best and most original creepypastas, but really it's just another goofy campfire story. It really is super simple, and the weight of the story is really behind the twist. Without it, I don't think the story would be anywhere near as popular as it currently is. But while I can have my gripes with it, when giving it a final score, I really cannot give it a low score, as it's still a great story. It just doesn't do much for me personally. However, while I say that, I also think a lot of you guys would personally enjoy this story a lot, as it's just packed enough to stick with you, but also short enough to keep it from oversharing. So can I give this story a low score? No, not exactly, but will it be an A or an S? Not really either, but I definitely think that it's better than a lot of the other ones on here, so I'll just give it a B tier. Although the lowest ring of B tier, as I didn't enjoy it nearly as much as Misfortune or Where Bad Kids Go. However, will the next one be anywhere near as good, or will we have our first bad story of the video?
So, some of you may be wondering, we are already through the first 2 stories, but we still have more than half the video's length left. Well, dear viewer, that's because in this segment we'll be looking at the infamous Sonic.exe, which lengthwise is nearly as long as my last video's script. Let that sink in. This creepypasta, which is infamous for how bad it is nearly as long as my script that was 40 minutes long. Let's see if that will be time well spent and get right into it. Most likely not, because it's Sonic.exe, but we'll see. Also, really quickly, before getting into this, make sure to let me know down below what your favorite story has been so far. I want to hear what you guys think of these stories, as I don't want to just be talking to an echo void here. I want to hear what you guys think about these stories. Do you think they're bad? Do you think they're good? Creepypastas are always known as being a bit more hit or miss. That's why I really want to know, do you guys like these stories or do you not? Also, some of you may have noticed that horror stuff has been slowly getting somewhat pushed down in the algorithm. It's nowhere near as bad as like it used to be, but it's still been pretty hard recently. So leaving a comment would be very helpful and would be really appreciated, and thank you all for watching, and let's get right into the story. I am a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else. I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I will want to play any after this experience that I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I like how you get to explore the towns in it, until I noticed out of my peripheral vision that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game to see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note at first and realized it was from my dear friend Kyle, let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting, though what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't take it anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me, and if you destroyed the CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc and you'll destroy him. Do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please, Kyle. Okay. Already, I have multiple questions. Why did the friend mail the game and not just destroy it himself? I know this is just the beginning of the story, but I somewhat remember how this one goes, and there's nothing in the story that would suggest that Kyle would have not been able to destroy it. Also, this has been one of my personal biggest pet peeves already with an overdramatic writer. There is so much in these first few paragraphs that could be cut, and so much of the detail is completely unneeded. Like, I'm sorry to say this, but it really reads like someone trying to push the word count with their thesaurus, or someone's high school creative writing assignment. And this is like one of the worst things that a lot of creepypastas do, but this one does it to such an extreme that it's almost painful to read. It's such a slog, and the pacing has no idea what it wants to do, and then the letter from Kyle is extremely funny to me. Like, begging to survive from Sonic and destroy the godforsaken disc when he could have just done it himself, it's hilariously bad. And from what comes later, it makes it even funnier, because you know where this goes, and it's like, okay, so this guy's just useless, and he's just here just to push the plot forward. It's goofy and it's dumb, and I have no idea why this story has gotten as popular as it was, and it doesn't make the story more interesting, and instead just drags the reader along with the reader slog of a story. But let's continue. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Boy, was I wrong about that. Anyway, I looked at the disc, and it looked like an ordinary computer CDR disc, except it had black marker on it written Sonic.exe, and it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning that he must have gotten it from somewhere else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it since I'm a big Sonic fan. I went up into my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was the first Sonic game. I was like, awesome. Because like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start, there was a split second where the title screen turned into something much different, something that I now consider horrifying before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like in that split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened, the title emblem was rusted and ruined, the Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red like blood except it looked hyper-realistic. This has gotta be one of the dumbest scares that I've ever read. There's next to no tension, and the game gives away the main idea behind the story way too quickly, and just makes the story fall into shambles into the first 4 paragraphs. Also already thrown in the hyper-realistic blood, like come on, please come up with something else, as this trope was just so prevalent everywhere. Now that if you want me to review a creepypasta, if I see the word hyper-realistic blood, I'll lower the ranking down by 1 automatically. It's that bad of a trope and instantly makes your story laughable. If one of you guys is able to prove me wrong, then please do, but not once I've ever found the phrase hyper-realistic scary. Also, there's the Sega 666, which never fails to make me laugh, because why is this demonic? Like, seriously, what about this is actually demonic? It's just a creepy ROM hack. Like, seriously, you're not getting a scare with a fucking number. It's a dumb scare, and it really adds nothing to the story, and it's even funnier considering that he somehow got a screenshot of it, even though it's only supposed to be on screen for a half a second. If it was only on screen for half a second, how the hell are you able to describe it in this much detail? That's not explained, and the grammar here is so bad that constantly I'm having to reread these lines for the script because I literally cannot read them because the grammar is so choppy that the sentences just don't make sense. But let's continue. But the freakiest thing that was in the split frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding with 2 glowing red dots staring right at me, and his smile had stretched wider up to the edge of his face. I was rather disturbed about that image when I saw it, though I figured it was just a glitch and forgot about it. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so. And then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic 3 popped up and I was like, what the fuck? What is this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, then I noticed something off. The background was the dark cloudy sky of the Black Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD, and there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter's music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. And the image from the same file where you see a preview of the level you're on is just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game for crying out loud? That's when I realized this wasn't a glitchy game, it was a hacked game. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared, or at least I tried to be. I told myself that it was just a hacked game and that there was nothing wrong with that. Anyway, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails, and when I selected and got started, the game froze for about 5 seconds. I heard a creep pixelated laugh that sounded an awful lot like that Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black. Okay, this story has got to be fucking with me. Already we have Earthbound music for some weird reason, and now we have Kefka's laugh. Like, in what world as a writer would you use game references in order to draw out fear of the viewer? This has got to be one of the dumbest ideas put to page, and I'm sorry, but what the actual hell am I reading? Like, I've read some bad stories here over the past few years, and I've read this one before, but I really don't remember it being this bad. Like, this is bad. Really bad. I can't even give it technicality with writing, as there are spelling and grammar errors here galore, and how this one got popular 100% has to do with the game. Like, that line, that last few sentences right there with, like, the anyway shaking off, the game froze, all that, was nearly impossible for me to read there. It was just so no grammar at all, and the sentences would just end for no reason, and then it would continue with the same idea and same subject like it was the same sentence. And no universe was its popularity due to the story. Humanity may have fallen to lows in history, but that's a low I wouldn't even believe. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds or more. Then it showed the typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red and the text showed only Hill Act 1. The screen faded in and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1, but the music was different. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd was that as Tail was running along the level, there was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes, and that's when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of the small animals lying dead on the ground bleeding.
That was when the music started to slow down. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before, so I had him move along and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals as Tails moved past them, looking more and more worried as the music lowers and he moves past more dead animals. I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like something killed them in a rather gruesome way. A squirrel was hanged on a tree with that what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. A bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. How are you able to tell this from a graphical game perspective, by the way? This is a, Sega Genesis game. How are you able to tell this much detail? I'm sorry. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw this massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals and the music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue. After a minute passed after the music stopped, Tails was running up a hill and then he stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the other side of the screen with his back against Tails with his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered, and obviously noticed that Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious of Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that it wasn't even moving my keyboard anymore to make him move, so this has to be a cutscene. Suddenly, I began to have a growing sense of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention, and I felt that Tails was in danger and something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hand out to touch him. That foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger, and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open and they were black with those red glowing dots, just like that title image, though there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned to black and the static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds and then white text appeared for a message saying, "Hello. Do you want to play a game with me?" At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue with the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to a different level with the level title now saying Hide and Seek. This time, I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3, and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the fourth wall, trying to tell me to get him out of there. So I pressed down on the arrow key as hard as I could and made him run as fast as he could. A pixelated version of that creepy theme when you meet Shadow at the ARK as the Robotnik from SAT was playing as I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly I heard that creepy laugh again, that awful Kefka laugh right after 10 seconds has passed as I helped Tails run through the forest, and then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping everywhere on the screen, again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that suspenseful droning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails slowly gain up on him flying. Sonic wasn't running, he was actually flying. The flying pose the sprite was making looked very similar to Mental Sonic's flying pose in Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic and he had the black and red eyes again only. This time he has the most deranged looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly when Tails tripped, another cutscene, the music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails laid there and started crying for 15 seconds. The scene was rather upsetting to watch and I kind of teared up myself. But then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails and Tails looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic as a grin slowly grew from his face as he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. Just in a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. There was a loud screeching noise that only lasted about 5 seconds. The text returned only this time it said, "You're too slow, want to try again," and then the god-awful laugh came with it. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails are supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? I shook the shock off as I was brought back to the character select screen. The save file that had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself, which was flickering with red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding, his orange fur had gone black, and he had the expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black and stayed there for another 10 seconds. This time the level said, "You can't run." Once again,
A lot of this is just ruined by the writing, as the ideas here are just so cliched and goofy that while entertaining, it's not frightening in any way. Like, you cannot convince me that this isn't some sort of strange parody from the Kefka laugh to Tails dying and the Sonic with blood red eyes. Like, it reads similarly to, like, I Hate You, but it's 100% serious, which honestly makes it even funnier. This isn't intentionally bad like I Hate You, this is truly bad, where there's actual effort put here, but it's just a complete mess. This is not about the writer himself, and you almost feel bad for him because you can tell that they're trying, and I'm not trying to judge their character, but we also know that the story is not actually a parody because of what happened when the story was deleted for being too bad. Upon deletion, the writer wrote a defense of it, gathering even more attention on the story, leading it down into infamy and why it's just as infamous as it is today, but we'll get more into that later. Also, the blood red eyes and hyper-realistic blood and the like constant game references for some reason are just ridiculous. And then the text about, do you want to play, like he's like fucking Jigsaw, is so stupid that it like completely catches me off guard. And I'm sure it's gonna get worse, and that's what makes it even funnier, because I know how bad this story gets, and I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the bad stuff to really get started, because it really hasn't gotten to the bad stuff yet, but we're starting to get there. It's starting to get to that schlock, but I can feel it's gonna get way worse. But let's continue. I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't tell if this was a glitch or a hack or some kind of twisted joke or anything really, but despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. The next level looked much different. It had the ground of the scrap brain zone, but the sky background looked like the main menu. It has the dark reddish sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like the Gygas thing right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid just like Tails did, though not as much, but rather he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails and looked as if he wasn't sure about what was going on, but I made him move anyways. He ran down the straight pathway in the Stark level. As he did, the screen started to flicker red static a couple times, and then that maddening laugh came again. Then, after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear again, thinking about something horrible that is going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated, walking down the blood-stained road, but I still kept him going. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red eyes, and then red static appeared again. And when the static vanished, showing nothing but black screen with text saying, "Found you," I was now scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, red static came again, and then I was back to the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking, and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time, the high-pitched squealing from Silent Hill 1's final boss was playing. Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? I hope to God it wasn't already. Suddenly, Sonic appeared right behind Knuckles in what appeared to be pixelated black smoke. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in pixelated black smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went off again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again, and I made him punch again, and Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicked even more, and I felt like I was going crazy. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Another cutscene played as Knuckles fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. And then in a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles, and the screen went black with another distorted screech that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared. So many souls to play with, so little time. Would you agree? What the hell? Just what is going on? I started to think that Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game, but I was too scared to think that. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time the second file box had Knuckles on the TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray, and his dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too, and he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that these are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens on the save files, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it. So I shut off the game and took a break. I took a nap, wish I hadn't, because I then began to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in pitch black darkness, though I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above my head. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby, and they were saying stuff like, "Help us," and "Why did you give us to him?" and "Run him away before he gets you too." You have got to be kidding me. Did I actually read that? The game is talking to him? What? Why? This has been entertaining to read because what the actual fuck is this story? As it really seems like it's just trying to do a collectathon of every single bad horror story cliche like fucking Infinity Stones. Once again, Knuckles' death here is comically dumb. And it's trying to do like the quick-witted villain thing, but it's just not scary. In fact, I would consider this to be the antithesis of scary, and instead is just nothing. This whole story has just been a load of nothing. Nothing's really happened. It's just been characters dying in graphic and gory ways, once again in ways that are way too advanced for a Sega Genesis game to even portray, and the graphics just don't match with what a Sonic game would actually be able to show. And then once again, the spelling, not just the grammar, but the spelling here has gotten to be absolutely terrible. Knuckled? You can't fucking knuckled? What? And then it's just a mess. There's just the Silent Hill 1 music for some reason. And then like the Gygas music being specifically noted is really funny to me. Why is there so many game references in your horror story? It does not make it scary. It just makes me go, why the fuck is this included? I'm sorry for swearing so much, but the story has me so confused. What is even going on here? Also, for the writer, please learn the difference between a comma and a period. Nearly every single sentence in this is an entire paragraph because you use commas instead of periods. So when I'm trying to read this, it's so confusing because I don't know when the sentence actually ends. The cries died out as I then heard Sonic's laugh. His laugh. It sounded a lot like a distorted Kefka laugh. You're a lot of fun to play with, kid, just like your friend Kyle, though he didn't last long. I was scared and looking around for the source of the voice. Won't be long now until you join him and all my other friends. I saw him walking towards me, flickering in and out in several directions. You can't run, kid. You're in my world now, just like the others. When he grabbed me and I saw his bleeding black and red-eyed, grin-faced, I woke up with a fright. After a couple of hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I don't know why, but I had to know. I had to figure out why this was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought this was wacky, playing as Robotnik, but anyway the level title appeared again, and this time it said ... which I found really freaky. This time I was in some kind of hallway. Didn't really look it was from any of the classic Sonic games, though it has the pixelated style. The floor was shiny and checkered. The walls were dark grayish purple with animated candlelight and a few dark bloodstains here and there. There was a dark red curtain hanging above on the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so that red curtain sways very slowly, but whenever you're playing the game you can barely see it move. The music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song, but I knew better. This was that song that played in Silent Hill Act 1, only it was in reverse. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face as if he was just a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when I just left him standing there as he turns his head to the left and to the right at least twice and then shrugs at me as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. He did his usual running animation, you know when you've beaten him at the end of the classic Sonic game and you chase him, as we continued going through the hallway. Then I stopped at the long flight of stairs leading downward, and now as I was confused, even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though as I pressed onward, as I led Robotnik down the stairs, I've tried to go back with Robotnik, but he just always fell on the stairs. I noticed that the walls have gotten darker and more reddish. The red torches are now an eerie blue. Then we landed onto another hallway. This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. And then we headed down another flight of stairs down. This one was much longer and took at least 1 full minute. And then I heard that horrible Kefka laugh again, and then the music slowly faded out until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark red and the torches were a black flame now. When Robotnik landed on the third hallway, I noticed how he looked really creeped out, though he tried to hide it. I couldn't blame him, I was scared too. Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik the same way he did Knuckles, and then red static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds, and then it showed me an unpleasant image. I'm sorry to butt in here again, but my god, the grammar in this section by far was some of the worst. There were some sentences where I literally had to stop and look through, and you'll notice some of those sentences sound super monotone. That's because I literally had to do that, or I literally could not say it, because it literally was a tongue twister to read. Like, imagine your grammar being so bad that while reading it, I have to do fucking tongue twisters in order to actually read it out. That's ridiculous. The image showed a hyper-realistic Sonic standing in the darkness where you can only see his face while his head and torso faded into black. And when I say hyper-realistic, I mean like he looked so real they could actually see the lines in his blue fur, as if you could actually see the fur if you touched the screen. His face, oh god, he made the most horrifying smile I had ever seen. And that's something considering that I saw that image at the start of the game. His eyes are wide and black and once again crying blood, which also looked hyper realistic, and there was 2 small glowing red dots and those black eyes staring right at me as if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched into the sides of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs. Very sharp fangs, much like the werehog's teeth, except more vicious looking, somewhat yellowish, and from the look of it, he had stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips and fangs as if he ate some sort of animal. I stared at that gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off of it, and I felt as if he was actually looking at me, smiling at me. That face, it just took 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. Then the screen flickered with red static again 3 times, and on the 3rd time I heard Kefka's laugh. Except this time it sounded distorted, demonic even, and it went back to the image again, except this time there was the text again, though it was messed up, but it was pretty much one of the most horrifying things I looked at since I had this game. I am God. It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic when it hit me. I realized that then and there. Then it stopped and showed nothing but black. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came up. Ready for round 2, Tom? The Kefka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me, played again 3 times as I looked at that text in shock. Then I got booted back to the main menu, and this time the 3rd save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray, his mustache drooped and had blackened, and his glasses broke and blood is coming from them, and he had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they're going through. They are forever trapped within the game and forever tormented by the horror hedgehog and always will be. The red static popped once again and quickly an image of Sonic and Tails and some moving hellfire in the sky being red. Sonic and the sun in his center and lighting him, and he also had 2 white angel wings and was carrying Tails away by red shoes, and Tails screaming for help face on this image was evident. What the fuck was that sentence? And before right were the big letters of game over. Also, a reverse creepy relaxing piano melody was playing while the image was still being shown. Now, I want to point out something here really quick before we finish the story off, but why is the main character crying over the deaths of fictional animals? I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. This character is so overwhelmingly dramatic at every turn, to the point of insanity, and it's just gonna get worse, so be prepared. Also, the grammar in those last few paragraphs somehow was the worst so far. That sentence with the angel wings, I literally had no idea what it was trying to convey, because the grammar was just such a fucking mess. Like, did a child write this? I'm sorry, but this reads like it was written by a 4-year-old. This Sonic was a monster. A pure, evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys. And this game is a very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world and the very hell his victims are trapped in. Quick red static popped up once again, and a message in Japanese white small letters showed up, which translated to, "This is a way to release yourselves. A spell to obtain our souls once more, but when we speak it, no sound. We are all deaf, so failure is inevitable, and I regret ever entering my eternal bet with the devil inside of me. Immortality versus soul satching. Gary Crook versus Jake Shanley. Ambition is overrated." The background of the text was red and black art, and while this image with text was still being shown, a chanting of Muslims can be heard. Now it's quick to Sonic, which you can play while a bit of static is shown, so you can move and play as Sonic in some static world, and then I move forward and see a mutilated body and a stick with giant white letters stating, "You had a chance to comply. Now you've come too far." Then as I walk away from that, there is a mechanical metal grabber claw grabbing a small but mutilated body with red drop dripping off, and as I keep walking, I see another one while a skeleton face pop up, but Sonic gameplay still being seen and then the skeleton face disappearing. Also in this unknown level, music is somewhat soothing as creepy also, like metal being scratched combined with whistling and more. How would I explain it? In the second claw, I see looking the same as the earlier one, a text next to it, and the same big white letter is shown saying, "Can you hear me there?" And then stating pop-ups, while a black and white only face made of creepy Link quickly pops up close to him and then disappears in the face the skeleton face did. Then I keep walking and the text I see continues stating, "Can you hear them? They're trying to tell you something." And then a female scream is heard with the face of a woman in black and white quickly appearing and leaving. Her eyes were pretty and cute though, despite all of her face in black and white. Then I continue walking and a skeleton face does the same again and the same scream is heard once again, and I see another mutilated body on a stick. Looks like a sword made of flesh and hearts, and then I walk and see another one of those sticks and another grabber with the text next to it stating, "Oh, playing with them was so much fun. Almost as fun as you, Tom." And while I walk reading this text, I see a lot of grabbers around the text, and then I kept walking and see another grabber with the text. There was Gary and Jake and Kyle and Alice and so many more. And I'm sorry, this section has some of the craziest grammar I've ever seen. It's just one long sentence. There's no breaks in this, and the sentences don't even make any sense. But let's continue. I kept walking with now that overwhelming sense of dread feeling once again after reading that text, and then I remain walking and see another stick with the text. "It's time your soul joined theirs, Tom." Then a pink-black swirling optical illusion replaces half of the static I was walking through, and with a reverberated telephonic sound, and then 3 grabbers are shown after the text, and then I keep walking in that optical illusion with the path below it as static, and then I see words in my path that I was walking stating "obey" multiple times, and then I see that word as I kept, and then again stated 2 times, those words being together while a woman starts screaming, and then the status data for everything, my rings, my time, everything slowly fades, and then as I kept walking, I see 2 final grabbers, one small holding a small body with blood dripping from it, and one big holding a big body with blood dripping from it. Then my gameplay of me, who was walking in my path, fades. Then suddenly in an actual split second, I screamed as Sonic lunged at the scream, screeching loudly with his mouth open to an unnatural length. In that Sonic face, his teeth were demonic and red blood was dripping from his mouth. In that length, it revealed nothing but a literally spiraling abyss of pure darkness before the red static come again, this time much louder and distorted, so loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red stack screeched for a good 7 seconds. Then a Satan-like image of Sonic with red eyes and mouth red and red horns popped up while the background of the image was the moving static, and then the woman screamed again. Then cuts to a Japanese text stating a final message which translate to be honest, 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 to be honest. And then another one popped up stating in English, "I was killed, massacred, and angry. I killed until all my strength was gone, and yet they die with only the amusement for the devil who rose to torture me." The background for both texts were red and black, this time with also the moving static. Then the computer shut itself off and I couldn't turn it back on no matter what I did. I sat there for maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what had just happened. Sonic is the very embodiment of evil. He tortures people who play his games in more ways than one, and then when he gets bored he drags you into the game. Literally drags you to hell, where he can play with you always as his toy. I can't get the game out on my computer. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on now. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice behind me, like a whisper. "Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom." I turned around to see where the voice came from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed staring right at me was a Sonic plushie smiling with blood stains under its eyes. And that is Sonic.exe, and I really don't know what to say that hasn't been said already. First off, let's get out of the way, but this story is absolutely an F tier. This story is bad. Really, really bad. From the last few paragraphs adding quite literally nothing to the absolutely hilarious twist. I'm still not entirely convinced that this isn't some sort of extreme shitpost, but I could always be wrong. The plushie ending has gotta be one of the dumbest things I ever read, and it's been ripped off to death, which makes it even funnier. What even was that? Out of all the possible endings to this story, you think that the best was putting a demonic plushie behind the main character? Like, out of anything you could have possibly come up with, I would have rather the character be dragged into the game or Sonic coming out of the game than this. It's so bad that even the other options are kind of a mess, but like it's still better than what we got. This is one of the few stories that I really cannot find any positive ways to try and spin the story, as there's nothing here that I really can see being built upon. Usually when reading these types of stories, when giving a score, I say that the reviews show the amount of work that still needs to go into the story, with A tier being nearly perfect, while C has good concepts or ideas, but doesn't exactly hit the target. However, for F tier, in my mind, I'm saying that the story needs to be left behind, as there's nothing really salvageable here. The core concept itself is bad, as the idea of evil Sonic coming to kill you is just not frightening at all, which is why I really do not look forward at all to the rewrite, which exists, or round 2, which also exists, because there's no building blocks here. Even with the D tier, I see some potential for something good, but there isn't potential in this story, and if there is, I would love to be proven wrong. But in its current state, and from what I know about it, this story is an F through and through. Absolutely nothing works, and instead we have to deal with one of the least likable and most obnoxious characters in fiction, being chased by one of the least frightening monsters put to text. It really does not get much worse than this for legible creepypastas, but a lot of those other ones don't get nearly as popular as this one did. That's the other thing. This story was absolutely huge to the point where I made a whole separate video on just how big of an influence it had on creepypastas as a whole, which I will include down below. The fact this one not only was influential, but was one of the biggest in the entire fandom is absolutely baffling to me. Shock value stories and unoriginal stories were starting to pop up, and then this completely dragged the fandom down more, as they would influence even more unoriginal slop. And look at analog horror now, and while I do hope to get back to analog horror rankings in the middle as well, I just don't think it's gonna be that fun for me. This is something that's been shown over and over again with many different horror fandoms, and I saw this with analog horror, and it's happened here. And I have been giving way too many good stories, but of course this is where things change, and Sonic the EXE was a really, really bad story, but it was honestly expected. I went into this remembering that it was bad, but it really, to the scale of how bad it was, I was not actually expecting. I knew it was going to be bad, but like, this is just unsavable. There's nothing here, and I read this not that long ago, and it's still just way worse than I remember it every single time that I read it. Like, I always think it can't be that bad, and then I read it and then I remember, yeah, it's that bad. Like, it's not time travel journal bad, which I'm sure we'll get to, but it's pretty fucking close. So, and let's get this all wrapped up. Okay, so here we have a story that I really don't remember anything about, like at all. With God's Mouth, I had some hint of a remembrance of what happened in it. With this one, I really do not remember this one at all. I know it existed and listened to it at some point, but at this point this came out, I was already starting to grow out of these stories. However, I don't hold high hopes, as lost episodes have a bad reputation that precedes them, and a SpongeBob one already has me worried, but let's get right into it. I'm sure many have heard of the lost episode creepypastas. They usually involve an incredibly graphic episode that conveys such fear to children that is never aired, though someone manages to sneak a viewing or own one of the tapes. The most popular examples of this is Squidward's suicide, in which Squidward commits suicide, hence the title. Of course, all these creepypastas are false, yet I remember a SpongeBob episode that was altered heavily but still remains in circulation today. This is One Course Meal from Season 7. In the episode, Mr. Krabs finds out that Plankton is horrified of whales and uses it to his advantage. This is one of the least popular episodes of the show due to its dark nature, even after being heavily altered. Now, how would I have seen this episode before it was edited? It's simple, really. This is one of the 7 SpongeBob episodes that was revealed on the internet before it was aired on TV. Always a big fan of the show, I was excited at the idea of having a SpongeBob episode premiere on the internet before television. I rapidly reloaded the Nickelodeon page and finally it came up. It was known as Plankton Got Served, though it was eventually changed. Most of the episode is identical to the one that is circulated today. Plankton manages to break into the Krusty Krab and ties up Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob. As he's about to finally get the secret formula from SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs' daughter, Pearl, walks in. This terrifies Plankton and causes him to run out. Plankton later claims that his ancestors were eaten by whales, and that is why he fears them so. Mr. Krabs realizes that this fear that Plankton has and decides to use it against him. He dresses up as his daughter and begins to follow Plankton around, frightening him. Plankton decides that he can no longer take it and decides to makes the ultimate decision. Plankton decides to commit suicide. Yes, this is still in the episode today. You are free to watch it. Plankton waits for the bus as he lies in the street waiting to get run over. This is when SpongeBob comes in to convince him to continue his existence and where the alteration in the two versions begin. Plankton fails to heed SpongeBob's words and remains there. In the altered version that was shown, SpongeBob tells Plankton that it was Mr. Krabs' Pearl the entire time and he gets up. In another altered version, SpongeBob says the same things, but Plankton refuses to believe him. SpongeBob decides that the only thing he can do is show him the truth and to drag Mr. Krabs outside. Soon after he leaves, the typical red bus comes speeding along. Plankton sits up and watches it hit him as everything fades to black. Plankton finds himself standing on a single platform overlooking darkness. In it, he sees whales, all looking up at him. There are members of his family he can faintly make out calling for him to jump down. Plankton looks above and sees light, a light that he can barely see. This would seem to represent heaven and hell. Plankton, resigned to his fate, jumps and plunges into darkness. That is when the episode ends and the traditional credits for the show are shown, parallel to Plankton's descent into darkness. Now, some of you may say you saw the show as soon as it was available online. Apparently not fast enough. After seeing the episode, I reloaded the page to find the altered version only shown on the website. I kept reloading, curious of how I had seen the first version. The only answer I can imagine for the viewing of the original episode was that the creators uploaded the wrong file and moments after uploading it, recognized it as such. I may be the only one who saw this version. I truly do not know the sick ambitions the creators of SpongeBob had in mind with this episode. Why would a kids show portray death? Why would a kids show portray heaven and hell? Nonetheless, the unaltered version is impossible to find. I've searched as hard as I can and have failed to discover anything legitimate about the episode I had seen. People had told me that I had only seen the altered version and that they were surprised at the dark scene portrayed in the episode. Still, I know what I saw. I know people will fail to believe me. People will accuse me of just trying to scare people. People will say I have no evidence. There are no photos. There is no video evidence of this occurrence. I only saw it once and it never occurred to me to do such a thing. But I know the truth and I want other people to know too. Maybe someone out there saw this episode as well and can confirm it. Until then, I hope you enjoyed reading about my experience. So this is weird for me, as honestly for a lost episode creepypasta, this one is actually kind of interesting and let me explain why. Compared to a lot of the other creepypastas that make up a completely new episode with hyperrealistic eyes and hyperrealistic blood, this one instead just alters an episode of the show to be slightly more depressing. And it's even better because it's based off of one of the episodes of SpongeBob that is already widely debated due to its shockingly somber tone, that of course being one course meal. The episode, which is already infamous for following Plankton going into a depression, widely interpreted as being a representation of Howard Hughes, who simply put himself through isolation. It also never over-explains it, instead leaving you with some haunting yet believable imagery. The only thing that changes is the ending, and while it is an extreme, it never gets to the point of unbelievability. I could see this being some sort of early version that the studio would change, and it's made even better as the episode was originally actually called Plankton Got Served. And then the imagery at the end, while not particularly scary, is quite disturbing when you think about it. Not only has Plankton been tormented the entire time he had been there, but also upon being run over by the bus, he jumps down into hell where he will get tormented for the rest of eternity. A dark subject, yes, but somewhat believable for an early version of an episode. It never goes too far, and instead the writer shows great restraint in order to just leave the ideas that your mind can expand upon. Honestly, this might be just because we just read Sonic.exe, but the story came out looking really good. Like, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's short, pretty interesting read, which does its job, and while it may not be the most memorable, it certainly was interesting. So a pleasant surprise, so completely throw out my statement from earlier, this one actually vastly broke past my expectations, and it actually has me thinking that this is somewhat underrated. I know this one is in the cultural sphere, but compared to a lot of the other big ones from the time, this one is by far the least talked about. And I kinda know why, because this one was released quite a bit later from what I remember in comparison to a lot of the other classic creepypastas. But it's kind of a shame, as if it had been just a couple months earlier, then it probably would have been a lot more remembered than it is now. I can't believe I'm going to say this about a SpongeBob creepypasta, but this one is extremely underrated, especially comparing this to like the same fan base that allowed Sonic.exe and Jeff the Killer to be popular. Go read it for yourself, as narration removes a lot of the fear that comes along with it. I have all the stories linked down below. However, I have to give one gripe, I really don't think the narrator was super necessary for this one. I think the Wikipedia type approach would have worked better here, as it could have just been an earlier version of an already made episode. I feel like this makes obvious sense and would have written the cliched first paragraph and the weird overdramatic dialogue every once in a while, and those of which we've read multiple times here and we'll keep seeing here unfortunately. But finally, let's get into the score. For most of the stories, I feel strongly compelled between two scores, as a lot of stories fall somewhere in the middle, but this one was actually quite quite easy. That of course being a solid B tier. Yes, it's not the most scary, and no, the story doesn't really try to make SpongeBob unsettly, rather it just showcases an episode going too far. When looking back at older creepypastas, your mind may go to a couple of the big titans of the genre. Think Jeff the Killer, Smile Dog, and The Rake, but I always felt like one story was always a bit more underrated than those three. And while the story isn't underrated anymore, at the time of its release it was nowhere near as popular as a lot of the EXE and gaming creepypastas were at the time. That of course being the heavily atmospheric Mr. Widemouth. And before getting into the actual video, make sure if you haven't already liked and subscribed to the channel. Not only does it help me out, but it also lets you know whenever a new upload is, even if you know my schedule. Which for those who didn't know is every other Wednesday at 4 PM Central Standard Time. But let's get back to the video. I have read tons of different creepypastas, and hell, I have a whole series where I just review and rank all of them. And if you didn't know, this is actually part 5 of my ranking of all of them, but I felt like this one deserved its own video. The rest of it will be linked down below. Getting back, I've read them since I was a young kid, but for some reason over the years, one has always stuck with my mind. Well, actually, a couple to be more specific, but the ones I consistently found myself thinking about were Smile Dog and Mr. Widemouth. But comparing the two, I feel like I always heard about Mr. Widemouth a lot less than I did Smile Dog, because Smile Dog still was a really huge story. I just feel like its legacy has been forgotten a bit more than a lot of the other ones. And I'm going to give a really short summary of the story here, and for those who didn't know, Mr. Widemouth follows a kid whose family, which moves a lot, moves to rural Maine. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There was a number of rooms that I didn't see in my 5 months that we resided there. In some ways it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's work. And upon moving into the house, he begins to get greeted by this odd creature. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. Mr. Widemouth is described as being almost like a Furby, and upon further hanging out, Mr. Widemouth begins to ask our protagonist to do more and more odd requests. This is all despite his mono, which has him nearly bedridden, but the monster seems to not care and instead lures him up into a room that his parents had strictly forbidden. I like to play pretend up here, Mr. Widemouth explained. I pretend that there is a big, soft trampoline below this window and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try. I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hit of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. It's a long drop, I said, but that's all part of the fun. It wouldn't be exciting if it were only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline. Of course, despite Mr. Widemouth's constant pleas, the boy decides not to jump, prompting Mr. Widemouth to get a bit more creative with his ideas. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrives holding a small box. I want to teach you how to juggle, he said. Here are some things you can use to practice, before I start giving you lessons. I looked in the box. It was full of knives. My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room. Objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year. Mr. Widemouth frowned. It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it. I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw around in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there for the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was underneath me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night saying that he had put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. he wasn't so fun to play with anymore. This leads to a fight between the two, and upon getting better from mono, he shows the kid a trail, telling him to explore it when he gets older. His family then moves away where he sees Mr. Widemouth watching from a window, never to be seen again. Years later, he goes to revisit the house, checking where the trail led, which is of course the New Vineyard Cemetery. However, our writer notes that oddly the cemetery has a lot more child graves than is considered normal, meaning that Mr. Widemouth had done it before. And that is Mr. Widemouth, and wow, what a twist. First off, compared to a lot of the other creepypastas, I really cannot rag on technical flaws here, as this story's execution is nearly flawless. There are no portions where the story seems to drag on too long or overstays its welcome, instead moving quite quickly along. This could have easily fallen into the tropes that plagued creepypastas, and comparing this to something like The Rake, this one instead offers a lot more subtlety. I cannot say I would really cut anything for pacing, as nothing here is really useless. Even the somewhat melodramatic narration at the beginning feels oddly fitting, as it gives the character an almost outsider type character, which works considering we learn that he was essentially raised as an outsider due to his illness, and thus his more overdramatic stylings keep him in character. And compare this to something like Sonic.exe, which I read in my last one, which was plagued with grammar errors, technical issues, and to the point where it was quite literally a struggle to read. In comparison, this feels like a breeze to read, as it reads just like an actual story, which, shocker, seems like a bare minimum, but a lot of the stories fail here. And not only is it an actual story, but like all good stories, it has self-control. I know this is something that I talk about constantly on this channel, but self-control is a giant aspect when it comes to writing. Overdoing something can be just as distracting as underdoing something, which is why films by directors like Michael Bay have been criticized for its rapid-fire pacing where not really enough gets explored. So when reading stories that aren't afraid to pull punches that also are able to know when to hold back, well, that's just not super common. Thus there is already a higher level of writing here compared to a lot of the other creepypastas due to it just working as a story. And that's not even getting into the monster of the story. Compared to all the children-based urban legends we'd covered so far, such as Where Bad Kids Go or The Rake, this one feels a lot closer to something that could actually be real. This is not me claiming that Mr. Widemouth could be an actual urban legend, but compared to a lot of the other ones, I feel like I could hear this story at a campfire, while something like Jeff the Killer I just cannot imagine in any sort of way. But you're telling me that while we had stories like this going around, many of us ignored it because we were too distracted by stories like Sonic.exe and fucking Blood Whistle? I know this story was big, but while I was hearing about Tails Doll in nearly every creepypasta video, I didn't hear about this one until hearing about the best creepypasta plot twists. So why was this one forgotten about compared to a lot of the others? Well, to call this one forgotten is a bit of an overstatement, as this one was still pretty popular and has remained that way for quite a bit, and I would actually say it's gotten a lot bigger than it ever has been because of shows like Creepcast. But when compared to the other big ones, it just didn't really have the recognizability that the other big ones really had. It doesn't have the image that makes something like Jeff the Killer that much more interesting, and doesn't have the name recognition of something like Sonic.exe, which has the entire Sonic franchise before it to build hype around the story. See, while making a memorable image or game was one of the key successes for a lot of other creepypastas, IPs were also a major aspect for them, and the story doesn't have either one of those. Even stories like The Rake, which weren't originally written with images in mind, had images added on to the story later. Also, this one feels a bit more mature compared to a lot of the other children-involved horror of the time, because it could have just ended with another gore fest with Mr. Widemouth being successful. However, it instead just does a slow reveal, showing that Mr. Widemouth might not have been successful with our protagonist, but he has been successful before. This plays off what a lot of the best urban legends do, which is the plausibility of it still being out there. What makes Slender scary isn't mainly his appearance, but rather the fact that you could run into him just walking into a random forest with no possibility of escape. It also builds this atmosphere that is hard to describe without just reading. It's really something else compared to something like Sonic.exe and Time Travel Journal. It really is such a breath of fresh air compared to a lot of the other ones we have ranked thus far. But while reviewing this, we got to look at the good and the bad with each story, and for this one there are a couple of small issues. Sometimes the pacing can be a bit off, and the bit can get old a little quickly, with the scenarios getting worse and worse. However, this didn't really bother me specifically, as the atmosphere the story was able to build kept me interested. Secondly, there's the monster's design, which I don't know what it is about it, but I just can't find Mr. Widemouth himself that creepy. It has the same issue for me that something like Child's Play has, where the horror here comes from the idea that it's putting a child at harm, and I get that, but it still never really makes the monster that frightening. In fact, it usually causes the opposite reaction for me, but Oh well. However, you may have noticed that most of the issues I have with the story are more so personal gripes. That's because there really aren't any glaring super issues here, and the story uses the creepypasta format nearly perfectly. If you wanted to get someone into these kind of stories, then trust me, this one would be a great start. And with all those positives being said, I would have to give it a 9.5 out of 10. Remember, this is my scale specific for creepypastas, so while this score is quite high, remember it's still a creepypasta. Of course, that would mean putting Mr. Widemouth in the S tier. It would be slightly higher than God's Mouth, being the best one thus far. What's the weirdest YouTube video you've ever seen? From There's Nothing to Obey the Walrus to even Body of a Pig, we all have that one video that we'll never forget for just how strange it was. And odds are a lot of them are a part of the early wave of YouTube horror that we all know and love that gave us things like creepypastas and alike. And see, I told you guys that we would be getting back to some of the older series here. For those who haven't seen the other two volumes, essentially I look at a lot of the weird YouTube horror videos you may remember from over the years. For example, in the past two videos, we looked at videos like Username 666 and I Feel Fantastic. So if you know those videos, you know exactly what type of video I'm talking about. I then give them a final score, so if you want to know what I think about a lot of these other videos that aren't on here, go check out the other two parts. It will be in the description below, but enough yapping, let's get into the video.
La pequeña araña en un tubo se subió.
Okay, so Obey the Walrus doesn't really have any meaning or story behind it. Instead, it's just a rapid-fire series of disturbing imagery with an ear-piercingly loud children's song playing in the background. Although I'm not entirely sure what. It then cuts to footage of Sandra Crisp, a victim of polio, walking around, before finally it cuts to a photo of a walrus. And before getting into my quite obvious opinions on this video, the description of this video is also a part of a story, reading Obey It. Obey the Walrus, known in Spanish as Obedece la Morsa, probably horrible pronunciation, I'm sorry, is a video that was allegedly created by a Latin American cult known as La Morsa, the walrus. And it is said that bad things happen after watching the video. And that is Obey the Walrus, and I don't have much to say besides the fact that I find this video to be extremely lame. First off, this is one of my least favorite forms of early YouTube horror, and that I'm sure that we'll get to a lot of soon. That of course being the shock video, where what made the video scary for the majority of the people viewing it wasn't because of something actually scary, but rather it was because of the shocking video with extremely loud noises that caught you off guard more than anything. Usually they come in the form of screamers, which we'll of course get to later, but this was one of the other variations that was extremely common at the time. It tries to seem cursed, similar to something like the videotape from The Ring, and while I understand what it's trying to do, I just never have really found these types of videos that interesting. There's nothing to read into here, it's just surface layer shock value and that's it. Which there's nothing wrong with, but I just personally find them to be monotonous, especially after seeing similar things over and over again. It's the type of videos that things like Agamemnon Counterpart from the last part were actively mocking, as it was quite literally everywhere. However, these are all personal gripes mainly. It does what it sets out to do and does it well, and even if it doesn't always work. It doesn't have any huge technical issues, although I think the walrus abruptly at the end usually gives me the exact opposite of its intended reaction. Speaking of, I always find it funny when I read how people describe this video as having an off-putting feel when the walrus appears on screen. For me, I just find it funny, I'm sorry, but just slapping an image of a walrus at the end isn't going to have me screaming like I saw the scariest shit I've ever seen. Instead, it just always makes me laugh. I don't understand, but you do you, I guess. Also, the story about it being from a cult is of course 100% false. There is no walrus worshipping cult in Latin America, at least that I know of, and if there are, then they certainly didn't make this. This is a goofy little creepypasta that got spread everywhere, even to the point where I remember people used to show it with that as pretext to try and make it scarier. But just like the video itself, it's too vague to really infer anything, which just leaves the whole video to be a bit confusing for me. Am I supposed to be scared of the singing Andros or that goofy walrus picture, or is this just some sort of weird shit post? I don't know, it's too vague to really understand. Also, I find the usage of a polio victim as the scare to be a bit wrong, but oh well. These curse videos are some of my least favorite types of videos from this era, but this is extremely average for this point in time. Hell, there were whole genres of YouTube where they would rank these kind of videos. Wait,
But for my score, I don't find shock imagery with some loud music that interesting, so it's not anywhere near a high score, but I don't hate it either, I just don't find it that gripping. It's honestly perfectly average and is more of what I expected when I started this series early last year. Been a bit surprised by just how much quality we have gotten so far. This feels almost like an early version of like what Urban Spook does with analog horror, where it's just like shock imagery after shock imagery and that's it. So when giving a score, I would have to give it a solid 5 out of 10. It's nothing special, but if you're looking for a cheap little scare, it may be worth your time. Remember, for me a 5 is not a bad score, it just means it's average and didn't really do much for me, which this video most certainly is the epitome of. However, you may enjoy this one more or less, so go check it out. I have all the videos linked down below, but that makes me wonder if the next one will be any better. Okay, and before getting into this one, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe to the channel if you want to watch bi-weekly videos related to anything horror. If you really enjoyed it, you could hit the hype button, which is a newish feature that YouTube rolled out that helps the channel. But enough of me begging, let's begin. The original Uncanny Valley face video, and while this video is a bit of a doozy. So when I found this video the first time, I felt such a gut punch that I had to turn the video off. Granted, I was much younger than I am now, but for me when it comes to the Uncanny Valley, this one just hit me hard. And the more you dig into it, the more disturbing the video becomes, as every layer of it is just so disturbing that it makes it even worse the more you know about it. Mild cognito hazard, but if you want to know the full story about why this video is considered as dark as it is, I included Lazy Masquerade's short doc on it. Go check it out. In short, the image is a lady who was murdered being put through an animation software, with the song in the background being a song that is making fun of a victim of fear. But that aside, just looking at it on its own, it's got such an unnerving feeling to it that I just cannot fully describe. The way it moves has always been so off-putting to me, as the face looks almost lifeless, but it's moving in a way that seems wrong. That combined with the abrasive noise music that blasts in the background, this has got to be one of the most unapologetic of early YouTube. And with the background behind the image, it just makes you feel absolutely disgusting while watching it, and compared to a lot of the others here, I actually have a memory that goes along with this one. I remember late one night I was doing homework when my friend sent me a zipped GIF, and I opened it up while in my pitch black room, and it genuinely startled me so bad that I had to take a little break for a little while. And I still don't know why this GIF has always made me as uncomfortable as it has, but it's just always been that way. You guys can make fun of me all you want, as I know a lot of people actually find this one to be funny, but for me this one has just always been way too much. However, when considering the morality behind it, I just cannot give it a good score, as the creator of it has to be somewhat sick in the head to think of it, especially given the context behind the music and the image, but oh well. It's weird because of just how bare bones it is, but it's just so effective to me that I have to say I don't know really how to review it. It's a super off-putting GIF, and I just cannot give it a high score for how simple it is and the morality behind it, but I really can't give it a score at all, so it will have to be my first ever unreviewable. There's just too much behind this GIF for me to actually give a review score, so I honestly just can't give it one. Hopefully the next one will be a little bit better. Another one that makes me feel gross talking about it, but here goes. And also for those of you who can't really tell, I really don't really like talking about true crime really at all. It's always been something that's made me feel uncomfortable, especially talking about real people's lives that have been affected. But I do feel like it still is important to talk about these videos, as they were very influential in the early YouTube horror space, even if they were true crime related. So discussing these is something that needs to be done, so let's get right into it. Happy Anniversary was originally released by the channel 112 Dirtbag, and in the video he just laughs for about 40 seconds before abruptly stopping and winking. It then cuts to a message saying happy anniversary, and there's a lot to unpack here, so we're going to delve into a bit of true crime here again, so let's go. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old college student at UMass Amherst who disappeared after the police found her car on the side of the road. Even stranger was that despite telling her work that there had been a death in the family, upon further investigation no such death occurred. However, police police have ruled her case suspicious, which gets us right back into the video. When Maura went missing, her car was found on Route 112, and something might have just hit some of you, but I'll give the others a few seconds to catch up here. For those who still haven't gotten it, the channel that posted the happy anniversary video was named 112 Dirtbag. And to make things even worse, the video was released on February 8th, 2012, and although it's one day early, Maura Murray disappeared on February 9th, 2004, which seems like just a bit more than a coincidence. And as some have pointed out, the father apparently in an interview called whoever kidnapped her a dirtbag. However, he was actually investigated and was found to have no possibility of involvement and was a crazed fanatic of the case. So while you guys might still want a review score of this due to the connection to an actual disappearance in the Maura Murray case, I really cannot give this a review in good conscience. This is just some crazy lunatic online, and I'll give it my second ever unreviewable. Which, for those who have followed me, know this is crazy, but I'm sorry, there's just too much wrong with this for me personally to actually review this. I would feel sick having to write that, as it just feels morally wrong to do. Let's move on. But I do feel like it was important to review these two, as these two were very big in early YouTube, so it's just something that I have to talk about and really just kind of go over and then move on. I love this video so much. It's super simple, and due to its short length, I'll just show it here. But if you want to watch it on your own time, I'll also have them all linked down below. I don't know what I like so much about it, but the weird little creature effect has always been a favorite of mine. It's not over the top and overly long, instead just leaves you with a slightly unsettling image, and that's it, and that's all it needs to be. 8 out of 10. I know this one's a lot shorter compared to the other ones, but there really isn't much to say. It's only 30 seconds. One time when I was around 12 years old, I distinctly remember browsing Instagram late at night, and I came across this particular panel by acclaimed horror manga author Junji Ito. This panel from his widely acclaimed series, Uzumaki, struck a nerve with me that a lot of horror at the time wasn't really fully capable of doing for me, and that really sparked an interest for me in horror artwork, as I feel like a lot of the art of horror media can't be discerned from these stills alone. For example, in this panel I have shown, it uses the fear of unknown combined with distinct body horror and extreme hatch contrasts in order to make the horror that we are seeing that much more frightening. But for some of those who may not follow my channel, you may be asking what some of these terms mean, and I would highly suggest checking out my videos on these subjects specifically. They will be linked down below. But it's not just artists like Junji Ito who are creating horror artwork that is spreading nearly everywhere. You got the more realistic style ones such as Trevor Henderson or the otherworldliness of H.R. Geiger, to even older artists such as Bosch and Goya. There are so many types of horror artwork to pick from. And you may be thinking, what do these all have to do with one another? Well, they all use fairly similar tactics in order to keep us intrigued while also leaving us fairly uncomfortable by what we are seeing. But first, for example, take this artwork from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark by Stephen Gamble for the story The Dream. I have no clue who this lady is supposed to be, but I'm guessing it automatically set you on the edge when you first saw it. That's because there's actually quite a few tactics at play here. First off, there's an inherent lack of information that comes from a single frame rather than the story around it. They always say a painting means 1,000 words, but a lot of these horror artists will specifically give you less information on purpose in order to allow your mind to wander a bit more. Because of that, while looking at her, the fear of the unknown will activate a bit, as given the context that it's for a horror novel, we know she's up to no good. It also doesn't overdo it, instead just leaving us with a creepy woman and that's it. It could have added 100 other creepy monsters, but instead it just allows this one to sit there and just watch us.
And then there's the uncanny valley that comes with her appearance, as the artwork you can tell that it's supposed to be a humanoid, but everything about it just feels off. The same technique is used in a lot of other horror media, but there's just something about how these images are able to convey it that just leaves me so unnerved. Like, what the actual fuck is this thing? It's so strange looking, and what makes it even more unsettling is the story is honestly not that related to the artwork, so you don't even get the explanation of what that thing fucking is. It makes the fear of the unknown so much worse for this image. Also, to prove just how effective this artwork is, we can actually see a different interpretation, as Brett Helquist was commissioned to redo all the artwork due to it being labeled too disturbing for children. And while Helquist does a much better job of using the image to convey the story, there is a distinct lack of fear and intrigue from his artwork compared to Gamo's original. That's not to call Helquist a bad illustrator, far from it. He just has a very different idea of what he is trying to convey than Gamo was. And honestly, I do kind of agree. I think Gamo's artwork is a bit extreme, especially for a children's novel, but I still think it works, honestly. And that isn't the only thing that comes to my mind when I think of horror artwork, but I know one that definitely comes to yours. That of course being Siren Head by Trevor Henderson. Just like the one before this that utilizes fear of the unknown in order to build its fear, it also weaponizes familiarity within the monster itself. We've all seen a siren tower at some point, and Trevor Henderson purposely plays off that by making it so this monster is an embodiment of a siren tower, but is in fact trying to kill us. And what makes this even more horrifying is that nearly every town has one. Imagine you're driving down the road all by yourself and suddenly one of them moves. That would be absolutely horrifying, and I know I would honestly die a little bit inside if I saw a siren get up and move. And just like the one before, while he could have overdone it with like a million siren heads rushing over or something like that, the original image just has the one watching from a field. Thus it leaves you with more questions and more unknown, as maybe there's only one or maybe there's more. And it really doesn't even explain if it's hostile or not, instead just having it watching it from afar. And while this is a really good Trevor Henderson image, I honestly prefer his lighthead monster instead. One of the things that causes fear for a lot of people is using camouflage in order to capture something. And while it makes us uncomfortable when we see animals doing these things, imagine if something was using camouflage in order to hunt us. I'm sure I can speak for most of us when I say that would be absolutely horrifying, and if we actually had to deal with a threat like that, then life would be much more based off of fear than it is now. But you may be asking the core question that I want to get back to here, which is what makes these images just so fascinating? Yes, you now know what makes these scary, but why has there been such a resurgence of them ever since the creation of creepypastas, especially of horror artwork? Well, I think that comes a lot from the unknown that comes from the format. For example, take this panel from Uzumaki. While the context of what's going on here makes it much more atmospheric, the image of the dad wrapped up in the barrel still hits hard on its own. Hell, I bet some of you were taken aback just from me showing it to you. I think it's mainly because of those questions that the image leaves you here, such as why is the man wrapped up in the spiral? Is it contagious? Is he dead? Is it a threat? These are things your mind might have flown through when first seeing that, and honestly the format uses it to its advantage. And to show just how purposeful this is, Junji Ito specifically makes some of his most impactful artwork take up an entire page in order to put that much more detail just to mess with people who are looking at it. And what makes Junji Ito's artwork so masterful is that he does this all purposefully, such as the spiral of the man leading your eyes all the way through his body, and the cross-hatching adding an extreme level of contrast that really only pens would be able to provide. With the way that Junji Ito frames it, with the spiraled out father taking up nearly the entire frame, it essentially forces you to deal with what you're looking at. You can't really look away from it, you have to look at the giant spiraled out man trapped inside the barrel. And for an artist who may seem like the opposite of this, we got ones like H.R. Geiger, who uses steampunk and alien aesthetics to create nightmarish hellscapes that have influenced cinema for decades. For example, one of the most famous examples of Geiger's work has gotta be the xenomorph from the Alien franchise, and I think a lot of the horror of the Alien franchise translates well into the horror that Geiger is able to elicit from his artwork. But a lot of Geiger's artwork isn't specifically monster-based like Junji Ito and Gamo were, but instead comes from the horrific landscapes that the monster inhabits. Some of the best artwork by Geiger is quite literally just landscapes. However, the horror doesn't come from the people within it, instead it just comes from the organic style of the landscapes, making them feel a bit more alive, once again causing our minds to wander. We really don't have anything like that in our own world. We don't have living landscapes in the way that Geiger is able to draw here. It's distinctly alien while distinctly alive and organic. It's very strange and different, and this leads into my main point of how horror artwork uses the unknown to keep us intrigued, as many times while looking to the landscapes he made, you find yourself wondering how did these worlds get like this? And what Geiger is really good at is making your mind wander. Were they always like this? Or were they made like this? And what makes the format so good is that instead of having to explain it like stories and films have to in order to make their worlds fully realized, it instead leaves all the interpretation up to you. So I really think that a lot of horror artwork, really what matters when looking at it, whether or not you're going to actually like it or not, is how good your own sense of imagination is. And this has been going on forever within horror artwork as well, with artists like Goya using this to their advantage in paintings like Saturn devouring his son. We don't know why Saturn is eating his son, and we have no idea why Saturn has such crazed eyes within the painting, and to make it more disturbing, that answer will never be given. With some, there are no context, so that leads your mind to wander even more, as for example with Goya's painting. It was never actually meant to be released to the public, and people still dispute about the meaning behind it to this very day. Thus, the fear of the unknown is extremely important when it comes to horror artwork, as with too much context, a lot of the fear can be lost. For example, take a series that uses artwork for its scares, that of course being Urban Spook's The Painter. I know I somehow related this to Urban Spook. Isn't that crazy? But with The Painter, we see tons of really intriguing and creepy paintings with only the names of them really giving the context of what could have possibly happened to them. At least it did that for the first episode, but after that within the series, he instead decided to deal with every single aspect of the murder to such a point that the majority of the people who watched it at this point consider the series to be a bit gratuitous and over the top. Because of this, as the series went along, the paintings became less and less effective, as you already know the context for what happened will be given, and the initial shock value that came with them quickly disappeared with time. Compare this to something like Smile.jpg, which gives the details of what happened to those who view it, but never really tries to explain the image itself, which in turn keeps a lot of the impact of what you are seeing. Smile.jpg also doesn't overwhelm the horror, instead just focusing on the smiling dog and the bloody hand, and that's about it. They could have made the dog more demonic like the story says, but I feel like the uncanniness that comes from the more normal looking dog has always worked a little bit better than the more demonic one that circles around right now. And this unknown is something that is true for nearly all horror, but horror artwork especially, as it really is the one consistent thing between nearly all of the most successful ones. As I've stated time and time before, the fear of the unknown is one of the most important aspects of horror and is pretty consistently an aspect for nearly all mediums of horror. However, for horror artwork, this is especially important and has been since its very conception. With artwork, you have a lot less to work with than you do with a story or a film, but what really makes for an interesting painting is not trying to get around the limitations of the singular frame and instead using it to your advantage. And that is all for today, and honestly, I wanted to know what you guys all think of this video. I know it's a bit different than a lot of the other videos I have made as of recently, but honestly, this is a subject that I have wanted to cover for a while. I think it really encapsulates a lot of the ideas that I typically discuss on this channel, such as the fear of the unknown and the uncanny valley, something that I'm sure some of you are a bit tired of. But I wanted to show you guys how well this translates to other mediums in order for you guys to hopefully get a small bit of understanding of the media you're consuming. Imagine with me, if you will, you walking through a beach at night with some of your buddies, having a good time laughing, when suddenly one of you spots a sandcastle. Your friend then walks over to the sandcastle when suddenly he is dragged rapidly into the sand, never to be seen again. One of your other buddies walk over to see what's going on when suddenly they also get dragged under the sand. You decide to walk over and see what's going on when suddenly you see the sandcastle move. Of course, this would be what the world of Pokemon is like, with said sandcastle monster being Palossand, which has a Pokédex entry that reads, Palossand is known as the Beach Nightmare. It pulls its prey down into the sand by controlling the sand itself and then sucking out their souls. And I use this intro to illustrate a clear picture for you, and that is, while this world may seem whimsical, luring you in with a sense of adventure, there are actually tons of dangers here that lie beneath the surface. Before getting into it, know that this is just for the mainline games only, so don't expect any of the creepy moments from the TV show or the movies. Okay, now let's get right into it. To continue, that wasn't even the most disturbing Pokédex entry. For example, take Gengar. In Pokemon Sun, his Pokédex reads, should you feel yourself attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. There is no escaping it, give up. It doesn't even try and give any reasoning behind it, instead you are just doomed if a Gengar catches you. Now some of you may be saying, it's just Pokemon, and you can honestly ignore these while playing. as Pokédexes largely are optional to actually read, so let's look at some examples of creepy moments that can't be ignored in any of these games. But before getting into all that, make sure if you haven't already to like and subscribe to the channel. I upload once every other week at 4 p.m. Central, and it's always some sort of horror content, and this might seem like a small gesture, but it helps me a ton, and thank you for the consideration. Now let's get right into it. First, there's the Ruins of Alf radio station. The Ruins of Alf as a whole is a very strange location, with it being the ruins of an ancient city that is covered in small puzzles and strange hieroglyphics. Even stranger, in the lower levels, only one Pokemon can be found, which is the Unknown, which just spells out letters and knows only one move, Hidden Power. However, while this location as a whole is a bit strange, that's not what makes it infamous within the Pokemon community. That of course would be what happens after you get the radio card in Goldenrod. Upon returning, if you open up the radio, this is what plays. As you can hear, it sounds like the Unknown are directly speaking to you within this, as that really would be the only rational explanation for this strange interference, as the tones sound oddly familiar. Because of this, it actually has led to a creepypasta being made about this exact station. This creepypasta is that the Unknown are actually trying to communicate with us via the radio, saying this through a spectrogram. Our words shall remain here for the ages, thus we shall erect a Pokemon statue outside. We humans must learn to walk in harmony with them. They possess great insight and refuse the outside world. Escape. Of course, this is completely untrue, but the fact that this little seed could be turned into an urban legend shows just how off-putting this area actually is. I think it's because of the confusing nature of the area in the first place, as we really aren't giving any reasoning behind the ruins and why this place is completely abandoned. We can get hints from the hieroglyphics, but they really don't give that much information, if any, of the story. Because of that, I believe the fear of the unknown shines a bit here, as the lack of info surrounding the area is what builds a lot of the fear here. Due to the adventurous aspect of the game, you aren't given any context, but instead will find this on complete accident. For example, with the radio, returning to the ruins at that point is completely optional, as by the point you can honestly just go to Ecruteak City and skip this entirely. But the game instead just throws it at you without any explanation, which gives the radio much more of an off-putting nature to it. The lack of explanation leads you along a bit more, as your brain may try to find any sort of rational explanation for what the noises on the radio could possibly be. And being in an area with an already off-putting atmosphere doesn't exactly help its case. This can be shown in another area of one of the mainline games, that of course being the old chateau from Pokemon Platinum, as all you are told about the place is that it's an abandoned manor that is supposedly haunted, which couldn't be any more of an understatement. It's to the point where the nearby gym leader of Eterna City, Gardenia, finds the place too spooky to even consider going inside and shudders while just looking at it. However, the inside is just as frightening, if not more so. Upon entering, this track begins to play. And the haunted house begins. Going into some of the rooms, you'll see completely abandoned areas, a butler ghost, and a girl who walks out of the room, never to be seen again. If you look closely, you will also see a painting even watching you while you turn away. And while what makes this creepy for a kids game is quite obvious, here's a brief explanation on a lot of the tricks that are used here. First, the game creates a sense of unease, of course, with the fear of the unknown. You don't know what exactly happened to these people and why there are ghosts roaming the halls, however it is extremely obvious that you are not welcome here. And by what you are not welcome is not known whatsoever, so it gives the area an extreme sense of dread, as you don't know exactly what you're dealing with here until of course you check the television where the Rotom is. Also, with the figures disappearing in the painting, it gives the area a feeling like you are being watched. It quite literally follows a lot of the tropes of a haunted house to a T, and it really builds a nice little atmosphere to go along with it. And it gives this area a really great sense of unease that really cannot be conveyed with words, except for it reminds me like a really good ghost story, as that sense of being watched is somewhat difficult to actually portray. But while these are full of areas for the character to explore, both of these are still completely optional. So then what's a creepy part of one of these games that is not optional whatsoever? Well, for that, I really want to take a look at the drought section in Pokemon Ruby, as this area shows the world completely coming to an end. After Team Magma uses Groudon to drain all the water in the oceans, it leaves the island nation of Hoenn without any water. Because of this, if you aren't able to fix the region, then that would mean the complete and total end of the world, as what would humanity do with no water? How could civilization possibly survive? The sense of the unknown gives an ultra unsettling feeling to this moment within the game, while also being combined with what has to be one of the most unsettling soundtracks in any Pokemon game. The drought song, I think, really carries the horror of this section, as it truly captures the helplessness that our characters find themselves within. It gives an almost overwhelming feeling to this section, like no matter what you are doing here, you will fail, which honestly makes this one of the most off-putting areas that you have to go through. Also, it has a shock value that a lot of the other villain groups in the games aren't able to, because unlike Team Rocket, which just tries to steal Pokemon for world domination, this team is actually successful in destroying the Earth. Because of that, I feel like this section has a sense of unease that a lot of the other creepy Pokemon moments don't have, except for two others, which I think edge this one out a bit more. Don't get me wrong, this one is still very creepy for what it is, but I feel like it really comes from context surrounding it rather than the actual section itself. For the next one up, let's go to Pokemon Platinum again with Cyrus and his evil team, Team Plasma, and their goal to reshape their world into his own hell. With this, he goes to the Spear Pillar after capturing the 3 legendaries of the lakes in the region, summoning the literal devil of the universe, Giratina. With this, you are dragged into the Distortion World, this universe's version of hell, and what Cyrus calls the perfect world. While going throughout, you will see Giratina giving him an almost watchful eye once again as you try and solve the puzzles to escape. While going through, you run back into Cyrus, whom you battle and then leave there to go and catch Giratina within the realm. When you leave though, the portal closes, thus you essentially left Cyrus in hell to die permanently with absolutely no escape. It's a horrifying idea and really adds to the creepy atmosphere of the game. The Distortion World itself is off-putting as well, as it doesn't really follow any of the laws that we know throughout the games, with the areas becoming increasingly disorienting with the floating rock islands and walls you have to walk across. It also doesn't help that it has one of the most off-putting soundtracks in any of the Pokemon games, a theme you may have noticed is quite common. That combined with the unknown of the area makes it all just a bit more unsettling than I would typically expect out of a kid's game. It's often why Platinum is considered one of the creepiest games in the entire franchise, but while Platinum has a higher number of sheer sections that are creepy, I wouldn't say that Platinum has the most frightening sequence. That of course would have to go to Fire Red and Leaf Green, which combines the two elements I already said before, which is the creepy Pokédex entries with a horrifying and unskippable encounter. And what's even scarier about it is that without the context, you wouldn't even think too much about it. That of course would be what happens in the Berry Forest on 3 Island. When going around 3 Island, you find out a local girl has gone missing, which you find while exploring the Berry Forest being tormented by a wild Hypno. You of course defeat the Hypno and the girl returns back home, and you probably didn't think much about it. Well, what makes it creepy is the context surrounding it, specifically in the Pokédex entries surrounding the Pokemon himself. First there's the one from Gold, which reads, "When it's hungry, it puts humans it meets to sleep. Then it feasts on their dreams." A little creepy, but nothing we haven't seen before. However, combine that with the entry from Fire Red, which of course reads, "It carries a pendulum-like device. There once was an incident in which it took away a child it hypnotized." This may have clicked for most of you already, but for those who still can't figure out why this encounter is unsettling with context, let me explain it to you. The encounter you saw with the child was actually the Hypno kidnapping the child in order to try and feed on it. If you hadn't been there, the child most likely would have been taken away forever, only to be feasted upon by the Hypno. This encounter is so surprising that it eventually led to a creepypasta being written about it called Hypno's Lullaby, which describes a Hypno capturing and feeding on a child. And to sum this all up, Pokemon has a ton of creepy moments sprinkled and hidden throughout the games, and the world of Pokemon seems like a honestly terrible place to live in. They use tactics like the fear of the unknown and the fear of being watched to build unsettling atmosphere in an area that you seem to be fully trapped within. It gives an inherent sense of danger to the adventure you are embarking on and adds to the adventurous aspects of the game. And while it may not make the game inherently horror, they do however make the games much more interesting. And that is all for this week, and so I wanted to ask, what did you guys think? Was there any major creepy moments that I missed, or did I nearly get all of them? If I missed a bunch, I may even make a part 2, so just let me know. And thank you all for watching, and if you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you all soon.